Elf age I can pick up attributes Chapter 51-100. Chapter 51-Choppy. Luzhou City. Suburbs. Outside a large manor. The body of the fire-breathing dragon fell and landed on the ground. Zhang Jing jumped up. He had just landed, and at the gate of the manor in front of him, an old man who looked like a butler immediately greeted him, and said in a respectful tone, "Is that Mr. Zhang Jing?" Zhang Jing nodded slightly. Zhang Jing was not used to the other person's name, you must know. Zhang Jing is still a teenager. Seeing Zhang Xinix's head, the other party hurriedly said, "Please come with me, little one. Sister is waiting for you." After saying that, he turned around and took the lead. Zhang Jing took out the elf ball, retracted the fire-breathing dragon, followed behind him, and walked into the manor. Here, it is the branch of the Ku family in Luzhou. A major force like the Ku family has branches in various cities, so that they can tap potential trainers. Before, in the communication with Ku Ling, this girl sent an invitation to ask him to come here to discuss something. After all, having accepted the other's love, Zhang Jing naturally would not refuse. Following behind the housekeeper, Zhang Jing's vision. The line looked around. This manor covers a large area, and the decoration is slightly luxurious, which shows the wealth of the Ku family. Soon, under the leadership of the housekeeper, Zhang Jing was led to an area with a sign, "Against the war zone." Now, there are many trainers in it who are fighting. Among them, there are also many young faces, and at first glance, they are the rookie trainers of this year. The Ku family's investment target is naturally not only him, but the conditions obtained by others are obviously not as good as his S-level rating. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jing's eyes lit up slightly. Because, in the battlefield, there are a lot of attribute information boxes dropped. When he was passing by, he chose to pick them up one by one. Soon, the housekeeper led Zhang Jing to a large building. Outside the building, a plaque hangs. Battle Hall. After arriving at the battle hall, the butler turned around and said, "Mr. Zhang Jing, the lady is inside, you can go in by yourself." With a slight nod towards him, Zhang Jing pushed open the door and entered. He just opened the door when he heard familiar voice. Riverview. The voice seemed to be deliberately lowered. Zhang Jing looked around and saw Ku Ling waiting beside the entrance. Seeing Zhang Jingwang coming over, Ku Ling raised his index finger to his mouth and made a "shish" gesture. Then, Zhang Jing saw Ku Ling pointing to the center of the battle hall. Zhang Jing looked over. Only see. In the center of the battle hall, it is an arena-like battlefield. At this time, in the ring, there is a battle going on. One of them was the one Zhang Jing had met, Ku Ling's uncle, Ku Yuan. His face was a little dignified. And the elf he commanded was a huge steel snake with a ferocious aura. And the other end. After Zhang Jing's eyes fell, he stopped for a moment on the other's face. Then, there was a hint of surprise in Zhang Jing's heart. He recognized the other party's identity. Although I have never met, but Zhang Jing saw his face in the news. Heavenly King Trainer. Ji Ziyang. Ji Ziyang sent a Lucario. In terms of size, compared to the big steel snake, Lucario is like a baby. But when Zhang Jing entered the battle hall, the battle had come to an end, and Lucario had an absolute advantage. Finally, following Ji Ziyang's order, Lucario ended the battle with a wave of missiles. The huge body of the big steel snake slumped to the ground weakly. On the ring, Ku Yuan shook his head, sighed lightly, and then said, "The strength of a heavenly king. It's really extraordinary." With that said, he used the pokeball to retrieve the big steel snake and handed it to the medical staff who had been waiting beside him. They will immediately treat the big steel snake. Opposite the arena, Ji Ziyang, who had a kind face, smiled when he heard the words, and then said, "Your strength has improved compared to the last battle. In my opinion, you will soon be able to reach the threshold of a quasi-celestial king." Perhaps. Ku Yuan shook his head. Then he walked down side by side with Ji Ziyang. Below. Seeing this scene, Ku Ling immediately shouted, "Uncle, Uncle Ji." Hear the sound. The two cast their gazes over. Ku Yuan saw Zhang Jing, his eyes lit up, and then said to Ji Ziyang who was beside him, "I'd like to introduce to you, this is the only rookie trainer who has received an S-rank evaluation from our Ku family this year. His name is Zhang Jing. S-grade rating." Ji Ziyang looked at Zhang Jing subconsciously. To meet his Guang, Zhang Jing's face was calm, and he said, "Ji Ziyang, hello." But at this time, in Zhang Jing's heart, it was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Some even choppy. This is not because he has met a Heavenly King level trainer like Ji Ziyang, but because of just above the arena, after the battle between the two ended, an attribute information box popped up. Zhang Jing can clearly see the information above. Open black lens bracket experience. Point close black lens bracket. Chapter 52-consider. More than 5,000 points of experience. This is the first time Zhang Jing has encountered so many experience points. Almost without any hesitation, he immediately chose to pick it up. Open black lens bracket ding. Pick up some experience. The sound of the system sounded in his ears, and Zhang Jing was sure in his heart. He did not expect that this time he would come to the branch of the Ku family in Luzhou, and he would still have such a harvest. In front of Ji Ziyang nodded slightly and replied, "Hello." Beside him, Ku Yuan said, "Ling you accompany Zhang Jing first, I and your Uncle Ji. Uncle still has some things to deal with." Ku Ling nodded obediently. Ku Yuan and Ji Ziyang left the battle hall side by side. Inside the battle hall, only Zhang Jing and Ku Ling were left. After watching Ku Yuan and Ji Ziyang leave, Ku Ling heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Finally gone, they are here, I don't even dare to breathe." After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Jing, who was obviously absent-minded. "Zhang Jing, are you excited to meet Uncle Ji? He should be the first Heavenly King level trainer you have met." Quote, "I remember I mentioned to you that he has a good relationship with our Ku family, that's why he appeared here. When I saw Uncle Ji for the first time, I was also a little excited. It was a Heavenly King level trainer. An existence close to the top of the trainer." Ku Ling's tone was a little longing. Hearing her question, Zhang Jing nodded vaguely. After successfully picking up a large amount of experience, many ideas appeared in his mind. This is not the first time Zhang Jing has picked up experience. But this is the first time he picked up to such a great experience. At first, he was also a little surprised. But now, after thinking for a moment, he has reacted. Most of the trainers he met in the past were not very strong, and the strength and level of elves were low. Their elves, of course, don't have much experience that they can reveal. Compared to, you must know that between the two sides in the current battle, one of them is Heavenly King. And Ku Yuan on the other side, according to what Ji Ziyang said, is already close to the threshold of the quasi-king level. The essence of this trainer, Ling, both in level and strength, has reached an astonishing level. It is not surprising that such a large amount of experience can be revealed in the battle between them. Zhang Jing thought of more. He was considering whether he could gain experience by watching the battles of powerful trainers, so as to quickly increase the level of the elf and enhance his strength. However, after thinking for a moment, Zhang Jing temporarily put down the idea. It's not that it can't be implemented, but the time has not come. Today, the only way he can get access to powerful trainers is through the Ku family. Every powerful trainer is very busy every day. Even if the Ku family is very optimistic about him, I am afraid that few people will fight for him as a new trainer. He might meet Ku Yuan and Ji Ziyang like today, but the odds are too random. And what kind of attribute information box can burst, but it is completely random, not every battle can pick up experience. Although such a plan cannot be implemented now, Zhang Jing has not given up on this idea. He thought of a place. Fairy Academy. In the Elf Academy, there are many powerful trainers, and most of them are mentors. If you go to the Elf Academy, with his initiative to help fuel the flames, there will be no shortage of battles between powerful trainers that you can come into contact with. If you are lucky, you can get more experience points. By then, he is bound to usher in a period of rapid growth in strength. Zhang Jing narrowed his eyes. He has one more reason to get excellent grades in the Elf Club exam. Zhang Jing. Quote. River View. Just then, Kuling came up, put out his hand and waved it in front of Zhang Jing, and then said, "What are you thinking? You're all fascinated." Zhang Jing came back to his senses and said, "Thinking about something, I have already figured it out." Oh. Kuling understood and did not ask any further questions. Born in a big family like the Ku family, she is a smart enough girl, so she naturally knows what to ask and what not to ask. She turned and said, "I called you here this time, it is about the elf meeting, the points competition ring. After the festival, the cooperation in the breakthrough link." She looked at Zhang Jing, and said slowly, "There is no doubt that this cooperation to break through the barriers should be similar to the cooperation projects in previous exams. Although it is not clear what the specific content of the clearance is, I think that since we want to cooperate, we must have a certain understanding of each other." After speaking, she took out her Pokeball. 4 Pokeballs. It is worth noting that among the 4 Pokeballs, one is a super ball that is one level higher than ordinary Pokeballs, and the other is a healing ball. That's all my current sprites. The voice fell, and figures appeared in front of Kuling. Chapter 53 _ A mountain is higher than a mountain. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over. The first thing that caught my eye was the metal monster that Zhang Jing had seen before. If a metal monster wants to evolve into a giant gold monster, it needs to reach LV4. The higher the level of the elf, the more experience it needs to upgrade. This metal monster is obviously far from evolution. Then, Zhang Jing's gaze turned to the other 3 elves. The little sea lion of the water system. Flying plus General Arrogant Swallow. Finally, Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on the last elf. That's a fire spirit. Wind speed dog. Zhang Jing couldn't help smacking his tongue twice. You know, the wind speed dog can be said to be a very rare elves. Gundam's racial value is doomed to the power of this elf. In Zhang Jing's guess, among Kuling's elves, the strongest at present is probably this wind speed dog. After all, the Keti dog can complete the evolution through the fire stone, and the wind speed dog is already the culmination of this series of evolution. After scanning all the elves, Zhang Jing retracted his gaze. Without a doubt, although Kuling currently has only 4 elves, each of them is a well-deserved elite. Needless to say, metal monsters and wind speed dogs with the potential of quasi-gods. Once the little sea lions achieve evolution, the white sea lions with dual attributes of water and ice are also not easy to mess with. And Aogayan may seem ordinary, but its evolutionary type is King Yan. King Yan, as a general plus flying elf, the combat power that can be exerted is also quite terrifying. After all, Zhang Jing, who is familiar with the original book, is very interested in a certain flight department. The main force of the division's flight department is still fresh in his memory. At first, only because of the information provided by Kuling, he agreed to cooperate with her. And now, after seeing Kuling's elf lineup, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It is quite a fortunate thing to find such a teammate. Kuling was obviously quite proud of his elf lineup. With a smile on his face, his eyes swept over his 4 elves. Kuling said, "Zhang Jing, where are your elves? They are all released for me to get to know." Bar. After a pause, she said again, "These guys will later. But to fight side by side, let them get acquainted." Good. Zhang Scenic nodded. His mind moved. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the Pokeball turning on sounded. Kumin sharply captured this point, staring at the gleaming Pokeball, thoughtfully. 6. Did you capture 2 more elves during this time? She has a very deep memory of the elves in Zhongjing. The fighting performance is also quite amazing. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and Kuling was looking forward to the new elves captured by Zhongjing. The light flashed. The elves appear. After seeing the appearance of all the elves, Kuling's eyes widened uncontrollably, and his mouth opened into shape. This is Flash Cerulean. Shakira! Exclamation sounded. There was a strong disbelief in Kuling's tone. Her eyes subconsciously looked at Zhongjing, and her mind. Without thinking, Zhang asked subconsciously, Zhongjing, how did you conquer them? There were question marks all over her face. To know. Her elf lineup is terrifying, that's because she is the eldest miss of the Ku family. The Ku family is a big family that can be ranked first in the country. Her elf lineup is definitely among the top trainers in the country. But now, she saw Zhongjing's entire lineup. Pikachu, Ibrahimovic, and even fire-breathing dragons are not discussed for the time being. Flash Cerulean. Glittering Carp Dragon. Shakira. Double Flash, 1 quasi-god. What a horrible configuration this is. In a sense, Flash is even more rare than quasi-god elves. After all, the appearance of Flash elves is completely random. But now, Zhongjing actually had 2 Flash elves in his hands. She was still proud of her elf lineup just now, but now after seeing Zhongjing's 6 elves, she found that her elf lineup seemed to be like this. A mountain is higher than a mountain. The thoughts in his mind flashed rapidly, and Kuling looked at Zhongjing with a strange look. Could it be that Zhongjing is a son of a certain big family? There was a guess in her mind. But soon, this speculation was vetoed by herself. You know, because of the decision to invest, the Ku family has deliberately investigated some information about Zhongjing. How did you get it? Zhongjing blinked his eyes with a calm face, and replied, it should be my luck. He paused. After a while, he continued, I went to the imperial capital a few days ago, planning to go to the place where Lalu Lassie appeared and see if I could meet a Lalu Lassie. The result. He picked his chin at the location of Cerulean and Shakira, and said, I met it that was Lalu Lassie at the time, and this Shakira. Zhongjing's expression was quite calm. After all, he was telling the truth. Being able to subdue these 2 guys is due to luck. Luck. Kuling looked at Cerulean and Shakira finally couldn't help taking a breath. She looked at Zhongjing with a complicated expression. I didn't believe that the European Emperor existed in this world before, but now I believe it. It's the first time I've seen someone who can have 2 sparkling spirits when I'm so old. If I let my uncle know your current elf lineup, I'm afraid I will raise your potential rating by another level. As she was talking, the girl suddenly showed a smile and whispered, this girl is really smart, how can I find such a powerful teammate? Zhongjing. ... The 4th is sent, ask for a wave of evaluation tickets and flowers. Chapter 54-Experience Choice. The smile on Kuling's face was even worse, and after scrutinizing Zhongjing's elves again, she couldn't help but sigh, these elves of yours are quite powerful in combat power. If you go to the trainer assessment center for assessment now, I'm afraid your trainer level will soar directly. Zhongjing did not answer, it was the default. A rookie trainer who has not taken the elf meeting test cannot go to the test to improve the level of the trainer. This also caused, once the elf exam was over, the trainer assessment centers in various regions often broke out that so-and-so was promoted to X. X-rated news. Seeing that Zhongjing hadn't responded, Kuling didn't care, and instead said, fortunately, you are my teammate, otherwise, it would be a headache to meet you. Fire-breathing dragon, flashing carp dragon, Shakira. She clicked her tongue twice and sighed, I'm afraid I'm not your opponent at all now. It seems that this cooperation is my hug. Looking at Ku Ling, who was obviously a little out of touch, Zhang Jing shook his head helplessly. Obviously, after getting acquainted with each other, the girl became a lot more open when contacting each other. Next, several elves get along with each other and become familiar with each other. After all, they are likely to fight side by side when cooperating. Ku Ling and Zhang Jing had a detailed exchange and discussed things about the elf exam. Although so far, the specific rules of the elf exam have not been exposed, but on the internet, in reality, new trainers have already made a lot of guesses. Ku Ling told Zhang Jing some of the rules speculated by the Ku family, but it benefited Zhang Jing a lot. After staying at the Ku family for a long time, Zhang Jing left. The Ku family's manor is located in the suburbs, and Zhang Jing simply rode the fire-breathing dragon directly, preparing to go to the wild. The fire-breathing dragon galloped past in midair. Just as he was passing by a small forest, Zhang Jing's mind moved and he said, "Fire-breathing dragon, let's land first." Roar. After a low roar, the fire-breathing dragon descended from midair and landed in the woods. Zhang Jing jumped and stepped on the ground. Then, he took out a pokeball. The light flashed, and Cerulean appeared in Zhang Jing's body. Forward. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on it. Calling out Cerulean was because he was going to give Cerulean the experience he had picked up from the composer. In fact, as early as in the Ku family, he thought about which elf to give to the large amount of experience gained this time. In Zhang Jing's concept, the priority is undoubtedly given to the elves that can evolve. After all, every evolution of an elves is a qualitative change. And now, in Zhang Jing's elf lineup, there are two of them that will evolve by leveling up. Shakira. Flash Cerulean. These two elves are undoubtedly what Zhang Jing is eager to complete the evolution. Whether it is the quasi-god Bangira after Shakira's evolution, or Shinado after Cerulean's evolution, Zhang Jing's strength can be transformed again. Finally, after consideration, Zhang Jing chose Cerulean. It's not because Zhang Jing thinks Shinado will be stronger than Bangira, but because of Shakira wants to evolve into Bangira, but needs to reach LV. And currently, Shakira only has LV. The higher the level of the elf, the more experience is required. Although he has gained a lot of experience this time, according to Zhang Jing's prediction, Shakira cannot be directly evolved. By comparison, Flash Cerulean just LV. And it evolves into Shinado, and it only needs to reach LV. Choosing to give experience to Cerulean not only has a great possibility to let it complete the evolution directly, but also allows the opponent to catch up with the level of his own army. After all, Cerulean, who was finally subdued, is currently the lowest level in the Zhang Jing elves lineup. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Silently in his heart, give the experience to Cerulean. In a moment, the system's prompt sounded in Zhang Jing's ears. Open black lens bracket ding. Cerulean's level has increased. Open black lens bracket ding. Cerulean's level has increased. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket. The continuous system prompts ding-dong in Zhang Jing's ears. Then, in Zhang Jing's expectant gaze, the light of evolution suddenly appeared strangely. Cerulean appeared on his body, covering his entire body in an instant. Cerulean has reached the evolutionary requirements. Chapter 55-Super Queen. Light enveloped Cerulean's body. Vaguely, you can see Cerulean shrouded in light, and her figure is gradually changing. Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on the light of evolution. After a period of time, the light gradually converges. Evolved successfully. From Cerulean, evolved into Shinado. It was wearing a long white dress with a blue inside hem that looked like a fitted dance evening gown. Its movements are elegant and beautiful, and it gently falls on the ground, exuding an amazing beauty. The two horns that were originally on the head were transferred to the chest and back, looking like a bow tie. Glitter Shinado. If Cerulean is a girl full of vitality, then Shinado as a mature woman exuding nobility. Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on Shinado, and he was a little excited. Shinado. Shinado, known as the Super Queen. From the racial value of Cerulean, to the racial value of Shinado, this is a transformation in the true sense. Now, even Zhang Jing can't predict the combat power that Shinado can exert. The title of the Super Queen is not just talk. In front of you. Shinado lowered her head slightly and looked at her current appearance. Its movements are gentle and elegant. After carefully looking at his current appearance, Shinado raised his head and looked at Zhang Jing with big eyes. It is looking at the river view. Zhang Jing was also looking at it. 4 eyes facing each other. A slightly mature, yet somewhat jerky voice sounded in Zhang Jing's heart. Lord, Lord. Huh. Zhang Jing was slightly stunned for a moment, and almost thought he was hallucinating. But then, his eyes were fixed on Shinado. Just now, are you talking? He immediately asked. Yes, yes, master. The soft voice resounded in my heart again. It can be heard that Shinado seems to be a little jerky about communication, and the word order is a bit stuck. A trace of surprise flashed in Zhang Jing's eyes. He thought for a moment, and said in his heart, "Is this a manifestation of the ability of telepathy?" Zhang Jing thought of more in an instant. As a senior elf fan, when he was on Earth, the content of the original book was still fresh in his memory. He clearly remembered that Shinado's ability was reflected in the animation. The champion trainer in the Carlos region, Karuna. Karuna's main elf is exactly a Shinado. She and Shinado have a very deep bond and can completely command Shinado to fight through telepathy. The two sides have a tacit understanding. Now, my Shinado has this ability too. Zhang Jingxin said. In front of you. After greeting Zhang Jing, Shinado quieted down and did not pass on any other information. After all, it has just evolved, and it has not fully grasped this ability, and it seems to be a little shy. When his eyes fell on Shinado, a trace of thought appeared in Zhang Jing's eyes. In a short time, Shinado may not be able to improve much. But Zhang Jing is very clear, there is still the possibility of re-evolution of elves like Shinado. That is, mega evolution. Not just Shinado. At present, among his elves, the fire-breathing dragon, and Shakira's evolved. Bangira, and Tyrannosaurus, all have the possibility of mega evolution. Zhang Jing looked at Shinado and thought in his heart, there is telepathy between Shinado and I, and there is almost no limit to the evolution of mega naturally. If there are props required for mega evolution, I am afraid I will be able to try mega evolution soon. However, the keystones and super evolution stones required for mega evolution are extravagantly expensive, and it can even be said to be out of stock, so we can only consider it slowly. Wait until after the elf exam, and start this matter. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Zhang Jing took out the elf picture book and aimed it at Shinado. This evolution is a complete transformation, and Zhang Jing naturally needs to understand. The familiar female picture book voice sounded. Shinado, tolerant of Pokemon. When it intends to protect trainers who have the same mind, it will use the most powerful phantom energy. On the screen, lines of information flashed by. Name, Shinado Flash. Attributes, Super, Fairy. Gender, Female. Ability, Synchronization, Telepathy. Level, LV. Rarity, Rare. Qualification, Unknown, requires qualification. Currently mastered skills. Moon Power, Auxiliary Power, Mist Field, Healing Wish, Lucky Spell, Cry, Mind Power, Shadow Clone, Teleportation, Charming Voice, Wish, Magic Leaf, Healing Wave, Draining Kiss, Meditation, Spiritual Strength. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over quickly. This large amount of experience actually made it rush to LV directly. Zhang Jingxin said. Immediately. He couldn't help shaking his head. Sighed, as expected of a metamorphic evolution, just with the latest comprehension skills accompanying the evolution, Shenato's strength is completely different from the Cerulean before evolution. This chapter is the picture chapter. If it cannot be displayed, please set your browser to display pictures. Chapter 56-Liberal Arts Exam. 3 days later. Luzhou City. Luzhou No. 1 Middle School Playground. The rookie trainers lined up in a neat queue, and then entered the examination room in order. Today is the day of the liberal arts exam. Riverview. In the team. The examination room was randomly divided by the Blue Star Alliance based on the city, so he, a student of Luzhou No. 3 Middle School, came to Luzhou No. 1 High School to take the test. On the way to the examination room slowly, Zhang Jing's eyes looked around. Surrounding him is a new student who participated in the ELF exam. People trainer. Today, some people are afraid, some are timid, some are high-spirited, and some are high-spirited. After the arrival of the elves will be tested, which is a turning point in the life of all the young people of Blue Star. This is a battle between rookie trainers. After sweeping his gaze, Zhang Jing retracted his gaze. There was a serious look in his eyes. The scores of the liberal arts examinations did not account for a high proportion of the total scores of the spiritual examination. But if you want to be a blockbuster in the ELF exam, then the liberal arts exam. Excellent grades are a must. To be precise, the results of each link are extremely important. Therefore, Zhang Jing did not take it lightly, and was quite serious. Soon, Zhang Jing arrived at his examination room and came to his seat. He looked down slightly. I saw. Now there is a screen inlaid on the desktop. This is his answer board. After the liberal arts exam officially begins, the exam questions will appear on the screen. The examination room was relatively quiet, and everyone was quite cautious. Over time, as the bell rang, the liberal arts exam officially began. Zhang Jing looked down and saw, on the screen in front of him, a series of questions appeared. 1. Fill in the blanks. Write foreground type Pokemon with a speed racial value above inclusive. There are ____ kinds of skills to charge power in the first round and attack in the second round. How many times the damage will be dealt to the elves with the dual attributes of water and flight in the face of electricity skills. 4. Ellipsis. 2. Multiple choice. The Pokemon on this side use the electrical skills, but the opponent was not hurt. The reason: A. The other party is short-circuited. B. Static shielding. The point charge field strength vector sum is 0. Has ground properties, self-insulating. A Pokemon uses freezing ray 4 times in a row on the opponent, then the probability of the opponent being frozen is A. %. B. %_. 4%. %. 3. Calculation questions. 4. Subjective questions. 5. Essay topic. Please write a composition of no less than words based on the relationship between the trainer and the elves. Zhang Jing roughly scanned the topics. Then, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. The liberal arts exam of the ELF Association seems to be relatively simple. After all, the learning mode of the Blue Star rookie trainer. It is destined that they have a firmer grasp of elves-related knowledge. But, after seeing these questions, Zhang Jing found that this view was completely wrong. There is so much knowledge about elves. Attribute restraint, skill effect, evolution method, prop effect, characteristic effect, etc. The various aspects of knowledge involved can be combined to form an unexpected and magical problem. The person who published the book obviously has a set of digging holes. Zhang Jing glanced at it and saw several deep holes hidden in the topic. If he is not careful, he will hit. However, there was a hint of confidence in Zhang Jing's eyes. As a senior elf fan in his previous life, he was quite obsessed with elves-related information, and even deliberately searched the internet for a lot of questions and answers about elves. And before he came to Blue Star, before he received the initial elves, because he understood the importance of the elves exam, he was also studying hard to supplement his shortcomings. Having a system is a major advantage of Zhongjing. And from the Earth, the Pokemon that he has been in contact with for many years in his previous life is also his advantage. Now, it's time to play. Zhongjing picked up the electronic pen on the desktop and quickly wrote on the screen. ... Time flies. After writing the last word of the composition, Zhongjing let out a long breath. Then, he carefully checked it twice, and after confirming that there was no problem, he leaned back and leaned on the back of the chair. Zhongjing's eyes swept around randomly. The seats of the candidates are far away, but with his eyesight, he can clearly see that the other candidates are still there. Write hard. Some are full of confidence, some can't help but scratch their heads. Zhongjing lowered his head and looked towards the bottom of the screen. There is an option to submit exam paper. As long as you choose this option, it means that the liberal arts exam of this year's ELF exam is completely over. Looking at the option, Zhongjing reached out and pressed it. The screen flickers. Open black lens bracket submitted successfully, close black lens bracket. Then, Zhongjing got up and walked towards the exit of the examination room. His actions obviously aroused other rookie trainers. Restless. A low-pitched whistle sounded in the examination room. Fuck, so fast. This old man gave up on himself. HMPH, at first glance, I want to pretend to be aggressive. I want to finish the test first. I'm afraid I didn't answer a few questions. Just then, the teacher of number 1 middle school, who was responsible for maintaining order in the examination room, frowned, and then shouted, "Quiet. Quiet in the exam room." The initiator, Zhongjing, has already left the examination room. He naturally heard other rookie trainers' discussion. However, he does not care a straw. From Zhongjing's point of view, his questions have been answered and checked many times. Instead of wasting time in the exam room, it is better to seize the time before the martial arts exam begins and continue to improve yourself. The examination has officially kicked off, asking for a wave of evaluation tickets and flowers. If you are interested in the questions mentioned in the article, you can also answer them in the book review. Chapter 57-Interview. The hallway was fairly quiet and empty. Zhongjing had an indifferent expression and left the teaching building. After arriving at the playground, Zhongjing walked towards the school gate, preparing to leave here. After the liberal arts exam, each rookie trainer has a 4-day rest period, and then starts the martial arts exam. For Zhongjing, who has a pickup attribute system, 4 days is enough for his strength to improve again, and Zhongjing will not waste it. When walking towards the school gate, Zhongjing's eyes swept away. Now, gathered outside the school, quite a few figures. The most of them are the relatives of the new trainers who came to take the liberal arts exam. At the same time, there are also many reporters from various media holding interview equipment. Just after Zhongjing walked to the school gate, many reporters turned their attention to Zhongjing. Someone immediately couldn't help but ask, "Classmate, are you this year's rookie trainer?" Zhongjing frowned and nodded slightly. Seeing Zhongjing's actions, many reporters became excited, and some people asked urgently, "Student, you have already completed the liberal arts exam." Zhongjing stepped out of the door and nodded calmly. Then, he saw that many reporters gathered at the gate of the school, like a swarm of bees surrounding them. A loudspeaker device was held up in front of him. Zhongjing was stunned for a moment, then reacted. In this situation, he remembered a familiar scene in his heart. Earth College entrance examination. The first candidate to walk out of the examination room will be subject to many interviews. And now, take the spirit exam. He obviously had this kind of treatment too. After the reporters gathered, before Zhang Jing could speak, a reporter immediately said excitedly, "Hello, classmate, what's your name?" Looking at the reporters who surrounded him, Zhang Jing narrowed his eyes and said, "My name is Zhang Jing." "Student Zhang Jing." Another female reporter said excitedly, "You know, I just got the news that you are not only the first candidate to finish the liberal arts exam in Luzhou City, but also the first candidate to finish the exam in. How do you feel?" The first one. Zhang Jing was a little surprised. Although he knew that his answering speed was really fast, but it was beyond his expectations to be able to get the first place in the. Pondering, Zhang Jing replied, "I don't have any thoughts. After answering the questions and checking, I came out and didn't think much about it." The air fell silent. Reporters, look at me, I look at you. I didn't expect Zhang Jing to give such a mediocre answer. However, after a short pause, someone immediately raised a new question. These new trainers have encountered the reform of the ELF exam. What do you think of the reform of the ELF exam? Not bad. Zhang Jing paused and said, "After all, the reform of the exam has improved the fairness of the ELF exam in a certain sense. I believe that most rookie trainers have the same view as me." "Student Zhang Jing, you have completed the liberal arts exam so quickly. It seems that you are confident. What are your expectations for your grades?" "It should be a good result," Zhang Jing said solemnly with a flash of confidence in his eyes. "Student Zhang Jing. Student Zhang Jing." Questions and questions kept ringing. As for him, the first candidate to complete the ELF exam, various media obviously sees the gimmick and prepared to dig out some more news. Seeing this, Zhang Jing frowned, raised his arm and waved it. The reporters were quiet. Zhang Jing glanced at the reporters gathered around him, and then said, "The interview is here. I want to improve my strength as much as possible before the martial arts exam, so I can't waste too much time." After the voice fell, Zhang Jing also waits. The reporters responded by directly taking out a pokeball. The light flashed. A figure appeared beside Zhang Jing. Roar. The dragon roar sounded. The surrounding reporters subconsciously gave up some positions. Zhang Jing did not hesitate, and jumped to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Then, the fire-breathing dragon spreads its wings and rises into the sky. "Take off quickly." On the ground. The reporters were a little confused. They had no idea at all. The interviewed, rookie trainer, was so individual that he walked away without even letting them finish the interview. You know, which of the previous rookie trainers was not quite cooperative with the interview? After all, this is an opportunity to show his face to the people of the country, and it is also an opportunity to attract the attention of the ELF Academy. As a result, this Zhang Jing did not play cards according to the routine at all. But then, someone's eyes lit up and shouted to the photographer beside him, "Quick! Take a picture of him leaving on a fire-breathing dragon." This is a fire-breathing dragon, although I am not sure about his fire-breathing dragon qualifications, but the combat power will definitely not be too bad. This rookie trainer named Zhang Jing has a spirit like a fire-breathing dragon, and he dares to finish the exam first in the liberal arts exam. He definitely has 2 brushes. If he does achieve anything, it will be big news. His words immediately resonated with others. A time. The sound of taking pictures continued until the fire-breathing dragon completely disappeared into the sky. ... Ask for today's review tickets and flowers. Month day to month day. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 58_famous. Pika, Pika, Chu. With Pikachu's cry, the electric lights on both sides of its cheeks became more and more dazzling. Next second, the dazzling electric light cut through the sky and shot straight out. 100,000 volts. The electric light crossed the sky, and then suddenly bombarded Ibrahimovich at the other end. A look of pain appeared on Ibrahimovich's face. But then, there was a hint of firmness in its eyes. hard to bear the damage, and the whole body turned into an electric light. Lightning flashes. Bang! Ibrahimovic slammed into Pikachu's body, and Pikachu's body turned a few times in the air and flew out. Another side. The low roar of the tyrannical carp dragon came out, and its body suddenly swayed. The dragon tail is drawn straight towards the fire-breathing dragon. Facing the attack of the tyrannical carp dragon, the fire-breathing dragon's claws stood in front of him. Next second, the dragon tail of the tyrannical carp dragon slammed in front of the fire-breathing dragon. Under the strong impact, the fire-breathing dragon's legs suddenly slid back on the ground, and retreated more than 10 meters away. After leaving, he finally stopped slowly. The fire-breathing dragon looked at the tyrannical carp dragon, and a hint of fighting intent rose in his eyes, and then the dragon's wings unfolded and rushed towards the tyrannical carp dragon. The two elves confronted each other. Because of Zhang Jing's order, they did not use skills, but only used their own bodies to fight. This is an empty lot. Ibrahimovic and Pikachu, fire-breathing dragon and Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, are engaged in sparring. Zhang Jing was leaning against a tree not far away, and while watching the civil war of his own elves, he took out the elf picture book and prepared to check out some information. This is the second day after the liberal arts exam. Taking advantage of the afternoon break, Zhang Jing let his elves have a wave of civil war. This is also one of the ways he trains the elves, which is used to hone the elves' autonomous fighting ability. After all, in the Battle of Elves, every second counts, and even a trainer from a third-party perspective is very likely to make some wrong judgments. At this time, it is necessary to rely on the ability of the spirit itself. Therefore, Zhang Jing also intends to temper this aspect. Let the elves play freely and fight. Actually, Zhang Jing initially let his elves start a civil war to see if they could trigger a bug in the system. You must know that during the battle, the elves will have a certain chance to pop up the attribute information box. If his elves can pop up a message box during a civil war, wouldn't it be infinite mutual brushing? The result made Zhang Jing a little disappointed, but it was expected. Not possible. The elves that belong to him will not pop up any information boxes during the battle. However, he finally found that this kind of free battle also improved the elves to a certain extent, so he insisted on it and let his elves engage in it whenever he had free time. Zhang Jing lowered his head as his gaze swept across several elves in battle. Then, he logged into a forum with the Pokédex. *** New Trainer Forum. This is the gathering place for new trainers, a forum established by the official. Reason why I log into the forum is because according to the official news from the first part of the martial arts exam and the points competition part have the body rules will be posted on the forum. After clicking into the forum, Zhang Jing first subconsciously looked at the top post. There is nothing related to the points competition. He glanced at the time and found that there were still a few minutes before the official announcement. Glancing at his few elves who were fighting fiercely, Zhang Jing did not choose to leave the forum, but just hung out in the forum. His eyes swept across the posts. The calculation questions in the liberal arts test are really difficult, and my brain is scratched. Close double angle bracket. It is estimated that my liberal arts grades are collapsing. Close double angle bracket. Have the rules of the points competition been released yet? Close double angle bracket. The ELF exam is the most important thing for rookie trainers, so most of the posts in the forum are topics related to the ELF exam. Glancing at the posts, Zhang Jing's eyes suddenly narrowed. The title of a post caught his attention. Detailed analysis of Zhang Jing, the first person in the liberal arts exam, he may be a real boss. Close double angle bracket. Zhang Jing's eyes stopped for a moment on the first person in the liberal arts exam, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This name. Source, precisely because he is the first rookie trainer to end the exam. In fact, after the liberal arts exam was completely over, his interviews also appeared on various news pages. As the first candidate to complete the liberal arts exam, plus he didn't agree with one word, he summoned the fire-breathing dragon to leave directly, let him become popular on the internet in one fell swoop. Suddenly became a celebrity. The annual ELF exam is a major event that attracts worldwide attention, not to mention the reform this year, which has attracted more attention. The video of Zhang Jing being interviewed by the media was released. Lianjia, which suddenly attracted a lot of attention. In the past 2 days, Zhang Jing will even be recognized when he encounters other people in the wild, and he has seen topics about himself in various news channels. Of course, after becoming famous, it also brings certain disadvantages. That is, on the internet, there have been a lot of comments about him. Some say he is really powerful, some say he is grandstanding and has no strength at all. The latter also accounted for the majority. However, Zhang Jing didn't care about this. In the annual ELF meeting, the budding new trainer will become a celebrity. It's just that he was a little ahead of schedule this time, and he became famous during the liberal arts exam. When it comes to the martial arts exam, he shows his strength, and the voice of doubt will naturally be suppressed. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jingjing entered the post. Chapter 59_points competition rules. The picture on the screen is reversed. Zhang Jing's eyes fell. Detailed analysis of Zhang Jing, the first person in the liberal arts exam, he may be a real boss. Close double angle bracket. As we all know, recently there was a first person in the liberal arts exam. His name is Zhang Jing. He became famous because he was the first person in the country to complete the liberal arts exam and his performance in the interview. In the past 2 days, the landlord has browsed a lot of relevant news comments, and found that many people think that Zhang Jing is grandstanding, and its strength is average. Others said that if he finished the exam so quickly, his liberal arts grades would not be good. But after analysis, the landlord felt that this Zhang Jing classmate was very likely to be a real boss. You know, when he left the examination room, he released a fire-breathing dragon, and then rode away. Judging from the previous year's ELF test, because of the preparation time of half a year, most new trainers can basically evolve their ELF to the top. After all, the level required for many elves to evolve is not high, and the elves need not much experience to upgrade their levels in the early stage. But don't be fooled by inertial thinking. You know, this year's ELF exam, but too much time ahead of schedule. How long has it been since receiving the initial elves? Zhang Jing was able to obtain a fire-breathing dragon in such a short period of time, and he could fully see his abilities. After all, according to some news on the internet, this classmate Zhang Jing is a pure civilian trainer, and he has no background at home. This proves one thing. The aptitude of this fire-breathing dragon itself is definitely not bad, and Zhang Jing also has a set of cultivation methods, so that it can complete its evolution in such a short period of time. The better the aptitude, the faster the elf can gain experience, and the faster the level can be raised. And in the past 2 days, when I checked the relevant information, the landlord also found some interesting things. This classmate Zhang Jing once participated in the Rising Sun competition in Luzhou City for a few days. This is a competition specially prepared for rookie trainers in Luzhou City, with the Spirit Center as the unit. Seems like a bland little game. But Zhang Jing won the multi-day competition championship. Small game in a small city, everyone. It may seem that there is no reference value, but I think that being able to win the championship multiple times in a row has been able to prove that Zhang Jing is definitely not an ordinary trainer. And the most important point, according to the information I got, when he participated in the competition, he was not competing with a fire-breathing dragon, but a fire dinosaur. This confirms my point even more. The aptitude of this fire-breathing dragon must be extremely high to complete the evolution in such a short period of time. In summary, I think Zhang Jing is very likely to be a real powerful boss. In the ELF exam, I am afraid there will be a similar When a good performance. After the martial arts exam, everyone is welcome to dig a grave and slap in the face. Not much to say, the landlord thinks that my wave of profits has been confirmed. Post ends. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. After reading the post, he has a feeling of, reasonable and convincing. The landlord pointed directly to the core and proved his point by speculating on the qualifications of the fire-breathing dragon. After all, with an elf with outstanding aptitude, the strength that a trainer can exert is absolutely extraordinary. And Zhang Jing himself knew very well that the reason why its fire dinosaurs could evolve into fire-breathing dragons so quickly was because in addition to fighting, the experience that Zhang Jing picked up before evolution was given to it in full. The other party does not know the existence of the system, and it is normal to guess the qualifications. Zhang Jing closed the post. In the open space next to them, the battle of several elves had ended. Zhang Jing released all 6 elves, and then took out the energy cube he carried with him from the dimension pocket. The 6 elves feasted on the food. Zhang Jing returned to the forum homepage. Only see. On the homepage of the forum, there is an extra post on the top. Points competition rules. His eyes narrowed, Zhang Jing did not hesitate, and immediately clicked in. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Zhang Jing's face was serious, and he let out a long breath. He has already browsed the rules of the points competition. What shocked Zhang Jing was that, according to the rules, this year's ELF exam was even biased towards the elimination system. More severe. To know. In previous years, after the completion of each project examination, the scores were added to determine the final result. But this year's martial arts exam, since the start of the points competition, has implemented an elimination system. The points competition will be carried out by country. Each country will divide the number of competition areas according to the specific conditions of their countries, and new trainers will randomly enter each competition area. Then, in each competition area, according to the final points ranking, take the number of different people. Take Blue Star as an example. Participating in the spirit examination this year, the number reached 10,000. There will be divisions. 20,000 people in one division. They will have a point race for 3 days and 3 nights. In the points competition, different competition areas will go to different large test venues, carrying special points statistics instruments, defeating wild elves, beating other rookie trainers, and you can get different points. Finally, after 3 days and 72 hours, in a competition area, only the top 1,000 rookie trainers can advance. That's right, promotion. Because the rookie trainers who ranked in the top 1,000 didn't even have a chance to take the second stage of the martial arts, they were eliminated directly, declaring that their journey to the ELF exam was completely over. Zhang Jing withdrew from the post and glanced down. I saw that the number of posts on the forum at this time hit a new high. The release of the rules of the points competition obviously caused a great disturbance. Zhang Jing was quite calm. Although it seems that the ELF exam has become an elimination system, the entire ELF exam is much more rigorous. But, in Zhang Jing's view, in essence, there was no difference in the genie exams in previous years. You must know that the number of ELF academies in various countries is limited. In this case, the number of students who can enter the ELF academy every year is also limited. Everyone who can enter the ELF Academy can be called the proud son of heaven. In previous years' ELF exams, only the top trainers in the overall rankings would be admitted. And now, the new elimination system seems to be strict, but in fact, it means that the rookie trainers who used to be able to follow all the exam subjects will not even have the opportunity to mix. Chapter 60-beginning. After checking the news about the rules of the points competition, Zhang Jing got up from the spot. The division groupings will be announced the day before the points competition. Looking at the elves who had finished their lunch, Zhang Jing took out the pokeballs and took them back one by one. Then, he quickly left the place. Keep improving. Ibrahimovic LV. Pikachu LV. Charizard LV. Tyrannosaurus LV. Shakira LV. Chinado LV. Zhang looked at the information displayed in the elf Pokédex and nodded with satisfaction. In the past few days, with the tireless fighting and the experience of Zhang picking up, his elf level has been improved again. The upgrade of the level means that the various attributes of the elves are comprehensively enhanced, which means that the elves can exert stronger strength. Not to mention, in the past few days, Zhang has synthesized several skills and endowed them with elves. Take his Ibrahimovic as an example, the seemingly ordinary impact skills can now exert power far beyond imagination. Because, as a relatively basic skill, the impact skill has a very high explosion rate, and Ibrahimovic's impact skill has now been given a second time. Full power bonus. This makes Ibrahimovic's seemingly thin body, and when it hits it, it will burst out with quite astonishing and terrifying power. And it's all Zhang confidence in the Elf Club exam. With his thoughts sinking into the dimensional pocket, Zhang checked the supplies he was carrying. At the same time, on the surface, he flipped through the backpack he had used to cover up, and then on the back. After doing all this, Zhang said to the driver in front of him, "Let's go." Yes. The driver responded quite politely, then led the way and went downstairs with Zhang. When he came to the front and rear of the car, he took the initiative to open the door for Zhang. This is provided by Kuja. As the winner of the Kuja S-level potential evaluation, he naturally has various privileges. Yesterday, after knowing the competition area he was in, the Ku family immediately sent someone to contact him, ready to provide him with information during the ELF exam. All logistics. For these, Zhang did not refuse. After all, he has already agreed to cooperate with the Ku family, the two parties are considered our own people, so naturally there is no need to worry too much. It is not appropriate to completely reject the goodwill of the other party. Just after Zhang sat in the back seat of the vehicle, a soft voice came from the co-pilot in front. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Zhang looked around and saw a young woman with a kind face. Facing Zhang's eyes, the other party's smile was even more serious, and he said in a respectful tone, "You are in a good mood. I will be responsible for all the logistical work in the spiritual examination, so you can take the examination with confidence." Zhang nodded slightly. This is undoubtedly a secretary-like helper sent to him by the Ku family. Then, he turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window, and his thoughts flashed. Points competition, there are a total of divisions. By the state-of-the-art supercomputer, Tianfu, to ensure absolute fairness. Zhang was assigned to the competition area. The competition area is located in Longcheng, which is an inland city, not far from Luzhou. Otherwise, Zhang chose to go by plane. The vehicle is moving fast on the highway. Speechless all the way. Dragon City. Twin Towers Ferry Center. Here is the largest wizard center in the entire Dragon City. Now, it's almost overcrowded. Most of the 20,000 rookie trainers assigned to the number 1 division have arrived. Most of them chose to rest in the Spirit Center for the time being. After all, because of the reason for the ELF exam, most of the hotels near the ELF Center are full. In contrast, Zhang checked into a hotel booked in advance by the Ku family after arriving here. As early as after the allocation of the competition area, they knew that Zhang would participate in the examination in Longcheng, and the Ku family immediately booked a place in advance. Zhang took a brief rest in the hotel and adjusted his state. Several of his elves also took some rest. Time passes. 6 o'clock at night. Twin Towers Ferry Center. Surrounded by Yan, loose the surrounding masses. 20,000 rookie trainers have basically arrived. Those who have not arrived at the location of the competition area at this time will automatically be deemed to have given up their qualifications for the examination. The noisy chatter below continued. Zhang Jing stood quietly on one side, closing his eyes and resting, waiting for the official start of the points competition. Just then, at the high platform in the center of the elf, a figure walked up. It was a middle-aged woman with faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. After stepping on the high platform, she raised the amplifier in her hand and slowly turned it on. Mouth. The announcement sounded around the center of the elf, causing the rookie trainers in the column to quickly quiet down. Introduce myself, I'm the head of the Dragon City Elf Alliance branch, my name is Dai Yuxin. At the same time, I am also the person in charge of the number 1 division. Next, I will explain to you the detailed rules of this point competition. First of all, the examination venue for the number 1 competition area is located in Phoenix Mountain in our Dragon City. Chapter 61 Worldwide Attention. Dai Yuxin's voice was heard through the radio by every rookie trainer who participated in the exam. Next, each of you will get a map of the test site. If you leave the test site without authorization during the test period, half of the points will be directly deducted as a punishment. She paused and picked up something from the table beside her. Through the large screen in the center of the elf, the new trainers in the column could clearly see what was in her hands. It was a spectacle-like object that looked quite delicate. Showing the glasses in both hands, Dai Yuxin said slowly, It is a special item specially made by the Blue Star Fairy Alliance for this fair. Point Recorder. The point recorder has a built-in scanning system, and the points obtained by defeating different wild elves are also different. At the same time, in the points competition, if you beat other rookie trainers, then you will get half of the opponent's points. Everyone has a chance to refuse a fight. More than once, it will be regarded as automatically admit defeat, and the other party will get points. The points contest lasts 3 days, hours, and during this hour, you can choose uninterrupted, constantly fighting. You can also choose to sit back and relax. It all depends on your own plan. 3 days later, the candidates with the top 1,000 points will be promoted to the next stage. The rest, eliminated. Her eyes swept across the audience, her expression serious. That's right. Dai Yuxin seemed to have thought of something, and continued, the integral recorder has a built-in camera, which will record all the situations you encounter, allowing you to live broadcast from the first perspective. Your relatives, family members, can be broadcast live in real time. Keep an eye on your situation. In the entire Phoenix Mountain, cameras have been set up in various places. After the point competition starts, the official live broadcast room of the number 1 competition area will be opened, and some of the wonderful battles will be presented in the official live broadcast room. Dai Yuxin's eyes narrowed, and she said, do your best to show your full strength in the points competition. All major elf colleges are paying attention to this exam. If your wonderful performance in the points competition is seen by a mentor from a certain elf academy, you also have a slim chance of being admitted to the elf academy. Quote. Voice. After falling, Dai Yuxin glanced at the time. At o'clock tonight, the point competition officially begins. Good luck to you. After speaking, she turned around and walked off the high platform. The rookie trainers below suddenly burst into noisy discussions. Soon, the Elf Center began to distribute the props used in the points competition. Map. And the integral recorder. After receiving the integral recorder in the shape of glasses, Zhang Jing put it on tentatively. Then, he flicked the switch beside his glasses. Huh. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. I saw that after he turned on the switch, in front of the glasses, there was a nearly transparent projection that did not block his sight. Is this using projection technology? Zhang Jing said silently in his heart, but there was no surprise. Before the elf came, the Blue Star had been here for 4 years. Although the development of Blue Star's technology has been severely hindered by the arrival of the elves, Compared to Earth, the technology here is undoubtedly ahead. His eyes swept over. In the projection, there are only 2 lines of information. Current points. Current rank. Not open. Points and rankings. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed, thoughts flashing in his heart. Look at this, the rankings are updated in real time, which makes it easier to stimulate the fighting spirit of the contestants. After all, you can know in real time whether you can make the cut or not. Then, Zhang Jing unfolded the map and looked it up. After taking a closer look, Zhang Jing found a sit down and wait silently. ... Right now, the entire, and even the eyes of the entire world, are focused on the elf meeting. In particular, the live broadcast mode of the points competition has aroused the enthusiasm of the audience. Now, ordinary people in various regions, and even trainers, most of them have opened the live broadcast link and are ready to watch this grand event. Luzhou City. In a certain floor of a certain district. Zhang Qian opened the live broadcast station. After entering some information, Zhang Jing's first view live broadcast room was successfully opened. Now that the competition has not started, the live broadcast room is still dark. She stared at the screen with serious eyes, then folded her hands and prayed silently. Devil. In a certain hall. In the seats, there are already many people sitting upright and waiting silently. Here. It is the Magic City Composer. On the big screen in the hall, there is now a split screen. One by one that is still dark. The studio appeared on the big screen. These are the first perspectives of the rookie trainers who Kyujiya chose to invest in this year, and Kyujiya naturally wants to pay attention to their performance. At the top of the big screen, there are 2 pictures of the live broadcast room that are obviously much larger. One of them is the eldest Miss Kujia who participated in the ELF exam this year, Kuling's first-person live broadcast room. And another. He is the only rookie trainer who has received the Kyujiya S-level potential evaluation this year, Zhang Jing. Time passes. Point. Coming soon. At this moment, the world's attention. Along the brightly lit passages, contestants from all over the world, from all countries, from all cities, from all competition areas, stepped into the test venue. Chapter 62 _ Effect. Phoenix Mountains. Although there is a word, mountain, in the name, this is actually a continuous mountain range in Longcheng City, covering an area of very large. Now, with the official start of the points competition, 20,000 candidates entered Phoenix Mountain from various entrances. There are hundreds of people who entered at the same entrance as Zhang Jing. However, after everyone glanced at each other, none of them chose to start the battle now. After all, according to the rules of the point competition, the winner of the battle can get a share of the losers. Half integral. But now, the competition has only just begun. All are points. Fighting is pointless. Therefore, after stepping into Phoenix Mountain along the brightly lit passage, all the candidates subconsciously dispersed. After Zhang Jing took out the map and compared it, he followed a direction and moved forward step by step. He turned on the point recorder. The front projection appeared, and 2 lines of information were displayed in the upper right corner. Current points. Current rank. Is it because there are no points, so even if the ranking is turned on, is it displayed with a question mark? Zhang Jing thought for a moment, and his eyes became serious. His hands were on his pokeball. Mind moving. The light flashed, and a graceful figure appeared in front of him. Super Queen, Shinado. Master Tilda. After the debut, Shinado's soft voice sounded from Zhang Jing's heart. It has been many days since it evolved from Chirulian to Shinado, and it has long been familiar with it. Own ability. Zanaido, use your perceptual ability at any time to help me observe the surrounding situation. Once you find a wild elves or other trainers, let me know immediately. Okay, Master. After a soft answer, Shineido's eyes closed slightly. Above its body, a azure purple light suddenly rippled. The invisible power of thought spreads rapidly towards the surroundings, perceiving the surrounding situation. Zhang Jing watched this scene calmly. Points competition, race against time. There are various. The law, the means, naturally have to be used. The superpower elves are themselves elves with strong perception, and Shineido is the best among them. With Shineido's perception ability, Zhang Jing can completely avoid blindly looking for opponents, thus greatly improving his efficiency. This is the magic of the superpower elves. Just a few seconds after Shineido's thought power spread out, its voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Jing's heart. Master, about meters to the northeast, there is a wild elf. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up, and then he said, let's go. Just after taking 2 steps, Zhang Jing pondered, Shineido, if you have detected other trainers, please return to the Pokeball after notifying me. The shocking power brought by Flash Shineido is quite astonishing. According to the rules, each contestant has an opportunity to refuse to fight. Now that the competition has just started, this opportunity has not been used. Zhang Jing didn't want the opponent he met to be scared away by Shinei Duo, thus wasting time. Hearing Zhang Jing's order, Shineido nodded obediently, expressing understanding. Then, following the direction of Shineido, Zhang Jing soon met to his first opponent. That's a wild Nightingale. It can be seen that the elves here are quite wary of humans. Because, at the moment of seeing Zhang Jing, this Nightingale took the initiative to charge towards him and made an attacking stance. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed, his mind moved slightly. Shineido, mind power. He didn't even speak. He has telepathy with Shineido, and he can completely command the battle through his own thoughts, as pointed by his arm. On Shineido's eyes, the bright purple. The light shines. The invisible thought force went straight, and then suddenly acted on Nightingale. Nightingale, who rushed forward, only felt a powerful force enveloped his whole body, and then its body rose up involuntarily. As a poison-type elf, the mind power of the super energy system shrouded his body, making it even more painful. Then, Shineido manipulated the power of thought and suddenly threw it aside. Nightingale's body slammed into the thick tree trunk and slid down. It has lost its fighting ability. On the side of Zhang Jing's glasses, the indicator light flashed slightly. Then, the data projected in front of him changed. Current points. Current rank, 4. Any points. Zhang Jing narrowed his eyes, recalled Dai Yuxin's introduction, and said to himself, according to what she said, the point recorder has a built-in scanning system. This point should be formulated according to the elves, race, level and other related data. The thoughts in Zhang Jing's mind turned, but the pace did not stop. Leaning on Shinei Duo's perception ability, he has come to the location of the second wild elf. Chapter 63-Encounter. That's a BB bird. After seeing Zhang Jing and Shineido approaching, it immediately handed over its vigilant eyes. Zhang Jing never hesitated, throwing the pokeball in his hand. The light flashed. Pikachu is here. Now that the points competition has just started, there will be continuous battles next. Zhang Jing plans to let his few elves first find the feeling of battle and adjust their state. After Pikachu appeared, his eyes were fixed on his opponent. The time when the points competition starts is at night, but tonight is a full moon. There are no clouds in the sky, and with the lighting equipment arranged on Phoenix Mountain in advance, the night cannot obscure the sight at all. Glancing at BB Bird, who was staring at him vigilantly, Zhang Jing immediately said, Pikachu, with a flash of lightning, approach each other. Pick up. The moment the order was given, Pikachu's hind legs kicked hard, and the speed exploded to the extreme, turning into an electric light, galloping forward. It is rapidly approaching BB Bird. Facing the rapidly approaching Pikachu, BB Bird flapped its wings and lifted off quickly. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed, and he immediately said, Pikachu, 100,000 volts. Pika-chu. The arcs on both sides of the cheeks flickered wildly, and the dazzling electric light blasted out. Electric light cuts through the sky. Just after liftoff, BB Bird, who was about to take advantage of the flight advantage, was hit by an electric light before he could react in time. Its body stagnated in midair for a moment, and then fell headlong, losing its ability to fight. Electric skills do double damage to flying elves, and with the power of 100,000 volts, BB Bird was defeated directly before she could make any resistance. Points beat. Rank up. Heart. Shinato's voice sounded, indicating the location of the next wild elf for him. Zhang Jing recalled Pikachu and walked quickly. Next. Zhang Jing's points are steadily increasing. After defeating 7 wild elves one after another, Zhang Jing's points have reached 4 points. Ranked to the top. Zhang Jing didn't care that he didn't climb directly to the top 10 at his speed. There are 20,000 people in a competition area, of which must be. Of course there will be some talented people. Those ranked above him may be lucky enough to encounter a sufficient number of elves after entering Phoenix Mountain. It is also possible that you have encountered a wild elf that is powerful enough, and you will gain rich points after defeating the opponent. Not to mention, the world will never lack smart people. Zhang Jing can think of finding opponents by relying on Shinato's psychic perception, and others will also think of similar means. And, in Zhang Jing's view, the most important thing in this points competition is not how many wilds you can beat. Live elves. The most important thing is, how many other candidates can you beat? Defeat the participating trainers and get half of the opponent's points. This not only improves oneself, but also weakens the other side. After the trainers who participated in the point competition have gained a certain amount of points and started the battle with each other, then the point of the point competition will be the focus. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jing was ready to leave the place and look for the next opponent. Just then, Shinato's soft voice sounded in Zhang Jing's mind. Master, you are trained. Lianjia is in the southeast direction and is approaching here. After the voice fell, it turned into a ray of light and returned to the Pokeball. It obviously remembered Zhang Jing's instructions. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stayed where he was, without leaving. The area of the Phoenix Mountains is large enough. After entering along the passage and dispersing, he has not encountered other trainers. The one mentioned by Shinato is the first. Now, the points competition has been going on for a while, and everyone has points in their hands. Zhang Jing doesn't mind the battle with the trainer. Soon, a figure walked along the path in the forest. His face was cold, and his eyes swept to Zhang Jing. After seeing Zhang Jing's face clearly, he narrowed his eyes and said abruptly, "You are Zhang Jing. You know me." Zhang Jing raised his brows. Of course. The other party looked at Zhang Jing with a hint of sarcasm. The first person in the liberal arts exam, who doesn't know him? Zhang Jing could clearly hear that the other party emphasized the words, first person. Obviously, the hat that the media gave him has aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Zhang Jing didn't care about this. When browsing the news in the past few days, he had read a lot of slanderous comments, but he didn't expect to encounter it in the elf exam. Seeing that Zhang Jing hadn't answered, the man's eyes flashed with contempt, and he said casually, "My name is Ji Yu Cheng, from Zhongning No. 1 Middle School." He held a Pokeball in his hand. "Don't mind asking for advice, I want to gain insight and see the strength of No. 1. Before waiting for Zhang Jing to reply, he continued, "You won't choose to avoid war?" "No." Zhang Jing shook his head. He grabbed a Pokeball from his waist and said in a flat tone, "Since you want to gain knowledge, then I will satisfy you." Chapter 64_First Perspective. Official live station of the ELF examination. Open black lens bracket Luzhou No. 3 high school candidates, Zhangjing first perspective close black lens bracket. In the screen, the first view image recorded in real time by the integral recorder is displayed. In the upper right corner of the screen, Zhang Jing's points and current ranking are displayed at this time. For the protection of player privacy, the first point of view is silent. Now, with Ji Yucheng appearing on the screen, the live broadcast room suddenly became restless. A barrage floated out. Finally met other trainers. Quote, "I want to see if this Zhang Jing is serious or not. The interview is quite pretentious. I am afraid it is not an embroidered pillow. Brother upstairs just here. I've been a fan of Zhang Jing for 10 years now. Same decade-old fan. No, I remember that Zhang Jing's reputation on the internet is not good. Don't many people say that he is grandstanding? What happened to you? This Zhang Jing is a real boss. Brother just came to the first perspective. Let's just say, he has a flashing Shinado. Glitter Shinado. That's right, it's the one with superpowers. Shinado, known as the Emperor. Still shining. It's unbelievable. I was stunned when I saw it in the live broadcast room for the first time. This is the first flashing elf I have ever seen. No matter who you are, as long as you are also a fan of Zhang Jing, we are friends. Tisk tisk, I feel sorry for this trainer who is going to fight with Zhang Jing. It is estimated that he will fail miserably." In the live broadcast room from the first perspective, the barrage exchanged fiercely. Because the first place in the liberal arts exam completed the interview, Zhang Jing became a celebrity. Now, with the opening of the first perspective, it is not only like Zhang Qian. People like the Ku family who are related to him are paying attention to him. There are many ordinary people who choose to come to him to watch from the first point of view. With the shadow of the famous tree, Zhang Jing will naturally attract attention. Phoenix Mountains. A clearing in the woods somewhere. Zhang Jing and Gucheng have separate ends. Zhang Jing's eyes were calm, quietly looking at Ji Yucheng opposite. He didn't know the heated discussions in the first-person live broadcast room, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. As the elves will. As the exam progresses, his elf will inevitably be known to the public, but it's just a matter of time. Zhang Jing had already expected it. Opposite. Ji Yucheng glanced at Zhang Jing contemptuously, and then, the pokeball in his hand was thrown out. Zhang Jing squinted his eyes and released the elf at the same time. The light flashed. The figures of two elves appeared in front of them. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on Ji Yucheng. Only see. In front of Ji Yucheng is a fighting spirit. Abby Lang. A fighting spirit who is good at boxing. While Zhang Jing's eyes fell on Abelang, Ji Yucheng was also looking at the elves sent by Zhang Jing. Charizard. Glancing over the fire-breathing dragon, Ji Yucheng's face showed a hint of clarity. It really is a fire-breathing dragon. It seems that this is your strongest elf. He made speculations in his heart, and the contempt in his eyes was even greater. Then, Ji Yucheng's voice suddenly sounded. Just let me see, you liberal arts. The first person, how much power does he have? After his voice fell, the command sound followed. Abby Lang, move at high speed and approach the opponent. Abelang is a fighting elf, and close combat is undoubtedly his best method. As Ji Yucheng's voice fell, in front of him, Belong's right leg kicked, and the entire body rushed forward in an instant. Aim for the fire-breathing dragon. Under the blessing of high-speed movement, in a moment, it has crossed nearly half of the distance, and quickly drew closer to the fire-breathing dragon. Zhang Jing's eyes are calm and his voice is loud. Rise. Spray flames. Roar. The dragon roar suddenly sounded. The fire-breathing dragon's mouth opened, and the hot flames spewed out, facing the sprinting Abelang straight away. The hot flame temperature made the air tremble slightly. Abby Lang, dodge. Ji Yucheng shouted loudly. On the way forward, facing the scorching flames, a villain paused, twisted his figure, and abruptly ducked to one side. Turn the direction. Seeing this, Zhang Jing opened his mouth and said. The flames in the fire-breathing dragon's mouth kept on, the dragon's head turned, and the flames followed Abalang's side like a whip. Aggressive. Chapter 65-But so. Phoenix Mountains. Inside the forest. Open space. Zhongjing and Gucheng have separate ends. On the field. Abilan's body flickered, but the scorching flames were like maggots in the tarsus, followed closely behind, chasing after him. Ji Yu Cheng's face sank. Although his tone is quite contemptuous, he is still more afraid of the elf that has evolved to the top of the fire-breathing dragon. So, if possible, he didn't want his Abilan to be hurt at the start. But now. Ellipsis. Looking at Abi Lang, who was being chased by the flames, his eyes swept across the calm Zhongjing at the other end. Ji Yu Cheng's expression turned ruthless, and he suddenly shouted, "Abi Lang, use a vacuum wave to break this flame for me, and then take the opportunity to get close to your opponent." Quote. On the way to dodge, Abalang suddenly turned around when he heard the master's order. It swung wildly with its gloved fist. The sound of breaking air sounded. The powerful fist set off a vacuum wave, and hit the incoming flames. Next second, the vacuum wave collided with the jet flame that was about to hit Abilan. Rise. The flame was torn apart by the vacuum wave. Sparks fly. The fire-breathing dragon's offensive was suspended. Taking this opportunity, Abalang's right leg kicked, his entire body leapt up, and quickly approached the fire-breathing dragon. However, just after it just acted, the fire-breathing dragon roared, and the flames spit out again. The flame shattered by the vacuum wave recovered in an instant, and hit Abalang's body in front of him. Under the scorching flames, Abilan showed a painful expression. Ji Yu Cheng's face was gloomy, and he said, "Abalang, hold on." Listening to the master's order, Abalang's eyes flashed with determination, and he rushed forward in the face of the flames. It is obviously Ji Yu Cheng's main elf. It has been carefully nurtured and trained, so even if it is damaged by fire, it has survived. Abilan quickly approached the fire-breathing dragon. Seeing this, Zhongjing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice sounded. "You just want to fight me in close combat. In that case, I'll satisfy you." Another side. Zhongjing's voice was clearly heard by Ji Yu Cheng, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But, before he could think about it, Zhongjing's command voice had already sounded. "Fire-breathing dragon, since he wants close combat, then satisfy him, ram." As Zhongjing's voice fell, the fire-breathing dragon took the initiative to stop the flame. Fighting intent rises in its eyes, its dragon wings spread out, its legs kicked, carrying an unparalleled momentum, it takes the initiative to charge towards Abalang. Ji Yu Cheng looked happy when he saw this. Although he did not. Not clear why Zhongjing gave up his advantage, but he still seized the opportunity and said decisively, "Abi Lang, use continuous punches to let him know how powerful you are." Abi Lang's right arm moved sideways, and his fist was ready. Next second, the two elves collided suddenly. A proud look flashed across Ji Yu Cheng's eyes, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rippling into a smile. He has absolute confidence in his Abilan's melee combat ability. However, just as the smile condensed, it suddenly froze on his face. Because, at the moment when the two elves touched, Abalang's body suddenly lost his balance as if it was hit by a truck, and flew backwards. Abalang only felt an unparalleled powerful impulse, and it directly lost control of the body. Seeing Abi Lang flying out, Zhongjing's face was calm, and he said again, "Fire-breathing dragon, catch up, attack with wings." The dragon wings of the fire-breathing dragon move and rise into the sky. It's flying low. It was rapidly approaching Abilan, who flew out backwards. In an instant, the fire-breathing dragon had already caught up with Abalang, who flew out backwards, and the dragon wings swept across Abalang's body brazenly. Wing attack. Flying skills. You know, flying skills do double damage to fighting elves. After one hit, the fire-breathing dragon landed on the ground and made a dull sound. After a while, bang! The dull sound came out again. That was a villain's body smashed to the ground. After its body twitched twice, it was completely gone. Movement. Victory and defeat. The scene was eerily quiet. Ji Yu Cheng stared blankly at Abelang, who had lost his ability to fight. In his opinion, in close combat, his Abelang should have an absolute advantage. But the truth is, after the close quarters battle, his Abelang was hardly a one-on-one enemy, and he was directly hit hard by the opponent's collision skills. Another side. Zhang Jing's eyes were calm. The jet flame is a high level that requires the elves to reach a certain level to comprehend. Because Zhang Jing has less contact with high-level elves, he has not yet obtained skill fragments. But skills like collision are basically skills that only elves can master. Zhang Jing didn't know how many skill fragments exploded. Suffice to say, in addition to Shining Shinado, his other 5 elves have unique understanding of collision skills, and they can all explode with shocking and terrifying power. The integral recorder records the battle situation in real time. After the battle, the projection data quietly changed. Current points. Current ranking. After his eyes swept across the points, Zhang Jing glanced at Ji Yu Cheng opposite. After defeating Ji Yu Cheng, he got enough points. In other words, all of Ji Yu Cheng's points reached the point. This is already a top-ranked result. No wonder he is so arrogant, it seems to be a bit of strength. Zhang Jing thought for a moment, looked at Ji Yu Cheng, and a calm voice sounded. Looks like you too. But so. ... The 4th is sent, ask for the evaluation ticket flowers. Tomorrow should be the last day of the public chapter. The day after tomorrow, there will be more explosions. I hope everyone can support it. Chapter 66-Phoenix Mountain Cave. After saying this in a calm tone, Zhang Jing raised the pokeball in his hand. Red light flashed. The fire-breathing dragon returned to the pokeball. Then, Zhang Jing turned and left without stopping. In place, only Ji Yu Cheng's face was blue and red, full of gloom. ... Musician Hall. On the big screen, Zhang Jing's battle is over. Below, a low-pitched conversation suddenly sounded. As the only one who won the QGA S-level potential rating this year. Valuable trainers, they undoubtedly attach great importance to Zhang Jing. In the front seat, Ku Ling's uncle, Ku Yuan turned his head to the side and said to the person beside him, "How is it?" Next to him is the Heavenly King level trainer, Ji Ziyang. Now that he heard Ku Yuan's inquiry, Ji Ziyang said slowly, "It's really good. This fire-breathing dragon can exert such amazing power with ordinary skills. Its own aptitude and the training it has received must be quite amazing. Also, this fire-breathing dragon is obviously just one of his main elves. Not to mention anything else, the Shining Shinado that he sent in front of him, although most of the defeated wild elves were mediocre, can already get a glimpse of it. This Zhangjing trainer really deserves your Ku family's S-level evaluation." Hearing this, Ku Yuan showed a satisfied smile. In the past, the Ku family's assistance to Ji Ziyang, along with Ji Ziyang's promotion to Heavenly King, allowed them to obtain rich intangible rewards. And now, their music family seems to have made a successful cooperation again. Immediately afterwards, Ku Yuan focused his attention again on the big screen. Because his niece, Ku Ling, also started the battle with the trainer at this time. ... After leaving the place, Zhang Jing did not choose to release Shinado. He unfolded the map and browsed. The map provided to the participating trainers not only marked the scope of the test venue. Likewise, in the Phoenix Mountain, the places where there is a chance of high-level elves appearing are marked. Of course, it is up to the participants to decide whether to go or not. After all, high-level elves represent a lot of points, but they also represent danger. The 3-day and 3-night points competition is a protracted battle. The elves are severely injured and the supplies are consumed, which will have an impact on the next actions. Zhang Jing checked the map, and after confirming his current location, he quickly fixed his gaze on one spot on the map. There. It is the closest high-level elf habitat to him. After confirming the direction, Zhang Jing put away the map. He directly released the fire-breathing dragon. Flash Shinado is easy to scare away others, but spray fire dragon will not. After all, what happened just now made Zhang Jing discover that he and his fire-breathing dragon were both celebrities. Even if he didn't expose it, others would know that he had a fire-breathing dragon. That being the case, nothing to hide. Taking a leap, Zhang Jing rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and then gave the order. Dragon wings unfold. Fire-breathing dragon soars into the sky. ... Phoenix Mountain covers a huge area. After the fire-breathing dragon galloped in midair for a while, it landed quickly. Zhang Jing stepped on the ground and looked forward. I saw that in front of him, there was a cave entrance. At the entrance of the cave, a sign was also erected. Phoenix Mountain Cave, there are high-level elves inhabiting, candidates enter with caution. After taking out the map to confirm, Zhang Jing nodded. It's here. Here, it is the closest to him, and there is a chance that the habitat of high-level elves will appear. Now that the points competition has just started, and everyone has not many points, Zhang Jing is ready to take the initiative to find high-level elves and win points. From Zhang Jing's point of view, when everyone has enough points and the opportunity to refuse to fight has been used up, it is the best time for him to take action. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jing stepped into the cave. The fire-breathing dragon followed closely behind. Because he didn't know what was going on inside, Zhang Jing didn't take back the fire-breathing dragon. After entering the cave, the lights suddenly dimmed. It's night now, and there are lighting equipment and moonlight on Phoenix Mountain, so it's not dark, but inside this cave. But it can't compare to the outside. After leading the fire-breathing dragon a few steps forward again, the surroundings were completely dark, and it was almost invisible. Only the flame at the tail of the fire-breathing dragon swayed behind him, like a candle in the dark night, illuminating a small area. Zhang Jing was already prepared. He took out the light bulb from the dimensional pocket and flipped the switch. It suddenly brightened in front of him. Zhang Jing glanced at the lamp in his hand, shook his head, and said in his heart, "It's a pity, I didn't let Pikachu learn to flash, otherwise I don't have to prepare these." Thoughts flashed through his mind. The lamp in the hand emits a bright light, illuminating the surroundings. Zhang Jing turned the lamp and observed the surrounding situation. Suddenly, under the light of the lamp, a pair of eyes were reflected. That's a genie. Before Zhang Jing could think about it, the other party seemed to be touched by the light and rushed towards Zhang Jing. Chapter 67-Explore. Under the light of the light, Zhang Jing suddenly saw its figure clearly. That's a small fist stone. As in elves with rock plus ground attributes, Little Fist Stone likes to live in caves full of rock walls. It is not surprising that Zhang Jing will meet each other here. His eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly he said, "Fire-breathing dragon, stop it, and shoot flames." Roar. With a low roar from the fire-breathing dragon, his body jumped up and stopped in front of Zhang Jing. In front of it is the small fist stone that is charging, and its dragon mouth is open. Hot flames spew out. Under the lights, the fire shines. The flames bombarded Xiao Quanqi's body fiercely. There was a hint of pain on its face. However, but he didn't lose his fighting ability directly. The small fist stone with the rock attribute has half the resistance to fire skills. Seeing this, Zhang Jing immediately said, "Fire-breathing dragon, dragon's wrath." Roar. The dragon roar suddenly sounded. There was even a faint echo in the cave. Dragon's mouth of a fire-breathing dragon. Zhang, and then, a shock wave full of power shot out. Bang. The dragon's fury slammed into Xiao Quanqi's body. Under the strong impact, its body flew backwards. With 2 skills in a row, combined with the already leading level of fire-breathing dragon, Xiao Quanxi completely lost his fighting ability. Zhang Jing glanced at the projection data. This small fist stone brought him some points. It seems that its level is not low, Zhang Jingxin said. After defeating Xiaochuan stone, Zhang Jing continued along the cave. After thinking about it, he took back the fire-breathing dragon. Generally speaking, in this kind of cave, there are most of the spirits of the ground plus rock attribute. A fire-breathing dragon with fire plus flying attributes can't take advantage of it. Therefore, in order to improve the progress of obtaining points, Zhang Jing directly chose to withdraw it. Then, his mind moved, and a light flashed in front of him. A graceful figure appeared in front of him. Shinado. After appearing, Shinado's soft voice is in Zhangjing. Heart-wringing. Master. Zhangjing nodded slightly towards it, and then said, Sanaduo, be ready to fight at any time. Okay. After answering, Shinado's eyes showed a trace of seriousness. Then, along the cave, 1 person and 1 elf continued to move forward. Soon, Zhang Jing met his second opponent. That's a rumbling stone. The evolution of the small fist stone. After the small fist stone reaches LV, will evolve into a rumbling stone. As the map sign said, the level of elves here is indeed much higher than other places. After Zhang Jing discovered Longlong Stone, the other party also found him. The elves in this cave are obviously quite wary of human beings. The moment they saw Zhang Jing, Long Shi's hands suddenly raised the stone and threw it towards Zhang Jing's position. Falling rocks. Even without Zhang Jing opening the command, Shinado, who has telepathy with Zhang Jing, took action immediately. Its arms waved, the bright purple light shone in its eyes, and the power of thought. Start suddenly. The stone thrown by the long stone was suddenly controlled by the thought force, and then fell to the ground. Opposite. Seeing that a single blow could not be made, Long Shi's body rolled into a ball, turned into a rock ball, and rolled directly towards Zhang Jing. It is rapidly approaching the river view. Seeing this, Zhang Jing's mind moved. Zanaido, mind power, control its actions. Mind power is activated again. Psychic power rippled around the body that rolled forward, and its movements suddenly stagnated in place. Be read. Force control. Long Shi did not give up, struggling hard. However, how can the mind power of the Super Queen Shinado be so easy to break free? Without any hesitation, Zhang Jing said, Shiniduo, magic leaf, solve it. Shinado's arms dance. In an instant. In front of it. One after another, sharp blades shining with strange rays of light condensed and formed. Magic leaf skill. Then, under the control of Shinado, the magic leaf whistled towards the rumble stone. And go. The sound of breaking the air kept ringing. Then, the magic leaf bombarded the body of rumble stone. There was a look of pain on its face, and after twitching twice, it fell to the side weakly. One hit kill. Zhang Jing's expression was calm, without any surprises. The super-type elves have no attribute restraint when facing the elves of the rock plus ground attribute. But Shinado, but one of the elves who can learn magic leaf skills. Magic. Fey is a grass-type skill. And grass-based skills deal 4 times as much damage to elves with rock plus ground attributes. After defeating Long Shi, Zhang Jing glanced at the points. As he had guessed, the rank of this rumble stone was obviously not low, and it directly gave him 4 points. Along the cave passage, Zhang Jing continued to move forward. After walking for a distance, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. There is a lot of openness around. Zhang Jing held up the lamp and swept around, observing the surrounding environment. He seems to have come to the cave. Inside, this is a wide field, surrounded by dark entrances. I don't know where to go. Just as Zhang Jing held up the lamp, the light swept around. Heart. Shinado's voice suddenly sounded. Master, to the northwest of you, there is a fairly large elf. P. On the shelves at 6 p.m., please subscribe. Testimonials for listing involving updates after listing. Let's talk about the issue of listing explosions that everyone is most concerned about. 10 chapters break out on the first day of shelves _ If the support of the Thai family is strong. If the reading is good enough, we will continue to add more updates on the basis of the 7 chapters uptake. Then there is the update after the launch. And the previous book has 23,000 V _ barely, then it depends on the subscription on the first day. Updates after launch are also different. Reached 1500 first orders. After the shelf _ 5 changes per day. Reached 2000 first orders. After the shelf _ every day. Reach 3000. The first move. After the live rack _ 8 changes a day. Going further. The author dare not think about QAQ. _ Tsukiko-kun is ready for the night battle _ It's up to Dabao to give me this chance. Originally, I thought a lot before I wrote the testimonials, but when I wrote it, I would not be able to sell it badly. The author's job is to write stories. It will be on the shelves around 6 o'clock tonight, please subscribe. Because of setting VIN, this testimonial is in the VIP volume, _ but this chapter doesn't have enough words. There is no charge. Don't worry _ Chapter 68 _ Cave Battle 1. Northwest Uptak. Pretty big elf. Zhang Jing thought for a moment in his mind. He who provides light from the lamp. It is extremely difficult to confirm the direction at the first time. There is no reference after all. In Zhang Jing's mind, he followed the direction he came in. He thought about where the northwest was. But, Next second, Zhang Jing no longer needs to confirm the direction. Because inside the cave, in a certain direction, a deafening sound of activity suddenly sounded. River view. Without any hesitation, turning the light bulb in his hand, he suddenly looked at the source of the sound. The light of the lamp is reflected in the past. Dao's figure entered Zhang Jing's line of sight _ It was an elf whose entire body was made of giant stones. Now entrenched on the ground. 2 rocky snake. A big rock snake with rock and ground attributes. It seems to have just woken up from a deep slumber. Now its huge head is turning and looking around. 1 _ as the lights of the river scene map over, its attention is flattened = time is attracted. The vicious Qiaguang suddenly looked at Zhang Jing and Sinead Chop 1. Then, 2. Its body fluttered, and it rushed towards Zhang Jing. It seems that because Zhang Jing disturbed its dormancy, it is quite angry. The huge body wriggled on the ground with bursts of roaring sounds. Ground. The huge body of the rock was crushed. It shattered, and the rubble flew. The imposing manner of this Taiyan snake is quite amazing. After coming to this world, Zhang Jing saw Taiyan snake for the first time. Before I have seen the evolution of Taiyan snake. Taigang snake. But that had nothing to do with Kuyuan and Jizayang. Now, watching the big rock snake rushing aggressively, Jing said, Xanaduo, mind power. The moment the voice fell Shinedo's arms are raised Mind power. Taiyan snake's body rushing forward. But point 1. After only a few seconds, it broke through the shackles of Shinedo's psychic power and moved on. The big rock snake. The level is obviously not low _ power, the amount is quite too uptak. This made Shinedo's thought power unable to bind it for a long time. Zhang Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. Big rock snake. In this case Zhang Jing's palm was clasped around his waist, and he was already holding a pokeball. Then, the light of the pokeball lights up in the cave. 2 figures of Peng Tai appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Glittering carp dragon. Red storm. Yajing has been watching after entering here. After observing the surrounding environment, this is a fairly wide place in the cave, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate the large rock snake to survive. The size of the tyrannosaur is here not subject to any restrictions. Turning his eyes, followed the sound, and suddenly looked towards the front. Big rock snake L. Carp. Tian snake seems to have noticed it too. The existence of dragons. Interest. The viciousness emanating from the opponent's body stopped the movement of Tian snake's advance. Up-tack. But then, its sharp look in the moonlight, after passing, its body rushed towards the tyrannical carp dragon. Come to L. Just after approaching the Tyrannosaurus. Its body up-tack. Then, the huge body suddenly swayed. Iron tail L cross. On its huge tail, the light flashed, and then it slashed fiercely towards the tyrannical carp dragon. In the cave, with a deafening, empty sound. Zhang Jing's voice is almost at the same time. Tyrannosaurus. Water tail 1. Quote. The tyrannical carp dragon itself is quite a fierce elves, and the big rock snake took the initiative to attack. Have made it quite dissatisfied. Now at the moment when the jargon falls, it unfolds. The crimson body shakes. On the tail of Tyrannosaurus, layer. The swirling water looked around. In a moment. Boom times underscore. This is the first of two large elves. Collision up-tack. Water tail up-tack. Bot tail. The tails of the two elves suddenly twitched together. Under the collision of the flesh, it exploded. A deafening roar sound L. Shaking slightly. In Zhang Jing's ear, he could hear some hastily fleeing. That is the fine weight living in the cave, now because of the succession of two behemoths. Choose to flee. Tyrannosaurus. Tian snake tail. Hit together. After an instant, steep. In the sharp gaze of the big rock snake. Then flashed, silk pain. Back. Its shape involuntarily. The water tail is a water-based skill. For rock and ground attribute. Snake, can create quadruple wounded. By contrast. Iron tail, it's a steel skill. Steel type to water type Tyrannosaurus. Lion that will be reduced. Even if the level of this dragon and snake is very likely to be ahead of the violent, but under this blow, it still falls. Downwind. Zhang Jing's attention has been concentrated. When I saw the tail of the water stream of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, I repelled the sound. He didn't hesitate. Refer to. Outgoing. Tyrannosaurus. Freezing rays L. Pursue the victory. The dragon's mouth of the Tyrannosaurus opened, scattered. The most cold breath shoots out. At cold temperatures, the air is condensation L. Then, snake. The freezing light suddenly hit the big. On the body. Covered by the cold snap. It hurts 300. The bitter look is even more so. Ice system, also forms grams for it. The most terrible thing is that two methods are in big. The body of the rock snake spreads, over oneself, body. Frozen. I am lucky 122 inches. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. Snake. Seeing the big finger in a frozen state. He's not ready to waste time. The voice blurted out. Shinado, Magic Leaf 1. Tyrannosaurus, Hot Water Mountain, Sheng. This is not a game, it's a battle of one elves, but it's not fair. Y1. Dragon Coochie of Tyrannosaurus. Zhang, with. Spit out hot boiling water. Another side. Shinado's arm waved. The magic leaves congeal. Accompanied by the breaking of the air. The magic spit gallops away L. Next second, 2 in. Hot water, magic spit film outrageously bang. Onto the body of the big rock snake. Because of the hot water, the frozen state on Tian was lifted. Restored. Body control. But. It's too late. Boom in hot water and magic leaves one after another, on the body of our strong damage burst. The big rock snake let out a whimper. Then. Mess with. With a deafening roar. The splattered smoke and dust, the huge snake of Tian. Smashed to the ground 1_. The content of the book is reprinted on wukongm.wkkshu.cm to see the latest chapter. Shift M. WKKSHU. Newly added internal O group 871,511,807 priority. Chapter 69_ The King's Sigh 2. Inside the cave. In the festival of light illuminated by the lamp Jane, you can clearly see the fine dust splashing around. The huge body of the big rock snake fell to the ground. There is no movement. The battle is over. Projection data jitter of integral recorder. Current points, 887 points. Current rank, 1. Zhang Jing's eyes fixed on the points for a moment. After defeating Rumblestone, his points came to 277 points. And now, directly to 887 points. In other words, this big rock snake, give him a full 610 points. That's quite a bountiful return. It also made Zhang Jing's points come first in one fell swoop. First time to the top. Zhang Jing was a little shocked at the points provided by this Tian snake at first, but the thoughts in his mind turned, and he wanted to understand. 610 points seems like a lot. But that's only in the early stage. You know, just defeat a sufficient number of low-level elves. Then you can easily collect 610 points. In comparison, this big rock snake has mastered the Iron Tail skill, and at least it is above Li 40. I'm afraid, in the entire number 177 village area, there are not many people who can buy it. Looks like a big rock snake, which provides dozens of times the points of other wild elves, but in fact, the difficulty of defeating this big rock snake is much higher than defeating dozens of low-level elves. The latter only requires sufficient time to complete. But the former. But it needs real strength as support. I don't know how much higher the threshold is. And to fight this Tian snake, have to bear various risks after defeat. Thinking about it this way, Zhang Jing felt that the points were a bit low. His fight with the Tian snake looked rather simple. Easier. That's because the storm carp, the dragon, perfectly restrained the big rock snake attack. If not, Zhang Jing wants to win. I'm afraid it will take some hard work. After taking out the elf picture book, Zhang Jing checked the information of Shinado and Tyrannosaurus. Their levels have been increased. Shinado has reached LV 34. Carp Dragon reached LV 33. The level of this Tian snake is very high, and after defeating it, it provides a wealth of experience to the two elves. Return the Tyrannosaurus to the Pokeball. Zhang Jing briefly explored the surroundings by the light of the lamp. A hall-like lot in the cave, which is quite wide. But, 2. This is apparently the private residence of the Tian snake. Zhang Jing probed around and saw no other elves. Of course. It may also be because of the battle between the tyrannical carp dragon and the big rock snake just now. It is suitable for life here. The elves were directly scared away. After the investigation, Zhang Jing led Shinado, selected one of the intricate entrances around, and walked in. Zhang Jing's first perspective live broadcast room. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has become more and more famous. Place in all the first view fish live broadcast rooms. Today, the full screen of the barrage is occupied by 666. Occasionally interspersed with a few different barrages. He's a real boss. Zhang Jing will be my idol from now on. I was wrong. I thought he was just pretending to be in the interview, but I didn't expect Zhang Jing to be a real evil attack. Glittering carp dragon, that's the shining carp dragon. That Tian snake 1 or 2, it doesn't look like something to provoke. Yuri was actually defeated by Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing's points are already the first in the competition area. Brother Meng, I have already gone to the forum to post. Everyone, please go to the post. Zhang Jing to old fans report L_. I want to give Zhang Jingsheng a monkey uptack. I announce that the Zhangjing fan group was established today uptack. There is no light in the cave, only the light provided by the lamp. This leads to, when Zhang Jinggang entered the cave, the number of people in the first view live broadcast room plummeted. After all, such a painted environment, feeling shy. They came to see the elf fighting, not the horror movie. But, with the appearance of the big rock snake, with the appearance of the flashy carp dragon, cooperating with the official director of the live broadcast station, I found that, after this scene, I pulled it to the recommended position. The number of people in the live broadcast room broke out in gangrene. Although I could only watch the battle vaguely by the light provided by the lamp, but only the two sides of the battle, Dion Snake. Glittering Carp Dragon. It's enough to make you happy. Fluttering L. Today, the number of people in the first-person live broadcast room is still increasing sharply, and L accompanied the audience who watched the battle to promote the name of Zhang Jing. After the liberal arts exam, L was once again mentioned by the general public. Composer. Seeing the shaking light, Jizuyang let out a long breath after the body of the big rock snake fell. He turned his head and looked at Ku Yuan. Shen said, Ku Yuan, you Ku family, this time. Really found a treasure. He can actually have two sparkling elves. And, the strength that he exerts himself, the mastery of the details of the elves is also quite in place. Ku Yuan didn't answer, he just showed a rather complacent smile. He did know the existence of the flashing carp dragon, Bai Yi Qiling had seen it at the very beginning. Jizuyang shook his head and continued to sigh, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it. Such a battle actually happened in the elf exam where only rookie trainers participated. This Zhang. Future Unlimited L. Phoenix Mountain. Legend L. Come back. With a soft call, the yellow thunder elf returned to its master. Nuo Li Jiao _ that is a tall figure with short hair and a good face. Her name is Zhang Yi, and she is a contestant in Division 177. Thunder Elf returning to his side, he liked to check the projection data. Current points, 310 _. Current rank, 2. Bell. Yi blinked his eyes twice. Somewhat surprised. Is someone overtaken by me? Her mind moved. The finger lightly touched the current rank on the projection. The projection flickers slightly. Then, below the current ranking, a line of information was displayed again. 577 points away from the first place _. At the moment of seeing the numbers clearly, Zhang Yi's eyes could not help but open too much. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and even his mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. She murmured in disbelief, how can it exceed so much? L. Chapter 70 _ In-Depth Exploration 3. Chapter 80, Old Beggar. This old man is disheveled. He looks like an old beggar. Half squinted, just lying in the nest belonging to Millet cannot get up. Xiaomi can't move, _ on I'm going to kick the west foot. Bai Zontang stopped Xiaomi quickly. Xiaomi, he is so old, you kick H = kick to death again, stop. Xiaomi stopped when Bai Zontang and Tong Shangyu came over. Tong Shangyu also stepped forward and said, what's going on here? Tell the foreheads, don't use violence. Xiaomi said angrily, this morning our beggar gang had a party at the Chengwang temple. I just left, and this old guy took over our stall. I let him go. I'm really mad at me if he doesn't leave. Tong Shangyu persuaded, oh, you. Look at him like this. He's getting old again. Maybe he's also a member of your beggar gang. If you give him your position, it's over. However, Xiaomi excitedly said, impossible. I don't know which one beggar in the 5T of Fangyuan. I don't know, he is not a beggar gang at all. Bai Zontang rode, even if it's not from the beggar gang. You can't beat him. Millet rode, _ Look at him like this. It doesn't look like a good person. Let him get out of here, or I won't recognize people with my fists and feet." Saying that, he also put on a starter pose. Bai Zantang smiled and said, "Yo, Xiaomi, I don't see that you are still a trainer." Xiaomi proudly said, "Of course, I told Xie that I am already a disciple of the beggar gang's 3 bags. The elders have already taught me the unique technique of the beggar gang, the lotus palm." Bai Zantang waved his hand and said, "It's all right. Don't show off. Then look at the old beggar lying down. According to Xiaomi, this guy is 80% is foreign. I don't know why, but I stayed in Xiaomi's nest and didn't leave." Tang Xiangyu seemed to be unable to persuade Xiaomi L, so he squatted down and said to the old beggar, "Old man, can you still move?" "Old man is fine," and replied, "The old man is tough. You can call him to fight." "The old man, I will call and I will lose." Bai Zantang rolled his eyes, thinking that this old man was also stubborn. "Xiaomi, listen," pointing at the old man and saying one, "Hey, you old man, you have taken up my land. Are you still reasonable?" Tang Xiangyu quickly pulled the 2 away again. Millet's nest is right next to the door of the inn not far from the corner. The 2 of them shouted like this. Several guests who were about to enter the inn turned their heads and left. Tang Xiangyu's heart is a pain. If these 2 goods continue like this, Xinhuang's store will not be opened. So Tang Xiangyu said to Bai Zantang, "Tang, think of a way." Bai Zantang took it back slightly and said, "Or, let's take this old man to the inn first." Tang Xiangyu immediately said, "No way. You see he is so dirty, why don't he drive all the guests away when he picks up the inn?" "Hoot." Xiaomi said from the side, "Oh, I want to say that it's not so troublesome. Old Bai, let's carry him. Just throw it to the side of the road." Bai Zantang shrugged, noncommittal. "It may seem a little unethical to do so, but it doesn't matter. There are a lot of beggars these days. Don't think that he gave relief to the victims. Just as he Bai Zantang is a kind-hearted virgin. He understands better than anyone that there will always be poor people in this world who cannot be saved. Even if you are the richest in the world, if you really want to let go of it, you will only find that compared to his wealth, it is also less effective for the poor all over the world. It's just a sea millet." But Tang Xiangyu obviously would not agree with Xiaomi's idea, and finally went through some entanglement. Tang Xiangyu said, "Why didn't we help him to the backyard first and give him a meal? Then let him go immediately." "This is a compromise," Bai Zantang naturally agreed. So he squatted down, to the old beggar. "Come with us, old man. I'll give you a meal." Slowly opened all his eyes. Look at Bai Zantang. Then he said, "Okay, finally someone will take pity on this immortal me." Saying that, he stood up tremblingly. Bai Zantang quickly stepped forward to support him. Help the old beggar to the backyard. The 2 took the old beggar to the backyard. Shaho and Guo Farong were in front of the wooden frame made by Bai Zantang. Curious onlookers. See Bai Zantang coming. Guo Farong couldn't help but ask, "Hey, old white. I saw you carrying this thing in just now, what is this thing?" Bai Zantang said, "I got Shaho to practice strength." Guo Farong was immediately surprised. She had guessed for a long time just now, but she did not expect this strangely shaped frame. It turned out to be used to practice for Shaho. Immediately said, "How do you use it? Can this thing still be used for practice?" Bai Zantang said, "I'll tell you later. Come and give me a hand." Guo Farong glanced at the ragged old beggar with a look of disgust. "Hey, it stinks. I don't want it." Bai Zantang said, "If you don't help, just leave." Guo Farong said immediately, "Hello, you are so cruel." Tang Xiangyu hurriedly said, "Okay, Xiao Guo, you go to the Taidang first. It's all here, and there is no one in the lobby." Guo Farong said, "Scholars are not still in Nima." Tang Xiangyu said impatiently, "Oh, let you go, you go." Guo Farong had no choice but to purse her mouth. Reluctantly, she returned to the lobby. The old beggar who was sitting beside the mill, sit here first, I'll get you 2 steamed buns. Who would have guessed that the old beggar was actually sitting on the ground with a pat on the grinding plate? Shouted, I want to eat meat up tack, I want to eat meat. Don't eat steamed buns. Tong Shangyu saw that the old beggar was sloppy and rolled hurriedly said, okay, let's ask Dazui to copy a dish for you. But the old beggar was still not satisfied. Continue to shout, I'm going to eat in the lobby, I don't want to eat here. Bai Zontang glared, hey. This old man stepped on his nose. As soon as he said it, he was about to take action. There should be no sympathy for this old rogue. Tong Shangyu covered his forehead drops God. Then stopped by Zontang Road. A good man will do it to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Let him go. Bai Zontang said. No, he is like this, let him go to Taitang. Wouldn't that affect the guests' meals? Tong Shangyu said, that's why I have to trouble Zontang, let's go. Bai Zontang froze for a while, and said slowly, what do you mean? King Tong Shang said, wash him. Then change his clothes. Bai Zontang was about to speak, but the old beggar shouted, the old man has hands. Have feet. I'm going to wash it myself. Bai Zontang breathed a sigh of relief. 1 Wukong reads books. High-speed first release m.wkkshu.com plus Q Group 871,511,807 can urge more books to vomit blood in the update. No stolen pictures jjm.wkkshu.com. Chapter-71 treat him with his way 4. Chapter 90. Bai Li Jingblong. Old beggar to take a bath. Bai Zontang put on another clothes. Seeing the refreshed beggar come out, I feel disgusting no matter how I look at it. However, the old beggar revealed his true face after receding the dirt on his body. He looks plain and indifferent, but his half-open eyes are slightly deep. Bai Zontang said, let's go. The old beggar was also welcome. He directly followed Bai Zontang to Taitang. Sitting in front of the elm-wood table, Lu Shoukai, who was behind the counter, quietly called out a bag to Bai Zontang. Bai Zon. Tang walked over. Lu Shoukai glanced at the old beggar, and said, who is this old Bai? Ah. Bai Zontang rode. Forget it. Linger is really unlucky to be escaped by this old man. Lu Shoukai said, what's going on? Bai Zontang kept things simple and told Lu Shoukai to enter. Lu Shoukai said with a smile, don't be angry, as the saying goes, saving 2 lives is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Bai Zontang waved his hand casually. Tong Shangyu over there also brought up the food prepared by Li Taizui. The old beggar glanced at him and said, this dish doesn't look delicious. Bai Zontang said, then don't eat it. The old beggar made a and ignored Bai Zontang. He picked up his chopsticks and ate. Only took 2 bites. I saw that he spit out the Chinese food with disgust on his face. Bah, is this what people eat? Bai Zontang hasn't said anything yet. Tong Shangyu can't help it this time. If you don't want to eat, then leave quickly, don't interfere with our business here. The old beggar sneered twice and said, it's ridiculous that people don't even talk about such a bad meal as writing. Tong Shangyu's direct shot. Only then did I straighten out my breath. Haven't spoken yet. Li Dazui from the back kitchen came out with the dishes directly. Who said the food I made was unpalatable? Looking at this aggressive appearance, ordinary people would really be frightened. The old beggar was still calm. He said, I said, tilde. Li Dazui stepped forward and said, is that what you said? You have the ability to make one for me to see. The old beggar smiled and said, okay, I'll make you a braised pig's head. Voice just fell, but I saw the old beggar suddenly jumping up and running. With one palm, he patted Li Dazui's head. The palm wind whistled, with an extremely high temperature. In an instant, he came to Li Dazui. Mrs. Li could smell the burnt smell of his own hair. The whole person is directly stunned and frightened, to move and dare not move. Bai Zontang stared too much, not good. Immediately, the whole office performed Qinggong. He intercepted it in front of Li Dazui, and used his Prajna palm. Attack the old beggar. Fortunately, he was close enough, otherwise, I am afraid that really Dazui would really turn into a braised pig's head. Bang! Palms meet. Burst out. Bai Zontang only felt that an extremely hot inner chi was constantly invading. Hastily resisted. But he made a move in a hurry, and he had the upper hand. The old man didn't know what his true identity was, but Shiju was actually not weak. The two retreated, and Bai Zontang stepped back 3 steps in a row. Fortunately, Li Dazui was behind him. He was a meat pad. The old man jumped to the door of the inn by force. At this time, all the diners in the inn ran away. Bai Zon. Tang stared at the old man and said coldly, "Who the hell are you?" The old man laughed, said, "I pretended to be a beggar to sneak in and touch the truth. I didn't expect you to be a master here." Bai Zontang suddenly realized, no wonder the old man keeps doing things. It turned out to be to meet everyone in the inn. And the last person he saw was Li Dazui. After that, he made a bold move. Bai Zontang shouted, "Hurry up and leave." There was a voice outside the inn over there. "Master takes the sword." Talk. Before the sound fell, he saw a long sword being thrown flying over. "Old man, catch it, the whole person cushion is completely transformed. How can it be that the old beggar looks like a robe just now?" It was actually exuding a majestic aura. Bai Jutang frowned and said secretly, "Sect master." Suddenly he shouted at the old man, "You are the head of Kushan School 91 inches. At this time, the one who throws the long sword. He also arrived at the door of the inn. Stand with the head. It is a tall and straight, middle-aged man wearing strong clothes." When the old man heard Bai Zontang's words, he let out a long laugh and said, "Not bad. Listen carefully to the old age's Baili Jingblong L." Bai Zontang did not expect it. Wang Chengji and Zhao Tianyu went to Duanren's old nest. But equals in a blink of an eye the head of the family found here. Bai Zontang said, "Sect Master Baili, we have no injustice in the past and no enmity in the past." "What do you mean?" Baili Jingblong sneered and said, "Stop pretending. Who doesn't know that you have a good relationship with that kid Zhao Tianyu? Besides, I also heard that his apprentice is in the inn. Is it the stupid big guy in the backyard?" Bai Zontang frowned suddenly. It seems that Baili Jingblong is actually. He has been monitoring Zhao Tianyu and others. Otherwise, the time will never be pinched exactly. Zhao Tianyu just walked away. He came to the door with his hind foot. After a little thought, Bai Jutang figured out the cause and effect. Baili Jingblong never gave up seeking revenge for Zhao Tisheng. However, Zhao Tianyu was injured after his trip to Taiyuan. He has always lived with the Taoist Sanju. So Baili Jingblong did not dare to act rashly. But one equals has been silently monitoring the other. Tianyu brought Shaho Longyuan to Texia town to find him. Originally based on the Zhangxiang experience of Zhao Tianyu and Wang Chengji. It is very difficult to find whereabouts Qian Haozi. So this time it should be Shaho Longyuan who exposed their traces. And because of Wang Chengji's side, the two of them have a record of killing the first banner owner of the evil flag and making Taiyuan city too troublesome. Therefore, this Baili Jingblong dare not directly hard steal. I actually thought of a way to come here and tie Shaho. It's really a despicable obstacle. To Yugufu Inn. There are also many rumors in the arena. The cautious Baili Jingblong decided to disguise himself. Explore the truth. It turned out to be an entire inn. Except for Bai Zontang, who was considered a master, the rest were just ordinary people. Only Guo Farong is a third-rate. Shaho Longyuan is a second-rate. But also completely invisible. So he immediately revealed his true face. Baili Jingblong was holding a long sword and said, "Your name is Bai Zontang, right? I'll advise you to stay out of your own business. wkkshu.com. Chapter 72_outside vibration 5. Chapter 92, Starry Swordsmanship. Byzantine smiled coldly and said, "Perhaps you don't know yet. Shaho is Lao Niu's apprentice, and he is also my apprentice." Bailey Jinglong squinted his eyes slightly. "Oh. It seems that there is no way to go on talking. Then you should die." Afterwards, he gestured to the tall and straight middle-aged man behind him, and when he saw him, he turned around and headed towards the backyard. And Shaho Longyuan was the bee in the backyard. Byzantine immediately shouted, "Where are you going?" Before the words fell, people rushed out. But Bailey Jinglong obviously won't let. He went forward, the long sword moved, and it turned into a shock. Byzantine performed chasing the clouds and the moon. Unexpectedly, he turned around urgently without losing speed. A sword light flashed by Bailey Jinglong. But Bailey Jinglong is worthy of being the head of the Kashan faction, a first-class peak master with strong skills. A flick of the wrist. Electric switch star gallop. In an instant, the sword in his hand was like a shooting star. Catch up very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was killed in front of Byzantine. Byzantine gritted his teeth and turned around again. Wiping sword. The edge of the front. Flashed this. Light on the sword still made Byzan 150 Hall feel a chill. Bailey Jinglong didn't expect Byzantine to flash his two swords one after another, and his expression was slightly surprised. With this, fantasy sword art, he has been in the rivers and lakes for decades, and naturally he will not be so easily escaped by Byzantine. Immediately the tip of the sword equals trembling. The sword situation turned 10,000 again. Spark fire. I saw Bailey Jinglong's sword point out, and a little cold light bloomed in the air. But just at this point, the cold light spreads in the blink of an eye. In between, all are fierce swords. Overwhelming, like a monstrous fire wave that can burn. With the breath of destruction. Swept in. Byzantine stopped and faced this situation, and it was difficult for him to dodge. Even if he still has 3 chances to turn around, but there is no free space to provide him with shelter. The trajectory of the internal force has changed, and Byzantine is really worried about Shaho Longyuan, who is a bug in the backyard. Although Shahu's strength is not weak, the strength of his subordinates who can follow Bailey Jinglong to come is definitely strong. I saw. Byzantine's figure seems to be transformed into a cloud of smoke. Fluttering and scattered, cannot see the real. Actually penetrated through this blazing ab_fh fire. This time, Bailey Jinglong was really surprised. What kind of light work is this? It seems that I underestimate you too much. Avoid this trick. Byzantine's internal body movement route changed back to chasing clouds and moon. Use the last twist directly. Immediately, the trajectory of the figure deviates, avoiding a sword from Bailey Jinglong. The speed of the whole person does not decrease. Instead, the address is increased. Chip. Seeing that we have reached the road to curtain in the backyard. But Bailey Jinglong would obviously not give up. The sword is forward, and the steps are hard. Quick step shooting star. In the starry swordsmanship, there are 2 types of Qinggong moves in total. One is the quick step meteor. It is used for short distance leaps when fighting. The second is wearing the moon and wearing the stars, and you hurry up. Used for long distance raids. Seeing this move, Bailey Jinglong immediately chased behind Byzantine. Scarce morning stars. The Beilejing dragon sword is a little sharper. A few cold ons bloom. Just like the stars in the morning, rare and inconspicuous, but the most durable. Byzantine frowned. Gritting his teeth, he has exhausted his means, but he still can't get rid of this difficult Bailey Jinglong. He knows. If you don't kill Bailey Jinglong first, he definitely couldn't get away. A little cold light shattered the door curtain. At the critical moment, Byzantine was erratic and turned to the other side of the guest table. On the table here, there are still wine and dishes left by diners. Bai Zantang smashed the entire table with 1 foot. Even the soup and water were splashed on Bai Li Jinglong. Bai Li Jinglong stood with his sword, facing the sudden attack. Without panic. The stars are bright. Seeing countless sword lights flashing, Bai Zantang didn't know that Bai Li Jinglong became famous as a young sword at this moment. All I know is that the table and dishes he kicked over shattered equals ground. And Bai Li Jinglong didn't even splash a drop of vegetable water on his body. Bai Zantang knew that the enemy he faced today was probably the strongest existence he had ever faced in his life. One Yang finger. Yi Yang's fingers shot towards Bai Li Jinglong. But it was swordsman. Breathe out. Bai Zantang stepped forward and used his prajna palm to fight with Bai Li Jinglong. With all kinds of martial arts, even Bai Li Jinglong is a top-notch expert. There is no winner or loser for a moment. But Bai Zantang was anxious because he had just heard Guo Farong's screams and Shaho Longyuan's roar from the backyard. I don't know how it is now. 100,000 fire urgent attack. Bai Zantang didn't have time to fight with Bai Li Jinglong slowly, and gave orders directly in his mind. System. Loading Lu. Zhaofeng, Taoist Beishuang. In an instant, Bai Zantang only felt that some kind of change had taken place in him. Master tricks. A momentary flaw is also extremely fatal. Bai Li Jinglong is an old river and lake for decades, and naturally seizes this momentary opportunity tightly. The sword stabs horizontally. Bai Zantang's eyes are full of light. The entire body moved backwards. But it is indescribably elegant and unrestrained. Bai Li Jinglong was shocked. Oh, how many lightweight exercises do you know? That's right, although Bai Zantang after loading the card, no. The La uses an LT, chasing the clouds and catching the moon, and flying Shu Qingyangong. But he can use Feng Wu Ju Tian. This extremely light art from Lu Zhaofeng with 4 eyebrows is also of extremely high grade. At this time, Bai Li Jinglong had already forced Bai Zantang into the corner. You have no way out, you should die. The sword moves out of the stars. The stars are shining 1 foot. Bai Zantang only felt as if he had seen the stars in the sky. Countless dots of light bloomed in front of him. But there can be countless stars, but only one sword. Handle. Bai Zantang raised his fingers slowly, his slender index and middle fingers stretched out. 1 finger. This is the long sword screaming unwillingly. Bai Li Jinglong was shocked. What martial arts is this? He really did not expect that someone in this world could rely on 2 fingers. He grabbed his sword. Bai Zantang smiled slightly, Lingxi. Naturally, Bai Li Jinglong had never heard of this fingering. I saw his face gloomy. Abandon the sword. Left hand suddenly. He waved it and shot it towards Bai Zantang. Eat my fire palm. Bai Zantang was naturally unwilling to be outdone. Then, you can also pick me up with the Xuanming palm. Chapter 73-2 Into the Cave 6. Chapter 92. Xuanming Fire 2 Layers of Heaven. Consistent rhinoceros defeat the enemy with 1 finger. The Xuanming Divine Palm is an extremely sinister palm technique, and the palm power whistles like an overwhelming sea. If you shoot it against the enemy, there will be an extremely cold internal force rushing over. It can make the opponent show time and the whole body is cold. The recipient showed a green 5-finger palm print. The cold poison entered the body. The tentacles were cold. It was like touching a piece of ice. A spot on the vest looked like charcoal was on fire. The surrounding is cold to the bone. The cold poison penetrates the body. However, Bai Li Jinglong's flaming palm contains explosive. The effect of fire poison. Shot out. The heat wave is rolling. Even the air was twisted and evaporated. Before Bai Zantang and Bai Li Jinglong hurriedly fought for the first time, they used Prajna Palm against Raging Fire Palm. K. Rao is still repulsed by the palm of his Prajna Palm. The palm of the hand is like a fire, like burning hot. Bai Li Jinglong's star-studded swordsmanship and flaming palms are famous stunts. That's why Bai Zantang loaded Lu Zhaofeng and Taoist Beishuang at the same time. What he wants is to use this extremely poisonous Schwanming divine palm to restrain his scorching heat. Incomparable fire palm. Palms touched each other, but there was a burst of zzz sound. Bailey Jinglong was surprised again. He thought Bai Zantang would continue to use Prajna palm. But he didn't expect Bai Zantang to use another technique that matched his attributes in a blink of an eye. Zantang's various martial arts switching back and forth also shocked Bailey Jinglong. As far as Bai Zantang's several martial arts are displayed, all of them are profound and unique, but they all come together, the body of a human being. Seriously, it made a bored month stunned. It's too late, it's too soon. The two fought without a single pause. At the inn. Move and move within a narrow range. A blink of an eye equals 18 strokes. The whole inn turned into a double world of ice and fire. Half is scorching hot, half is frosty. Bailey Jinglong said solemnly, I didn't expect that in a small inn. There are people like you who have such a cultivation level at such an age. The fire palm and the Schwanming divine palm were indistinguishable from each other. So Bailey Jinglong stood up again with a sword. Chapter 74_Conquer an Experiment 7. Zhang Jing's movements are very fast. After stepping quickly into the entrance of the cave, Zhang Jing's eyes looked forward. I saw. A small figure had just turned the corner at this time. Seeing its back again, Zhang Jing has completely determined what kind of elf it is. Considering that it was quite a loss for him to chase in such a familiar environment, Zhang Jing didn't hesitate. His palm was already on the pokeball around his waist. Light Art Flash 1. Ibrahimovic appeared by his side. After his debut, he has a very good relationship with him. Ibrahimovic called out coquettishly. Zhang Jing did not delay, and immediately opened the command line. Ibrahimovic, lightning, Z-flash. Catch up with the elf that ran away in front. Stop it for me. Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic attaches great importance to the master's order, and after agreeing with it, its hind legs step on it. Skill activation. Like an arrow from the string, Ibrahimovic turned into two electric lights. Rush out quickly. It came to the corner at a very fast speed, and then continued to move forward with a glance equals sweep. Zhang Jing took 3 steps and took 2 steps, followed closely. Soon. Zhang Jing had already reached the corner. When the lamp in his hand lit up, Zhang Jing's eyes looked over. After seeing the environment around the corner clearly, Zhang Jing couldn't help the corner of his mouth, wing. Because. This is a dead end. No exit up tack. Now, Ibrahimovic has caught up with each other and the two elves are facing each other. Zhang Jing's Qiguang fell over and completely confirmed the identity of the other party. That's a Coco Dala. Steel-type plus rock-type spirit L. Its body is round, has 4 stubby feet and a head that is 2 round. Eyes are light blue, the body is dark gray, and the whole body is covered with a hard steel helmet. Coco Dora. You know, its final evolution. But the racial value is as high as 530 Bosco Dora. The strength is quite strong. Destructive force 10. Now equals. At the moment when Zhang Jing looked at Kiki Mingla, the little guy seemed to be finally unable to hold back his short legs. Slammed into Ibrahimovic. Bump. See. Shape. Ibrahimovic and the sharpness in the light passed by. It didn't even wait for Zhang Jing's command, the body has already gone out. The same as the impact skill L. Both are relatively small elves. In this dark cave, under the light of the lamp, L rushed forward one after another. Then equals. The two elves collided suddenly. Get up. Banger. A slightly dull sound came out. Then 11. Equals the figure flew out upside down and rolled several times on the ground. It's Coco Dora. Zhang Jing's eyes saw this scene, although he felt a little inconsistent, but he didn't care. Looks like the rock and steel Coco Dora will take some advantage in this collision. But actually won. Ibrahimovic's impact skill, but after the ranking power bonus L. The impact of its impact skills. Way. It is already self-evident. In the collision with Kokodora, it also succeeded in gaining an advantage. Being hit by two heads, Kokodora seems quite dissatisfied. After rolling over and getting up, Ibrahimovic rushed over. Ibrahimovic is naturally open to anyone. The two spirits collided again. Then too. Kokodora's body is like a replay of the camera. Got knocked out again. Soon. It got up again. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene. Although it has an advantage in the collision. But the damage Ibrahimovic caused to Kokodora was not serious. You know, impact is a general attribute skill. General attribute skills. Hit. The sprite of rock and steel, the damage has been reduced to a quarter uptack. This led to _L even if Ibrahimovic's impact was an extremely enhanced version. But restraint in attributes, damage reduction, combined with Kokodora's own defense, it did not cause heavy damage to it. Ibrahimovic, don't play with it. Use 2 kicks ~uptack L. Double kick. Fighting skills. It is also the only 2 fighting skills that Ibrahimovic mastered by Zhang Jing a month ago. Facing the rear legs of Kokodora and Ibrahimovic who were sprinting again, they jumped hard. It escaped Kokodora. Collision. Then 1. The 2 hind legs kicked hard on Kokodora's body, and the power of the skill exploded. Kokodora was kicked and flew out. It landed on the ground. The scene reversed in an instant. Hit heavy. Fighting skills. 2 is the perfect nemesis for spirits with attributes like Kokodora. Seeing Kokodora who had no strength to get up, Zhang Jing took out a pokeball from the dimensional pocket. After getting cash from Kyujiya, he purposely bought a batch of pokeballs. Including a few expensive, some higher than ordinary balls first, class Super Ball E. The pokeball drew a perfect arc in midair. Boom. The pokeball smashed into Kokodora's hard armor. Made a crisp sound. Light flashed. Kokodora disappeared in place. After flickering slightly for a moment, with the sound of __ding, the pokeball calmed down. Zhang Jing took 2 steps forward and picked up the pokeball. Just then. Elf with Kokodora. The ball suddenly flickered. Zhang Jing's gaze, condensed, seemed to have been expected. Mind-moving L. The pokeball has disappeared. Then. His waist. The pokeball loaded with Pikachu disappeared. And the pokeball of Coco Mingla reappeared in his hands. The flickering light on the pokeball had dimmed. Zhang Jing didn't hesitate at all. Xiaonian, move. Kokodora appeared in front of him. Zhang Jing leaned down and checked Kokodora's situation. Trainer for so long. At the moment, he also has a unique hand in taking care of elves. In addition to the injury Ibrahimovic caused to Kokodora, Kokodora was not affected by anything. Then, the pokeball turned again. Kokodora was retracted into the pokeball. The pokeball disappears, Pikachu's pokeball out. Light flashed, and Pikachu's Chu appeared. Zhang Jing's moonlight glanced at the lively Pikachu and breathed a sigh of relief. He successfully confirmed his guess. You know, after the elves come, the elves that the land family can carry with you. For 6 inches. After more than 6 Pokémon, the teleportation system of the Pokeball will be triggered automatically. Teleport back to your registered location. And Zhang Jing's experiment just now. Is it possible to avoid the teleportation mechanism by placing the Pokeball in the dimensional pocket? As it turns out, he succeeded. The Pokeball in the dimension pocket has no trigger mechanism. Also, the pixie inside is not affected in any way. This means that there are still 6 elves that Zhangjing can play at the same time. But the body, you can carry the river view of the renamed elf, and you can have more options. Select to face different situations. This is an invisible advantage L. The second is sent, the author should go to rest and wake up and continue to code _L. Chapter 75 Think 8. 2 trainers can only carry a maximum of 6 elves, which is equivalent to an invisible shackle and a limitation. A trainer after becoming a trainer. I am afraid that there are definitely more than 6 elves that have been captured and subdued. He needs to go through careful selection and matching to finally determine his main lineup. But now, after Zhang Jing's experiment, he no longer has to face this problem. He thought about it a long time ago, as he grew up. It is very likely that its own elf lineup will also be gradually updated. Some seamen who accompany me for a long time. Maybe after I arrive. Noodle, because of the limitation of the number of elves, he couldn't follow him at all. But now, these problems have been solved. And, in the future, compared to ordinary trainers, when facing different environments, too, he is able to make more and different choices, thereby laying the foundation for excellence. Of course. Before the strength reaches a certain level, Zhang Jing will also use S more cautiously to avoid being noticed by others. This is also a kind of protection for oneself. Actually, before stepping into the cave, select to turn off the integration recorder. It is precisely because Zhang Jing clearly remembers the live broadcast from the first perspective. He hurriedly glanced at that time. Although he only vaguely saw Kokodora's body that turned and left, he had already guessed the identity of 323. With a prepared attitude, Zhang Jing turned off the score recorder directly. After all, at the time he wanted to come, if it is really an elf with high cultivation value like Coco Mingla, he will definitely choose to subdue it. Will definitely experiment to see if I can keep it around. These, naturally, cannot be seen by others. After confirming that the dimension pocket would not have any effect on the elves' safety, Zhang Jing was relieved. With a thought, the elf ball in his hand has been sent into the dimension pocket, and Kokodora's elf ball reappears. Of the 6 elves the teleportation mechanism of the Pokeball does not touch. Zhang Jing released Kokodora. Zhang Jing's eyes turned to it. In the face of fighting skills that can explode 4 times the damage, Kokodora's solid defense can't stand it. It was clearly not lightly traumatized. River view from the dimensional pocket. Special wound medicine was taken out. Then he leaned down and treated Kokodola with all his heart. Kokodora's eyes were still a little wary at first, but as the wound medicine took effect, she felt the refreshing feeling from her body, and its light suddenly softened a lot. Most of the elves have relatively simple personalities. You treat it badly, and it will be wary and hostile to you. You are good to it. It will gradually recognize. After applying the wound medicine, Zhang Jing took out the elf picture book and aimed it at Kokodora. The familiar female picture book voice sounded. Kokodora. Iron Armor Pokemon. A Pokemon whose body is wrapped in steel armor. During evolution, new armors will be produced. The fallen armor can be used as a material for iron products. On the picture book screen, line-by-line information appeared. Name, Kokodora. Property, steel, rock. Gender, male. Characteristic, hard head, heavy metal. Grade, LXZ28_. Rarity. Qualification, unknown. Qualification verification required. Smiley face. The current mastery of skills, hit, harden and throw mud, head hammer, gold. It belongs to melon, blocked by rocks, guarded, roared, and iron. Rock slide, crash. _. And Guang swept Zhang Jing's heart on Kokodora silently. The level is still not low. After a few more levels, 2 will be able to reach the evolution level. No wonder Ibrahimovich's impact did not cause strong damage to it. It seems that in addition to the attribute restraint, the damage of the impact is reduced. This Kokodora's own defense ability is also quite good. Subsequently, Zhang Jing was lost in thought. He is considering whether to let Kokodora also appear in the points competition. In previous year's ELF exams, because there is sufficient time to prepare, newcomer training Abbey families need to register at least 3 elves before participating in the ELF exam. And this year, due to the reform of the ELF exam, this rule was cancelled. Trainers do not need to sign up for elves. Meanwhile, capture the subdued sprites in the exam venue. You can also play as a contestant. After a brief thought, Zhang Jing put Kokodora into the Pokeball, and then put it back into the dimensional pocket. Go through. After thinking about it, he is not going to use this elf in the points competition. You must know that the points competition is only the second part of the wizard exam. Next, there is also a cooperation link, and the most important part of the battle. Between the three links, there is not a short interval. If he can take advantage of this time, help Kokodora complete the evolution, then he will have a well-deserved hole card in the next genie exam. Next, Zhang Zui left the cave. After turning on the integral recorder, Zhang Jing chose another hole. Step into it. Proceed along the cave passage. Zhang Jing met many elves living in caves. Have defeated L. With his forward strength, combined with the elf who has the attributes to restrain the opponent, in this Phoenix Mountain cave, it is completely like a duck to water. During this period, Zhang Jing's points steadily increased and he secured the first position. While most contestants earn points by beating wild elves, the ranking of points is relatively stable. After all, wild elves mention, the points provided are relatively fixed. Unless you defeat a higher level tie-in snake like Zhangjing equals, you will get a lot of points. Otherwise, there will be no points skyrocketing. But wait until the contestant's main battlefield becomes a battle with other trainers. The point ranking L will undergo a drastic change. There was no daylight in the cave, and Zhang Jing could only rely on the light provided by Dengzhan to move forward. Fortunately, he was well prepared and put several in his dimensional pocket, and the power was sufficient. On the way, there are also many elves that have been defeated that have burst attribute information boxes, all of which have been collected by Zhang Jing equals. Just after Zhang Jing directed Shinado to defeat a small fist stone, the system prompt sounded suddenly in Zhang Jing's ear. Ding! It is detected that the host is currently ranked first in the points competition. Get the event champion package. The first day refers to 24 hours after listing. This book was launched at 6 p.m. yesterday _15,000, plus words were updated before 12 p.m. It's still very early for the end of the first day. As a result, some people in the book review said that it was not completed. Really bewildered. _Ifei. Lu reminds you, 3 things to read, 2 women to hide. Zhonghua 133, support, Fei Lu. Novel Network, //b.fa.1u. Com, Original Works, 1. Chapter 76 The Power of Vibrant 9. Tournament Champion Package. Zhang Jing was slightly stunned for a moment. When he didn't participate in any battle events. But then, he reacted The prompt sound of the system just now is, currently the first place O equals in the points competition. In the moonlight of Zhangjing, there is a trace of thought. This is not his first, on winning the championship package. As early as in the Rising Sun competition, after 5 consecutive one-day championships, he won times the championship package. Jing's speculation, it was the Rising Sun. The level of the race is too low, so A is in the 5th. Chapter 77 Anticipate 10. Wukong Reading. High-speed first release m.wkkshu.com plus Q Group 871,511,807 can urge more books to vomit blood in update m.wkkshu.com. The sailor who was standing on the mast of the warship suddenly shouted. Doberman immediately went to the bow and looked at Punk Hassad. On the island of Punk Hazard, as the soldier said, we can vaguely see Caesar, Current and several members of the Doflamingo pirates. That guy Doflamingo really has something to do with Caesar Current. Doberman gritted his teeth and said angrily, because Doflamingo was. The pirates who have been granted the king's descent into the Tobu Sea by the world government means that they are absolutely not allowed to do things that harm anyone. And can't have any connection with any naval enemy L. Afterwards, Doberman immediately turned his head and shouted at all the sailors, "Everyone is ready to fight." And he himself also pulled out the tachi from his waist. Su Xian rubbed his hair. Doberman's action just now, then Su Xian felt good. Mo One Nai, Gradius, Caesar, and One by the Sea of Khazade were huge. And has a peculiar hairstyle like a propeller, too. Thick chains wrapped around the body. After wearing long waikui, a man with the mark of the Doflamingo pirates on his teeth. And this man is also the second officer of the Doflamingo pirates named Buffalo. The Navy. Did Punk Hassad be investigated so soon? It really is Ms. Ahe. Gradius saw the Navy warships getting closer and closer. He sincerely praised. Because Gradius followed Doflamingo long ago. So I also experienced when Doflamingo did not become Dobakai. The day he was hunted by Vice Admiral Suru of the Navy headquarters. And still remember the admirable strength and strategy of General Crane. Now is not the time to admire. Wait up, TAC Navy. The Navy is here. Equals Caesar, who is still letting in the messengers who were carrying some things, immediately screamed in panic when he noticed the Navy warship. Shut up if you didn't have to go here, we've already gone. Gradius glanced at Caesar coldly. Although he blamed him, he had no fear of the Navy at all, and then looked at Baffa. Luo said, "Buffalo, let's leave right away." Understood Ying. Before he finished speaking, he saw Buffalo lying on the ground. At the same time his hair starts to spin as he speaks. Like a helicopter, and slowly flew to the mid-air worm. And I. If we don't go here, what will happen to us when my weapon explodes? Go on, Caesar retorted loudly. Gradius glanced at Caesar coldly, and then there was an extra marble in his hand. With a bang, it bounced to the research item that Caesar said, with a bang. Only the marble that was too small in the knuckle exploded instantly, sending the all researched items are destroyed. My research results. On the first, Caesar shouted loudly, but he was kicked by Gradius. Buffalo Quanta's back. At the same time he and Monet also got on Buffalo's back. Take off. Ying. After saying that, Buffalo looked exactly like a helicopter. It flew vertically into the sky. Doberman, who was already close to Punk Hassad, saw this scene. Too loud right now. Everyone is on fire. Don't let them escape up tack. Boom boom boom. At the moment when Doberman just finished speaking, more than a dozen artillery pieces on the warship fired at the same time, and many sailors pointed their muskets at Buffalo. Boom boom boom. When the artillery approached Buffalo, two snow-white ice walls blocked it. The artillery and bullets all bombarded the ice wall. And the ice wall didn't show any cracks. Moonstep. The moment Doberman said it, the whole person came to the point as if stepping on the air. Chapter 78_Underground Hot Spring 11. Wukong Reading. High-speed first launch m.wkkshu.com plus Q Group 871,511,807 can urge more books to vomit blood in the update. No stolen pictures jjm.wkkshu.com. Chapter 90. Professional Backpacker. Tong Shangyu said, "Zontang, are you really stealing the holy white jade soup?" Bai Zontang nodded slowly and said, "Low encounter. Low encounter." Everyone is worthy of the fact that it has been so many years since Bai Zontang admits that he is a thief. It's just a little excited and curious, but there is no extreme behavior. Bai Zontang said, "Okay. Stop blocking people's doors and go to Taitang." As a result, the group just reached the stairs. Then he saw Lao Xing at the elm table in Taitang. Of paper on the table. At this time, he is rubbing his chin and studying it carefully. Bai Zontang turned his head and said, "Don't make any noise about this matter." Everyone nodded in unison. Walking downstairs, Bai Zontang said, "What's wrong, Lao Xing, what are you doing?" Lao Xing saw Bai Zontang come down. Said, "Old Bai, you are here, come and see. This is the map I drew." Bai Zon. And there were indeed two lines drawn on the piece of paper. Lao Xing said, "If Bai Yutang entered through the door, How on earth did he carry it? Equals cylinder Xiaomi escaped from the window. Bai Zantang smiled and said, Lao Xing, I actually have some ideas. Lao Xing raised his eyebrows, turned to look at Bai Zutang, and said, Oh 3, it's good to have an idea. You can tell me if you have an idea. Young people just have an idea. I am optimistic about you. Bai Zantang said, Have you noticed that the guy in the rice shop has very fat pants? It doesn't suit him at all. Lao Xing rubbed his chin. Said, It seems to be the case. Then he said to Bai Zantang, So what? This has nothing to do with catching a thief. Bai Zantang shook his head and said, No, it's a big deal. Brother Lao Xing will teach you a trick today. See the real chapter in the details. Lao Xing said, How do you say it? Bai Zantang said, The things the thief stole are all food. Obviously, he can't get it with his hands. He needs to hide it and bring it out. So I suspect that the real culprit is the man from the rice shop. This case is when the thief committed the crime. The thief shouted to catch the thief. Lao Xing slapped the table. Oops. I didn't think about it yesterday. Then go out. Bai Zantang quickly stopped and said, What are you doing? Lao Xingdao, I'll arrest that kid and bring him to justice. Bai Zantang said, You don't have a residence permit, you are just guessing. What are you going to do to arrest him? Lao Xingyi, said the forehead. Said, Oh my brain. Tang said, Then Lao Bai, what do you think we should do? Bai Zantang said, In this way, if you pretend that you can't catch the thief, you have to give up. He will definitely let his guard down, he has already succeeded once, and he will definitely not be able to help it again when the time comes. Just lay in ambush, just caught him alone and got it. Lao Xing clapped his hands, raised his thumbs at Bai Zantang, and said, Gao El is really tall. It's still you who is amazing and confesses. Bai Zantang smiled, Low-key, see low-key. Lao Xing suddenly changed his face and asked Bai Zantang, How do you know so well what the thief thinks? Bai Zantang's smiling face suddenly froze, and then he said, Isn't the point of handling a case, an empathy? I learned it from others. Lao Xing said, Introduce me when you have time. Come on, I too, want to learn. Then he walked out with his saber in hand. Road. Okay, I'll go first. You guys are busy. After Lao Xing left, Xiao Guo, who was the most curious, took the lead and couldn't help but go forward. The case of the rice shop on West Street. It's not what you did. Bai Zantang glanced at her and said, Brother is in your heart, is the grade so low? Xiao Guo quickly waved his hand and said, No, hee. Then he said, I'll just say that the level of the dignified pirates of the Holy Spirit. How could it be so low? On the other side, Mo Xiaobei said, That little sister Guo, the grade of the thief. What is it? What grade? Guo Farong laughed twice and said, Then I'll go into a few rivers and lakes to hear rumors about pirates of saints. This time, except for Bai Zantang, it directly attracted everyone else. All around the elm table, listen carefully to Guo Farong's story. It was rumored that there was a concubine in the prefect of Yangzhou, and Fu Shi was bullying people. After Lao Bai heard about it, she evacuated her house overnight. The next day, the furniture appeared in a flea market 300 miles away. Everyone was shocked. Qi Zantang looked at Bai Zantang. Tong Shangyu said, Zantang, this is a real business. Bai Zantang smiled and said, What's the truth? Then Xiaoan wanted to change to a new county, but he was afraid that the prefect would refuse, so he found a reason to blame me. After hearing this, everyone was disappointed. Guo Farong also said, why is this happening? Mo Xiaobei said, Sister Guo, is there anything else? Guo Farong thought for a while, and then said, General Fuyuan has a dragon cup that was bestowed by him. Lao Bai left a note stating that he would come to pick it up at the third watch. General Fuyuan was afraid, immediately dispatched 800 elite soldiers to surround the general's mansion. At the third watch, as soon as the Bangxi rang, the Lilong cup disappeared under the watchful eyes of the moon. After hearing this, everyone was surprised. 0. Ask for flowers 0. Lee Dazui was still snapping his fingers there. What is the scene of the 800 elite soldiers? But he is so old, he has never encountered such a scene, and he can't imagine it at all. Bai Zontang followed closely and said, this is simpler. In fact, General Fuyuan accidentally broke the Kowloon cup himself, and he was afraid that the emperor would blame him, so he came up with a solution and put the blame on me. Mo Xiaobei was dumbfounded. Wow, Brother Bai, then you are not a professional whirlpooler. Bai Zontang nodded and said. Yes. Mo Xiaobei said enviously. Do nothing to have such a big reputation, it's amazing. Guo Warong, however, could not accept Bai Zontang and said, what about the 4 kings of thieves in the south of the Yangtze River? Could it be that this is also fake? Mo Xiaobei said quickly, Miss Guo's sister Xiao Guo. What are the 4 kings of thieves in the south of the Yangtze River? Tell us about it. Guo Farong glanced at Bai Zontang and took a deep breath. Said, the 4 kings of thieves in the south of the Yangtze River because Lao Bai is too famous. So if you want to dispel his prestige, I invite him to drink on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Wait until midnight. Lao Bai still didn't go. The king of thieves. Anxious. Yelled. As soon as I scolded the western verse, I heard someone in the sky recite the poem, Mingyu, when is there, ask the blue sky for wine. Just after reading a few sentences, the faces of the 4 kings of thieves changed, and they looked down quickly. I saw that the wine glasses in front of them were all empty. At this time, a voice came from a distance, good wine. Since then, the 4 kings of thieves have been the golden pot players. Quit the arena. After hearing Guo Farong finish, Bai Zontang also shook his head and laughed. Each of the 4 kings of thieves in the south of the Yangtze River is a master in the realm of flow. The things that Xiao Guo said. If you come in now, I'm afraid. It is also difficult to do. What's more, he was only a second-rate martial artist back then, how could he possibly achieve the things that were circulated? Wait until you hear what Xiao Guo has to say. Everyone turned their heads in unison and looked at Bai Zontang. Chapter 79_Flash Quasi-God 1. Wukong Reading. High-speed first launch m.wkkshu.com plus Q Group 871,511,807 can urge more books to vomit blood in the update. No stolen pictures jjm.wkkshu.com. Although he was still worried about Doberman's injury, under Doberman's sincere eyes, Su Xian had no choice but to leave. Don't move. Leave it to me, and set off for the laboratory. After staring at the people in the sky, he stopped. Punk Hadessa after the horrific accident that failed Caesar Current's crazy experiment, years ago. Too much corrosive substances were released from the island, causing the island to become too uninhabited. However, this island was originally a scientific research base for the world government and a prison to some extent, so there were many prisoners on this island at that time, and after that terrible accident. Although a few prisoners survived by chance on the island, they finally survived, but because of the poisoning, many people lost consciousness in their lower limbs. And after Caesar Current managed to escape from the naval battleship that captured him, he returned to the island. Found these prisoners, so he helped the mortals change into remote-controlled balloons, or some mechanical limbs. Because these people who have been able to regain their mobility are very grateful to Caesar Current. Everyone sees him as their savior. And because they were New World pirates 290 years ago, everyone has a certain strength base, so they became Caesar Current's subordinates. However, they don't know that Kaiser Current is the culprit behind their being used as an experiment. Looking at the people in the sky who were riding balloons and wearing antivirus suits, Su Xian felt that this world was too special and magical. Fantastic domineering. Wusheng, who can talk with magical fruits and can use it to make phone calls, even now there are people riding balloons. However, if it happened at ordinary times, Su Xian might. Will also specialize in, next. But now, he has absolutely no spare time to do this kind of thing. So, Su Xian picked up the stones on the ground, tossed at the dozen or so people riding balloons. Like a bomb, the stone directly penetrated the body of everyone here. No matter who the other party is. Since it is on the side of Caesar Current, it must be a bad guy. Moreover, Doberman also mentioned to Su Xian that this island used to be a small island where prisoners were held, so Su Xian didn't know it at all. Thought about keeping these guys alive. After the cleanup was over, Su Xian continued to run towards the research institute. However, this way, _ county. There are people who ride balloons. People with mechanical arms and legs. And there is a creature that doesn't look very Pengtai but is very strange. However, as a result, they were all killed by Su Xian slapping the insects. It's just too big, this institute. It's not close. Stand under the Timon of the institute. Su Fu raised his head and looked at the Timon made of steel by the giant Timon in front of him. Then he went to Timon, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Bang! Timon made of steel fell in an instant. And it has a very pungent smell and a cold breath coming towards Su Xian. Realizing that the gas was not a very good thing, Su Xian flashed back a few meters and looked coldly into the research institute. Just like Su Xian thought. The hall of the research institute is very wide, but at this time there are countless snowflakes in the hall of the research institute. Chapter 80_really fragrant 2. Zhang Jing once again had a deep understanding of the role of the lucky charm. If it is an ordinary person, in the face of many fork in the road, the possibility of coming here in the end is almost zero. After all, taken together, S has to make most of the choices. And he. Because of the luck bonus of lucky charms. Even if multiple choices were made in a short period of time. In the end, he came to a place where he could gain a lot. European Emperor. Do whatever you want. Moving, a pokeball around Zhang Jing's waist disappeared. Then, carrying the flash, the super ball of the light circle land shark appeared in his hand. With a slight sound, the flashing round land shark appeared in front of Zhang Jing. The moment after the debut, Shining Yuan Luzui's eyes stared at Zhang Jing tightly. His eyes were full of vigilance. He had the stance of attacking if he disagreed. Pokeballs just connect the Pokemon and the trainer, and if the relationship isn't handled well, problems can arise as well. However, many trainers have been actively attacked by their own spirits. Zhang Jing looked at the round land shark. This little guy is very spirited. Shinado just used his mind to control the to damage its body without causing substantial damage to it. After thinking for a while, Zhang Jing leaned down. The vigilance in round land shark's eyes grew stronger. Its mouth was open, and a menacing growl came from its mouth. It looked like, I'm going to attack you if you get too close to me. Zhang Jing stretched out his arms. Then, Viking's power activates. A soft healing light shines on the palm of your hand. His palm successfully stuck on the body of the flashing round land shark. The moment the flash round land shark touched it in the river view. Ready to attack, but then, an indescribable comfortable feeling came from the place of contact. Its action can't help but stop. Subsequently, its eyes narrowed because it was too comfortable. It completely lost its attack intent. Zhang Ying's eyes were fixed on it. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. You must know, the power of Vivian's power is not just healing elf L. Trainers with the power of Vibrant can sense the emotions and thoughts of elves. Just now, Zhang Jing clearly felt that L, the flashing round land shark, was full of vigilance and was ready to attack him at any time. But one. After Zhang Jing exerted the power of victory. This day, the thoughts of the flashing round land shark changed almost in an instant. Abasi's messy thoughts of the flashing round land sharks were perceived by Zhang Jing, who holds the 9 of victory. This human can. This is, what does it feel like? So comfortable. Maybe it's good to follow him. 2. The elf's thoughts are more cluttered. Zhang Jing has already understood the above. Similar to the flashy round land shark, a wild spirit that is warlike in itself. In the wild there is no need to fight. But there are no trainers. There is no elf center, which means that it can only recover by itself after being injured. It may appear to be completely restored to health on the surface, but it will inevitably leave some dark wounds. Therefore, after Zhang Zui used the power of Vibrant, the flashing round land shark was acutely aware of the changes in his body. Its hostility is quickly melting away, and the idea of attacking Zhang Jing has completely disappeared. In simple terms, it's that famous saying, nothing can escape the true fragrance. Zhang Jing stopped Vivian 9. The flashing round land shark blinked twice. The vigilance in his eyes has completely disappeared, and Ruling has some expectations. With the power of Vibrant, Zhang Jing, who can perceive the thoughts of elves, naturally knows what it expects. It also wants to continue to experience the feeling of the power of Vibrant. But the special power of using the power of Vibrant also has the effect on Zhang Jing itself. Z will consume, naturally, it is impossible to use it without limit. And as a famous trainer, it is not advisable to be blindly satisfied with one's own spirit. Elves and trainers should be interdependent existences in themselves. Directly ignoring the eyes of the flashing round land shark, the elf picture book in Zhang Jing's hand aimed at it. Zhang Jing can already view its current attributes after conquering it as his own elf. Name, Orb Shark, Flash. Attribute, Dragon, Ground. Gender, Male. Ability, Sand Hidden, Rough Skin. Grade, IV19_. Qualifications. Unknown, requires qualification. Currently mastering the skills Crash, Sharon's Fury, Sandstorm. Bang, Quicksand. Zhang Jing glanced over and said in his heart, although the current level is low. But the skills mastered are quite practical, with the attributes of the dragon. The combat power that can be exerted is not bad. Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on qualification 1. In the Blue Star world, the elves want to check the quality. Special qualification testing equipment is required. Actually, after Zhang Jing cooperated with the Ku family, he had the opportunity to test his elves' qualifications. But 1_. He didn't go to test. After all, using other people's machines will inevitably leave records. With the existence of the system, his demand for qualifications is not high. In case he has an elf with ordinary aptitude, but due to the system, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. It will inevitably lead to suspicion. Zhaizhong. To Jing that things like aptitude testing could wait until he entered the Elf Academy before taking action. Next, Zhang Jing took the flashing round land shark back, and put the pokeball back in the dimensional pocket. Obviously, like Coco Dora, Riverview isn't ready for the flash round land shark to play in the points race. Come its lower level now. Second come. This is a future flashing quasi-god spirit. The attraction to trainers is pretty scary. Flash round land shark, once debut. It will inevitably lead to countless coveted and bright. Zhang Jing knew that after he turned on the integral recorder, the first angle would be broadcast live. If the flashing round land shark appeared, there would be too many people who would know about it. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jing said silently in his heart. After the point competition is over, try to improve the level of the flashy round land shark as much as possible. As long as my strength reaches a certain level, even if I have such an elves with astonishing potential, I am equally fearless. Zhang Jing glanced at the time. He has been exploring the cave for too long, and now he has. Came the afternoon. When you don't meet an overly powerful elves, the points you can get are limited. And now that the points competition has been going on for 0.20 hours, the points among the trainers have basically increased. In that case, Zhang Ang quickly made a side decision. Leave the Phoenix Mountain Cave and find other participating trainers. Get points _I. Chapter 81-Love 3. In fact, Zhang Jing was not initially going to look for other trainers to fight so early. But he had speculation not long ago. As long as you can stay in the first place in the points on equals period of time, then you can trigger the gift package. In this case, Zhang Jing naturally has to ensure his position _. Examination venues in competition areas like Phoenix Mountain are designed to protect the safety of rookie trainers from various considerations, such as Dion snake that Zhang Jing encountered. Quite rare in quantity. Want to find, also, very expensive. Exclamation mark. And defeating the second-level elves, defeating the opponent's points is not too much. Therefore, Zhang Jing made a decision to directly look for a trainer to fight with the wise elf of Shinado, even if the cave is intricate. But Zhang Jing doesn't get lost either _. He followed the road from where he came. He quickly opened equals to open the Phoenix Mountain Cave. At the same time, in the process, he turned on the integral recorder. Because just during the duration of the lucky charm, Zhang Jing wanted to avoid the rabbit. 2. Really? What rare elves are encountered, and are seen by the audience who live broadcast from the first perspective? So I chose to turn off the integral recorder. Such as. He led Shinado and Ibrahimovic and quickly moved forward in the intricate cave. After a while, he has returned to the open area where he defeated the great rock snake yesterday. Right at this moment, Shinado's eyes looked at the passage that came from the outside world, and seemed to have a feeling, and the voice sounded in Zhang Jing's heart. Master, someone is approaching here. Huh. Zhang Jing heard the words and looked over. Have other trainers come to the Phoenix Mountain Cave? He said silently in his heart. Zhang Jing is not surprised. In the competition area of 20,000 people, there will inevitably be some front-runners with leading strength. These people will naturally be like him. Choose to come to places like Phoenix Mountain Cave, where high-level elves inhabit, so as to increase your points as soon as possible. Actually == Dong _, whom he met last night, originally targeted the Phoenix Mountain Cave. Only. Lindong in Phoenix Mountain Cave. I met Jing outside, and after the second wave operation, I sent my points out. Plus Zhang Jing dared to stay here too much _ direct and fast high. Shinado, you go back to the Pokeball first. Mind, Dong Zhang Jing whispered. Okay, master. After answering, Shinado returned to the Pokeball. Now that he has decided to find a trainer to get points, then, Zhang Jing will naturally not miss any opponent L. Flash Shinado looks too shocking. Zhang Jing doesn't want his opponent to be scared away by A. At once. After Shinado returns to the Pokeball. After almost a few thresholds of soil, 2. Ahead, in the passage, there is a light flashing over. There, it is from the outside that the passage L enters here. After the lights flashed over, 2 figures quickly rushed to this open area. Huh, someone's here. The other party seemed a little surprised, and subconsciously pointed the lamp at the place where Zhang Jing was. Zhang Jing also made the same move at almost the same time. Then, them see each other clearly. Zhang Jing's eyes flashed. See Wei. Because the trainer who came here turned out to be a girl. This is somewhat beyond Zhang Jing's expectations. To know, it was dark in the Phoenix Mountain Cave, and they could only rely on lighting equipment to provide lights and meters. The trainers in the competition were all alone. Activity in such a cave. It's like making a horror movie. Daring. He is accompanied by Shinado, so naturally he is not afraid of these. But there will be girls who will come here on their own initiative. Zhang Jing never thought of it. He was wearing a long-sleeved shirt. With short hair, it looks quite refreshing. When Zhang Jing looked at each other, the other party is also looking at him. This girl is exactly what she likes. First place in the previous standings. was surpassed in the first position. And after realizing that it was still a big score, Zhang Yi realized it. Someone beat a genie worth too many points. Therefore, after thinking about it, she also set out to the Phoenix Mountain Cave treasure, where high-level elves live. 0. Ask for flowers, ___ 0, blank. Now I happen to meet Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing's eyes looked at each other. After hesitating for a moment, he said, my name is Zhang Jing, from Liucheng No. 3 Middle School. Would you like to come, an elf battle? Zhang Jing's directness made Zhang Yi stunned. But then, she nodded and said, of course. Then 1. She added, I like. From the imperial capital. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Yi spoke again. The light here is too dim, are we going to fight outside? Facing her moonlight. Zhang Scenic nodded. Agreed. It is far from necessary to suffocate myself in the dark cave. Phoenix Mountain Cave. At the entrance, Zhang Jing walked out of the cave quickly. Sniffing the fresh air outside gave him the feeling of seeing the sun again. The cave can only rely on lights, and the dark environment itself makes people feel quite uncomfortable. His side. Ibrahimovic stretched. A lazy waist. Obviously, the environment in the cave is also very uncomfortable. Then, Zhang Jing and Zhang Yi chose to work equals outside field. They are separated at both ends. Zhang Yi's right hand is already holding a Pokeball L. Without any hesitation, she opened her mouth and said, come out. Thunder Elf. The festival of light is flashing. The thunder spirit with yellow body and thorn-like hair appeared in front of her. This thunder elf is full of vitality. After the debut, after jumping in place twice, he looked at Zhang Jing with high fighting spirit. Straight. Did you release the sprite? Zhang Jing squinted his eyes. I'm not afraid that I will take advantage of the elf attribute. He does have an elves that can restrain thunder elves. That's Shakira. Rock and ground properties. Chapter 82_Ibrahimovic vs Thunder Elf 4. Side. Hearing Zhang Jing's voice, Ibrahimovic took a step and came to Zhang Jing. It looked at Ray on the opposite side, and the fighting spirit rose in its eyes. Opposite. Zhang Yi watched Zhang Jing send out Ibrahimovic. She frowned and said, do you want to use Ibrahimovic to fight with my thunder spirit? Zhang Jing looked at her. He raised his brows and responded, yes, is there a problem? 3. That's fine. Zhang Yi looked at Ibrahimovic. After hesitating for a while, he still said, the thunder elf is Ibrahimovic. The evolution of cloth. You use Eevee to fight the thunder spirit. Very bad. Or else. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Jing. L opened his mouth and said, you should change to a elf. E2. My thunder elf is very strong. Zhang Jing Wenyan looked at her. This girl, S243, face is kind, but it doesn't mean any ridicule s. Looks. She really felt that the battle between Ibrahimovic and the thunder spirit was too bad. Consider the river view. See. Zhang Jing's face became serious. He looked at Zhang Yi and said, my Ibrahimovic is also very strong. He wasn't lying. After mastering the advanced skill of destroying the dead light, the improvement to Ibrahimovic is quite amazing. The reason why Ibrahimovic was sent to fight is because Zhang Jing took these into consideration and wanted to see it intuitively equals look at the combat power of the former Ibrahimovic. Okay. Zhang Yi nodded. I didn't say anything more, and I just took it seriously. Zhang Jing's eyes swept after Ibrahimovic and Pikachu. A solemn face. He slowly opened his mouth and said, the battle begins. Talk. The moment the sound fell. Zhang Jing then opened his mouth and said, Ibrahimovic, flash, get close to your opponent. Meanwhile, the desired command sound also sounded at the same time. Thunder Spirit. With a flash of electric light L. 2 commands are issued after A_ before equals Z. And L. The same order was given. At the moment when Zhang Jing's voice fell, Ibrahimovich's fighting spirit flashed by, and his hind legs, stepped on, galloped out uptack. Its body turned into an electric light. It whizzed past on the ground. 1. The other end uptack. The Thunder Elf was also not to be outdone. His body jumped out in an instant, and the speed exploded to the extreme. Against the battlefield. The two electric lights are approaching at a high speed. It's too late, it's almost time. In a moment, the two electric lights have already contacted the silk. The bodies of Ibrahimovich and the Thunder Spirit collided violently. Then, as you saw, at the moment after the impact, the figure flew backwards towards the rear. After 2 laps in the air, he could barely adjust his balance and stepped on the ground. It is the Thunder Elf L. In the collision with Ibrahimovich's same skill, the Thunder Spirit actually fell behind. After the Thunder Elf fell to the ground, and Guang stared at Ibrahimovich who was not far away, a trace of fear flashed. The collision between the spirit itself, of course, it can feel the power of Ibrahimovich's skills. Behind it. Zhang Yi's eyes also flashed. See accident. She had no idea at all that in the head-to-head collision with Ibrahimovich, the Thunder Spirit would actually fall behind. This reminded her of what Zhang Jing said just now. My Ibrahimovich is also very strong. Thoughts flashed in Zhang Yi's mind, and his eyes became more serious. Another side. Zhang Jing's eyes were calm. Not the slightest. In terms of its own basic attributes, Thunder Elf must be ahead of Ibrahimovich. But, with the skill of Lightning Flash, Ibrahimovich has been given many times. The Lightning Flash skill with increasing power is definitely stronger than the Thunder Elf. I saw 2 elves confronting each other again. Zhang Jing did not hesitate at all, immediately opened his mouth and said, Ibrahimovich, approach it quickly. Ibrahimovich's hind legs stepped on the S2 body and rushed out again. Zhang Yi's eyes were serious and he said, Thunder Spirit, 100,000 volts. A flickering arc appears on the body of the Thunder Spirit. Then, the electric light swept through the air and bombarded Ibrahimovich's body. 100,000 volts L. Under the attack of tens of thousands of volts, Ibrahimovich's pace equals pause. He showed a look of pain. Ibrahimovich, hold on. Zhang Jing's voice sounded. Survive the opponent's attack, then use the ram. The electric spirit itself has no attribute restraint on Ibrahimovich. Zhang Jing's Ibrahimovich is not low in level, so naturally he is not afraid of being killed by the opponent. And L. Because it was endowed with the characteristics of scale powder by Zhang Jing. Ibrahimovich doesn't need to care about the follow-up effects of electricity skills, X paralysis. Under the attack of electric light, although Ibrahimovich showed a painful expression, but still keep pushing forward. Seeing Ibrahimovich holding close, Zhang Yi frowned. Then he opened his mouth and said, Thunder Spirit, use the impact. Although the first round. In the collision between the 2 elves, the Thunder Elves fell behind. But Zhang Yi is still quite confident in his elves. Not to mention, Ibrahimovich is still injured by 2 volt. 2 elves jumped up. After a while, the Western elves collided violently. A scene appeared that made Zhang Yi's eyes widen suddenly. Because, at the moment of collision, the Thunder Elf seemed to be impacted by gravity. The body flew backwards like a kite. After much. The power of the impact skill under the blessing is terrifying, terrifying. Zhang Jing keenly seized the opportunity. Seeing this, he said directly, Ibrahimovich destroys the death light. Ibrahimovich's limbs stepped on the ground, his eyes flashed sharply. His mouth opened slightly. The light full of destructive power condenses in front of it uptack. Moments later. Dead end of the broken blank is ready. Boom straight. This is a common trick skill. The Thunder Spirit that flew out has not yet landed on the 4.1 stone ground, and was slammed by the destruction and death light that followed. Just destroying the dead light and the Thunder Elves. The moment I touched it, L boom L. Popping sound. The dead light of the broken blank suddenly exploded. The Thunder Elf's body seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and flew out weakly. Bang! With a dull sound, the Thunder Elf's body fell to the ground, and he simply lost his ability to fight. Zhang Jing looked at this scene and nodded, slightly satisfied. Destruction of Deathlight is worthy of being a Z-like unique skill. The power is quite amazing. The damage caused is horrific. With this skill, Ibrahimovic has greatly improved his combat power. On the projection data of the integral recorder. Points flash. Looking at the beating points. Zhang Jing's eyes were condensed. Could not help but look towards Zhang Yi. Chapter 83-sortie 5. Zhang Jing's own points have been steadily increasing since he entered the Phoenix Mountain Cave to explore. In the Phoenix Mountain Cave, there are not only high-level elves like the big rock snake. Likewise, other elves living here, compared to the outside world, the grade is also slightly higher. Therefore, after more than half a day of exploration, Zhang Jing's points have reached 2,150 points. What surprised Zhang Jing was that, after defeating his favorite Thunder Spirit, his points increased by 750 points. This stands for L. The girl in front of me. I already have 1,500 points. This is undoubtedly a very high-ranking contestant. Zhang Jing didn't expect that after he was going to find another trainer for a battle, he came across a top-ranked one. But then, he reacted. If the king dares to come to the Phoenix Mountain Cave, then he must have a fixed strength as support. The more points, the more understandable. Another side. Seeing that his O1 Thunder Spirit was hit by the broken necrotic light, after flying backwards, his favorite face in GT, changed. 3 in a hurry. He took 2 steps and quickly came to the side of the Thunder Elf. Thunder Elf looked rather weak. She took out the wound medicine she carried with her from her backpack and treated the Thunder Spirit. After doing all this, Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Jing, and Ibrahimovic beside him. This Ibrahimovic actually has the powerful skill of destroying the death light. She bit her lip. Before the battle started, Zhang Yi had no idea at all. Your own Thunder Spirit will be defeated by an Eevee. But already defeated, this girl. Mother naturally didn't say much. After greeting Zhang Ding, she took back the lay elf after treatment. Turning around, he stepped into the cave of Phoenix Mountain. The purpose of her coming here is to prepare to enter a Phoenix cave to get points. However, because of the encounter with Zhang Jing, we fought against each other. The battle is now lost. Points decrease. It is necessary to be more active in earning points. Zhang Jing never stayed in place too much. He was intent on cultivating the feeling between himself and Ibrahimovic, and directly let Ibrahimovic lie on Gong's shoulder. Then, the Pokeball flickers slightly. The figure of the fire-breathing dragon appeared in place. Zhang Jing jumped up, came to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Fire-breathing dragon, lift off. Yi Yi's voice sounded, seeing the figure of the trainer below, land directly. After the voice fell. Fire-breathing dragon wings, Zan takes off. Composer. Inside the hall. Watch the end of the battle in the first view screen. Hu Yuan looked at Ji Ziyang beside him with some doubts, and said, Ji Ziyang. Can Yang Yibu still learn to destroy the death light skill? Heard. Ji Ziyang shook his head. He replied in a deep voice, I don't know. However, the information about elves is quite complicated. Even the famous doctors in the world of elves dare not say that they have enough knowledge about elves. Destruction of the death light is a common trick. Ibrahimovic is an ordinary spirit, although I have never seen it before. But it can't be said that this kind of thing can't be done. Perhaps this Ibrahimovic from Zhang Jing is too talented to say. Hu Yuan nodded knowingly and did not continue to ask. As Ji Ziyang said, no one dares to say that he understands the elf thoroughly. And, compared to the elf world, the elves came to Blue Star only 10 years ago, and they have too much information about the elves, and they all learned through the connection with the elf world. It is not surprising to encounter something that is not very clear. Westerners didn't think about it. Hu Yuan turned around. Zhongjing, this only Ibrahimovich's training is really good, I don't. Something is wrong. His opponent. It should be the second girl of the Zhang family in the imperial capital, but Zhongjing's Ibrahimovich was able to defeat her Thunder Elf, with average strength. Ji Ziyang nodded in agreement. His body leaned back. Ibrahimovich, Pikachu, Shining Shinado, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Shining Tyrannosaurus. 1 inch. He said one by one. In the end, he concluded, the 5 elves he dispatched all performed quite well. Presumably after the end of the points competition, there will be a lot of elf academies who will directly take action. I just don't know if he has. A 6th elf, if any, would be, what elf? Beside. Hu Yuan smiled mysteriously. Because of Qling, he actually knew what Zhongjing's 6th elf was. However, he never told Ji Ziyang, just laughed. Look, going down, he should send the 6th elf to appear. Probably. It can bring you some surprises. ... In midair. Fire-breathing dragon wings fanning. Galloped past. Under the command of Zhongjing. Fire-breathing dragons. ... The flying height is not high, but just over the height of the woods. It is convenient for Zhongjing to find opponents are. Take the initiative to attack. After flying for a while, Zhongjing's eyes suddenly looked down. 2 figures are standing there, 230. They seem to have just ended the fight. Zhongjing's eyes narrowed. 2 immediately said, Fire-breathing dragon, let's go over. Hearing his command, the fire-breathing dragon's wingspan quickly passed. On the ground. As the fire-breathing dragon approached quickly, the 2 heard movement at the same time. The fire-breathing dragon landed on the ground. Zhongjing jumped off the back of the fire-breathing dragon. His eyes swept to the 2 of them and then he said, come on, a battle. The 20,000 people in each village are randomly allocated by the Wagwo supercomputer. Too many are not recognized. And appearing here, they are all competitors. Therefore, conversation is naturally very simple. Hearing Zhongjing's interrogation, the 2 looked at each other. Then, one of them looked at Zhongjing's face and his side. The fire-breathing dragon swept across the body, revealing a thoughtful look. After a while, he suddenly said, are you Zhongjing? The first in the liberal arts exam. People. Zhang Xinic nodded. See. The person who spoke showed a rather excited look. He opened his mouth and said, my name is Guo Fan, the first person in the liberal arts exam, right? I want to see your elf strength. Can it be comparable to your answering ability? Chapter 84_Ice and Fire 1. Chapter 103, The Marionette. Seeing Li Teizui's appearance, Bai Zontang, who was standing on the roof of the house not far away, knew that it was time to perform on his own. I saw his hands draw the shining silver needle of Shigen, and a sharp color flashed in his eyes. His hands were suddenly raised, and 10 silver needles were thrown out. Standing on the ring, was still muttering in his heart. L suddenly felt a tingling pain all over his body. And then I no longer feel the presence of the body. Although the meaning is still awake, I can't give any instructions to my body. This move, in fact, Bai Zontang, is also a bit risky. This is Hu Qingnu. A forbidden secret technique recorded in it. Even Hu Qingnu himself has not really practiced it. Because this trick has rigid requirements on the user's internal strength. This kind of secret technique can control other people's 930 body for a short time by puncturing acupoints. But the same restrictions are also very large. First of all, the other party can fully cooperate with the S. If the acupoint is being punctured, the person being punctured resists, and the acupuncture person will be backlashed to a certain extent. The other is internal strength, must be deep enough. At least also, to have equals flow peak. On the silver needles thrown out, in fact, each silver needle is tied with a very small transparent silk thread. This end of the silk thread is connected to Bai Zhangtang's 10 fingers. Bai Zhangtang's internal power is extended to Li Dazui's body through these small and transparent silk threads. Then manipulate his body. One can imagine the difficulty. Bai Zhangtang held his breath. Fortunately, Li Dazui's physical fitness was good, so he planned to fight quickly. Decision. Dazui was a little weird, and seemed to have a sense of stiffness. But the other party's eyes were bright. Too apparently conscious. I didn't see anything special, I added, are you ready? Over by Bai Zhangtang, there is no way to command any part of the body. Not even a mouth. And Bai Zhangtang can control Li Dazui's body and limbs very well. As for speech and other behaviors, it is impossible. So for Yang Hilan's question. Li Da. The mouth remained silent. Yang Hilan did not get a response. As if Li Dazui was the default. Okay. Then I took the old Wong on the side of the ring. Chapter 85-Magical Beast Skills 2. After the voice fell, Chao Shan directly used the integral recorder to perform the second wave operation. The integral recorder has a scanning function. Naturally, other integral recorders in the surrounding can also be detected. The points on the Zhongjing projection data jumped a bit. Chao Shan has just lost the battle with Guo Fan equals and GT, wave points. Now admit defeat again, and the points provided to Zhongjing are pitiful. Zhongjing looked at Chao Shan, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He is indeed preparing to fight Chao Shan. After all, this time he opened the Phoenix Mountain Cave to find a trainer to fight. To keep yourself first set. Just. Zhongjing never expected that Chao Shan would be so cowardly. Before he could speak, he conceded defeat at the first time. Far away. After actively sending points, Chao Shan breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly gave a thumbs up for his own operation. The flashy carp dragon brought him too much psychological pressure, and even Guo Fan, who defeated him, was not Zhongjing's opponent. Chao Shan is quite self-aware, and he is definitely not Zhongjing's right equals. Most importantly, in the battle with Guo Fan, he has already lost 2.5 points. Now the points are poor. Even admitting defeat didn't have any pressure of 3.30, and it also prevented the elf from being injured. For him, it was the best of both worlds. Both of them have earned their points. Zhongjing did not stay in place too much. Breathing Dragon came out late. He rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and the Dragon Wing won exhibition. Rising from the sky. In situ. Only Guo Fan and Chao Shan were left. The eyes of the two fell on the fire-breathing dragon that was gradually receding. Moment of silence, Guo Fan suddenly said, damn. The two of them are too fierce, the flashy carp dragon, I really don't know how he subdued it. This is the first time I have seen the flashing spirit with my own eyes. It's my first time too. Chao Shan nodded in agreement. The two had just finished the battle, and the winner was decided, and the relationship was not very harmonious. But now, after this wave of Zhongjing, the two of them felt a little pity for each other. Guo Fan's eyes turned to Chao Shenkai and said, it is estimated that this guy will definitely be able to occupy a place. Come on, brother, I will go and earn points first. You also cheer and encourage each other 1_. The two parted ways. Next. Zhongjing started the journey of harvesting points. That's right, Harvest Hill. His elf lineup is too strong, and his strength is also amazing. In this case, Zhongjing defeated his opponent quite easily. Sister Jancha is like a wolf entering a flock. Easily established the position of the points list S. And, point 0E, over time, defeat 2 again in Riverview Name to Music. When he got on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and was about to leave, the case report sound finally sounded in his ears. 1. Ding, it is detected that the host is currently ranked first in the points competition. Get the event champion package. Tournament champion package up tack. As Zhongjing speculated, after he was the number 1 for a period of time again, he successfully triggered the Jaya Fair champion package again. Bowing his head slightly, he directed the fire-breathing dragon under him to lift off. Zhang Jing said silently in his heart, "Open the event package." The system beep sounds E. You get a chance to draw random skill fragments X1. You got a chance to extract special power fragments XL_. You got lucky recharge agent. Zhang Jing listened carefully, after the system beep fell. And the light is slightly narrowed. It's basically the same reward as the previous 2 tournament packages. So, the same gift package. The rewards you can get after opening are roughly the same. Zhang Jing's thoughts moved, and then the lucky charm completed charging. He attaches great importance to the lucky charm. After all, he can have such a terrifying elf lineup, and the lucky charm has played a considerable role. Zhang Jing was a little surprised. This time the charge, EPUB, gives the lucky charm a full 10 minutes duration. In 10 minutes, it can be said that a lot of things can be done uptack. However, there are no elves that urgently need to be subdued in Fenghuang Mountain and Zhongjing. Naturally, they are not used, but are ready to be accumulated. Next, Zhang Jing turned on the turntable and performed skill extraction first. The big turntable turns. After about 10 seconds, the turntable slowly stops. In Zhang Jing's ear, the system prompt sounded. You have obtained Psychic-Fragment XL. The beep stops. Zhang Jing's qiguang suddenly condensed. Some speculation rose in his mind. Shen, I have already learned the information about the spiritual advance skill through the system. Spiritually rush forward and use all power to attack the opponent. After using it, its own special attack will be greatly reduced due to the reaction force. Without a doubt. This is a life-threatening, but also as a finishing skill. After all, it is a side effect of special attack reduction after use. Will cause the elves to fight in the next battle. The fight was severely affected. And what makes Zhang Jing care about, is not this. In his memory, spiritual advance is a super powerful super skill. Most importantly, 1. This skill, only Deoxys can master it. Deoxy L. Divine Beast Elf Uptack. In the elf world, the beast elves often have their own exclusive skills. Skills that only it can comprehend. Similar to the cliff sword of a certain flightless beast. Ocean. God Lugia's aerial blast and more. And spiritually advanced. It is the divine beast spirit that only super-type spirits come from the universe. Skills that Deoxys can master 1. And now, Zhang Jing extracted the fragments of spiritual breakthrough. Cooperate with the locking function of the extraction opportunity itself. This means that Zhang Jing is very likely to synthesize an exclusive skill of a divine beast. The power that divine beast skills can exert is terrifying. Zhang Jing couldn't help but think about his super spirit. Shinedo's terrifying power broke out after urging the spirit to rush forward, in his eyes, showing a trace of anticipation. As for whether the gift will be successful, Zhang Jing didn't think too much about it. Since this skill fragment can be extracted, it means that it must be given to elves. And now he can use the lucky charm at any time and become the European Emperor. One more reason to maintain the number 1 spot. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Judging from the 3 event packages he opened earlier, the chance to draw skills is a must-have reward. Riverview will not be missed. If it is possible to successfully synthesize the spiritual rush skill, and successfully grant Shinedo, that would be his strength. Is definitely another qualitative change, L. Chapter 86_Wisdom and Qualification 3. Chapter 105, The Abnormal Young Wei. Because the cook was injured, the inn had to close for 3 days for rectification. This made Tong Shangyu feel bad. Fortunately, Li Dazui is healthy and recovers quickly. On the 4th day, Elle was almost fine. Tong Shangyu hurriedly urged everyone to return to work. Even Guo Farong was caught. Please, ma'am, my arm is not yet healed, so I can't exert myself at all. Guo Farong was holding a rag. While motioning to show Tong Huyu the Tong Shangyu said, Shaho is more seriously injured than you. But people have long been fine. Who is like you? You can't afford to lie in bed. Guo Farong pointed at Tong Shangyu and said, Hey see, who said that I only need to recover from the injury and I don't need to worry about the rest? The wages are also paid too. Tong Shangyu covered his forehead. Forehead drops God. Guo Farong said, This has nothing to do with your God, that's what you said. Tong Shangyu said, Okay. That's what I said, but the situation is different now. Xiao Guo, just do it. Help me, this poor man. Saying that, we will burst into tears. Guo Farong hurriedly said, Oh, okay 667 okay, I'm not lying down yet _. Tong Shangyu's face changed instantly. That's what you said. Then, without giving Guo Farong time to go back, she walked away. Soon as they reached the entrance of the stairs, they saw Yang Hilan coming downstairs. Miss Yang, do you feel better about your injury? Yang Hilan nodded slightly and looked around. Bai Zontang was greeting the guests and saw Yang Hilan coming downstairs. But looking at her complexion. But it has completely improved. Xiaozhang was slightly puzzled, knowing that the power of Xuanming Divine Palm might not be too great. But the cold poison contained in it is the most difficult to deal with. Although because of the remote control, the power of the Xuanming Divine Palm displayed by Li Dazui is much smaller. But that palm slapped her firmly on the shoulder. Elle had no reason to fully recover so quickly. Yang Hilan looked around, then said to Tong Shangyu, Where's Li Dazui? I want to see him. Tong Shangyu shouted to the back chef, Big Mouth _your Hilan wants to see you. Just finished. Over there, Li Dazui rushed out like a rhinoceros. The speed was so fast that Bai Zontang was dumbfounded. Hilan, Li Dazui became shy and rubbed the surrounding area with his hands. Wei Lan, what are you looking for from me _L? Bai Zontang shook his head as he saw it. This shit, he won the competition. What else do you ask? Unexpectedly, Li Fuzui didn't mention Yang Hilan at all, but she took the lead in saying that you won the competition. According to the rules I will marry you. Happiness came too suddenly. Li Tezui finished on the spot. Totally dumbfounded. The whole person was stunned. Not moving at all. Hey, don't stand still. Everyone is gone. Bai Zontang stepped forward and patted Li Dazui on the shoulder. Wait until Mrs. Li regains consciousness. Move forward = see that Yang Hilan has returned to the room. Yeah. Li Dazui suddenly jumped up and shouted in surprise. Bai Zontang covered his ears and ducked away. Oh my mother, this guy shocked me, you will pay for it if you're deaf. Li Dazui ignored him at all and fell into ecstasy. Middle. Wei Lan is going to marry me and I am going to marry Wan Lan. Happy like a child with more than 200 hills. Jumping back to the kitchen. Bai Zontang, who watched Li Dazui leave, was not as optimistic as he was. For Yang Hilan and Bai Zontang, even if she had the foresight of her previous life, she became more and more unable to see through this woman. Help Li Dazui win the competition. Also, I don't know if it's good or bad. Night. Everyone sat dumbfounded at the elm table, watching Li Tezui running back and forth. And the growing variety of dishes on the table. Tun Xiaobei wiped her saliva and said, _today. What day is it 2 inches? Although it was almost impossible to bear it anymore, the abnormal behavior and the strange atmosphere still made Mo Xiaobei dare not act rashly. Guo Farong said, This is too much, can we finish it? At this time, Li Tezui brought another plate of Kung Pao chicken tea, and said, Everyone is eating and drinking _ you're welcome, there are a few more dishes to come. This sentence immediately angered Tong Shangyi. Snapped. Hit the table, stand. Got up and said to Li Dazui, You, welcome. Why can you make so many dishes today as a treat? Li Dazui rarely did not have Kong, but directly replied to Tong Shangyu. Today, it's my treat. Then he waved to everyone else and said, _ everyone should eat and drink. Tell me if it's not enough. Tong Xiangyu was also helpless and said, Dazui, you're glad you know, but you don't have to cook so many dishes. If you can't finish it, it's not a waste of food. Mo Xiaobei hurriedly asked, Hey, sister-in-law, why are you so happy? What's the matter? You ask your big mouth brother. Mo Xiaobei said to Li Taizui, Brother Taizui. What's going on? Mrs. Li's face was full of sweet smiles and she couldn't help but look towards the second floor and said, Brother Big Mouth, you are going to marry a daughter-in-law. After saying that, he hurried to the kitchen again. Lu Shoukai shook his head, tisk tisk, twice and said, with such a big mouth, it's the first time I've seen it. Mo Xiaobei was a little disappointed. Sitting back in his seat, he held his chin and said, What's the joy of marrying a daughter-in-law? Lu Shoukai said, Hey, Xiaobei. You don't understand that. They married Mengmeng. A dream lover. Mo Xiaobei asked curiously, Who is it? Bai Zontang Road. Now, it's not coming down. Everyone looked at each other and saw Yang Hilan coming upstairs. Where are you all? Tong Xiangyu got up and said, It's all there. Is Miss Yang eating? At this time, Mrs. Li came out of the back kitchen with a plate of Z dishes in her mouth and saw Yang Hilan. Road. Wei Lan, you're here. Then tell me what you want to eat. I'll cook it for you. Yang Hilan smiled slightly. He was very gentle to Li Dazui. No, I think there are already a lot of dishes. It should be enough. Li Dazui was completely immersed in Yang Hilan's smile, and said dumbly, Hey, Hilan, what you say is what you say. Subsequently, Tong Xiangyu vacated 2 positions for Yang Hilan. After Yang Hilan was added to the dinner table, Li Taizui did not go to the kitchen to cook, but sat beside Yang Hilan. Li Dazui was always at the side and offered all kinds of hospitality, taking care of Yang Hilan meticulously. And Yang Hilan is also uncharacteristically very tame. Whisper softly. It's as if Li Dazui and Li Dazui have become a loving couple, like the rest of the inn, you look at me, I look at you. But it felt unspeakably weird. Even the most heartless Mo Xiaobei couldn't take it anymore. I. Chapter 87 Qualification 4. Fire-breathing dragons cut through lush foliage. Landed on the ground. Zhang Jing directly took out a few pokeballs tied around his waist, and then thought HL. Along with the sound, figures appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Glitter Shinado. Glittering Carp Dragon. Ibrahimovic. Pikachu. Shakira. Plus the Spitfire waiting outside. Els that Zhang Jing currently carries with him. At the same time. This is Zhang Jing had already formed the elf lineup before participating in the elf test. Wisdom skill activated. Zhang Jing's eyes swept across the delicate uptack. In addition to the relevant information other than qualifications, he already knew something about it. So attention is second, time focused on aptitude. Glancing over. Name, Shinado 2020, Flash. Qualification, the best Tianyu grade soil. Name, Tyrannosaurus, Flash. Qualification, need Tianyu grade soil. Name, Shakira. Qualification, top grade Tianyu level. Name, Pikachu. Qualification, top grade, advanced. Name, Ibrahimovic. Qualification, top grade, elite level. Zhang Jing's light swept across, and the quality of his thoughts reached the pinnacle. This means they gain experience fairly quickly. That confirms my guess. As a quasi-god elf, Shakira's innate aptitude is the top grade, but the two of them have reached the best. Shinado was in Cerulean's time. But in one fell swoop. A huge amount of experience. Completed in an instant, evolution. And the Tyrannosaurus Carp Dragon quickly completed its evolution by giving it experience during the period of the Carp King. The speed of their level improvement is quite astonishing. They have reached the requirement of being unqualified first. Therefore, it has obtained the best qualification evaluation. But This Heavenly King level soil means that the aptitude exceeds the ordinary Heavenly King level. But haven't you reached the champion level yet? Zhang Jing was a little puzzled and didn't think much about it. Thoughts flashed in his eyes, and then he thought, Pikachu's racial value. Still too low. Ln equals its core electrical skills. Because not getting enough fragments to synthesize I can. Failing to increase the power by giving skills has resulted in the acquired aptitude after Polkadot only reaching the advanced level. It's Ibrahimovic, although the racial value is also not high. However, as my initial elf, its basic skills have been given a lot of desire, and its power has been greatly increased, and I have mastered it. The skill of destroying the dead light. Let it be the qualification rating has reached the elite level. But, it doesn't matter. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. As my strength continues to improve, the higher level sprites increased. Wait until more advanced skill fragments explode. After the synthesis skills are given, their acquired qualities will definitely be strengthened. After all, an increase in the power of a skill means an increase in combat power, and naturally it also means an increase in the upper limit of acquired qualifications. And like Ibrahimovic, as long as he can successfully evolve into a fairy elf, a wave of transformation will occur directly. In general, Zhang Jing was quite satisfied. In fact, elves qualification detection. It's more like a rating for elves, qualifications, and it's not static. The two initial any properties are the same. Elves of the same race and aptitude. One of them chooses to be stocked, and the other chooses to spend a lot of money to use attribute-boosting potions for it. The final upper limit of advanced skills for using skills in machine learning is naturally completely different. Except for the fire-breathing dragon. The rest of the elves have returned to the Pokeball. Then, the two Pokeballs disappeared in place. They were temporarily put into the Dimension Eye bag by Zhang Jing. Equals a red and white ball. And a blue and white super ball appeared in Zhang Jing's hands. This is the Western elf captured by Zhang Jing in the Phoenix Mountain Cave. Exclamation mark. Coco Dora. Also. Flash round land shark. The festival of light is flashing. The figures of Coco Dora and round land shark had already appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing's eyes looked to the past. Name, Coco Dora. Stealing quality, middle grade, elite. This Coco Mingla's aptitude is relatively average. Zhang Jingxin said. Of course. Qualification, generally compared to the rest of the elves in Zhangjing. In fact, an upper limit of elite wizard. It is already an elf that many civilian trainers expect. L with elite combat power is cultivated, it is very likely to help the trainer to be successfully promoted to an elite trainer. At that time, the status of the whole person will change. Zhang Jing didn't care, after all. Coco Mingla has not been given experience, nor has he been given sub-skills. Second, once Zhang Jing fully cultivates it, then the qualification rating will inevitably rise. Then, Zhang Jing's eyes turned to Shan. Guangyuanlu province up-tack. With just one glance, Zhang Jing's eyes suddenly froze. Name, Orb Shark, Flash. Qualification, Need Championship. Excellent innate qualification. Champion acquired qualification L. Obviously, here's the aptitude. Obviously, it represents the upper limit of its strength to evolve into a fierce bite land shark in the future. To know. After capturing the flashy round land shark, Zhangjing has not carried out any cultivation on it. This means the aptitude of this flashing round land shark has already reached the level of the sky is the limit. Zhang Jing clicked his tongue twice. He couldn't help but sighed in a low voice. 2 inches is expected of a flashing quasi-god elf. Stealing quality is quite scary. After the voice fell, he couldn't help shaking. The aptitude of the flashing round land shark itself is already so amazing. If he gives it a skill underscore to increase its skill power again, then what a terrifying power it will show. 0. With this in mind, Zhang Jing made a decision. In the points competition, the flash round land shark is too conspicuous to appear. After the points competition, he will try his best to cultivate the sparkle while taking advantage of the exam time. Round land shark L let it grow as soon as possible. He put the glitter shark and Cocodora back into the Pokeball. Then, put it in the dimension pocket. Zhongjing rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Take a long breath. He originally planned to find an aptitude testing machine to test his elf's aptitude after he entered the Elf Academy. But now, with the eye wisdom skill, you know the qualifications of your elves in advance. Naturally, there is no need to worry about the worries brought by the use of qualification testing machines. Chapter 88_last 8 hours 5. The next time Zhongjing rode a fire-breathing dragon to start a sweeping tour of the entire map. Encounter opponents, fight and gain points up-tack. At the end of the points competition, at noon, his points have already broken 5 figures reached 11,240 points 1__. Far ahead. Dominate the standings. And during this period, he got 2 more tournament packages. The recharge time of the Lucky Charm has come to 22 minutes up-tack_. And skill extraction opportunities and special power draws the opportunity. Zhongjing directly used the lock function. After all, whether it is the spiritual secret skill or the power of the dragon, he needs it quite a lot. There are already 20 pieces of spiritual breakthrough fragments. However, as an exclusive skill that can only be mastered by a mythical beast like Deoxys, there are undoubtedly quite a lot of fragments needed to synthesize the spiritual advanced skill, and there has never been a trend of synthesizing it before. Of dragon power also reached 20 pieces. According to Zhongjing's estimation, all the fragments of power required by Gao Gao to completely synthesize Royal Dragon 9 have been left. Not much more. And during this time, the constant battle to get 01 points also makes the strength of Zhongjing Elf advance by leaps and bounds. Experience gained from own battles. The experience Zhongjing picked up. There are also many skill fragments L. You know, this is a big exam room with 20,000 people. Although according to Zhongjing's discovery, it belongs to the message box, and it will gradually disappear after a period of time. But, because of the fame of the battle, Zhongjing has already gained a lot. As ordered. S-Elf level, a wave of qualitative change occurred. 1. Ibrahimovic Ls 34. Pickup Jin LR 32__. Charizard LV 40__. Tyrannosaurus Ls 35__. Shakira Ls 36__. Chinado Ls 36. Same. Some of their skills, also by giving, got a power boost. It can be said, points competition this part, it is quite suitable for Zhongjing to enhance its strength up-tack. B. Battle here. The bucket burst rate is quite frequent. The property information box that pops up. Naturally, there are quite a few. Phoenix Mountain Examination Room. Somewhere next to a river. In front of Zhongjing. Cocodora's body is covered with a dazzling light L. That's the light of evolution. You know, when Zhongjing first conquered Cocodora, it has reached Li. Not far from the level required for evolution. Although it was not prepared for Cocodora to appear in the points competition, but, because of the multiple encounters in the entire examination room, Zhongjing has picked up quite a wealth of experience. And because the evolution of Cocodora is imminent, Zhongjing directly helped it speed up the progress. After a period of time, the light gradually converges. The image of Cocodora has undergone considerable changes. Exactly. It is now Kodo. Cordora's belly is black. The back is inlaid with sturdy armor. With a thick body, it seems to be very powerful. Zhongjing's eyes swept over, and the Wisdom Eye skill was activated. There is information about Cordora already known to him. After mastering the eye skills, Zhongjing's demand for the elf picture book has been greatly reduced. After evolution, Zhongjing took Kodola back to the Pokeball, put it into the dimension pocket, and then turn on the integral recorder. Because of the first view of the fish live broadcast, when doing some things, he chose to turn off the integral recorder. This is not surprising. Each candidate has his own private time. In fact, there are many candidates who choose not to turn on the point recorder most of the time, except to get points during battle. After the integral recorder was turned on, Zhang Jing put on his glasses. The moment you put on your glasses, Riverview's purpose. Only see. The projection data of the integral recorder ends here, suddenly changed. Current ranking and current points have been eliminated. Instead, a line of information. First place, Riverview, 11,240 points. Quite concise. And this time, 1. This line of information is still flashing. Over the past few days, Zhang Jing has long been familiar with the operation method of the sub-recorder, and now seeing the projection data change. Although it is a bit unexpected, it is not too shocking. He reached out his hand and gently touched the flashing data. Ripple on the projection. Then, equals the line-by-line information is displayed. First place, Riverview, 11,240. Second place, Qi Ningxian, 7,620 _ Dian Ji Yun. Number 10, Zhang Yi, 5,420 points. Zhang Jing's score rumors are ahead. In the current interface, only the points information of 10 people is displayed. But below, there is a next page option. A full 100 pages. This means that the current projection data underscore shows the information of the trainers currently ranked in the top 1,000, and their current points. And Zhang Jing touched 2 of them unconsciously. After human data. On the projection of the point recorder, a map appeared. That is the map of the Phoenix Mountain examination room. And on the map, it's marked a red. At this time, the red dot is still moving slowly. After comparing, Zhang Jing found that the red dot represents the position of the trainer he clicked. Zhang Jing instantly realized the problem. It turns out, the real competition of the points race, at this moment. Zhang Ying said silently in his heart. He glanced at the time, and it was now at 12 o'clock noon on the third day. There are the last 8 hours left until the point race is finally over. He has long been aware of the points race. The more 460, the more intense it will be. But Zhang Jing never imagined that Blue Star officials would take the initiative to increase the intensity again. The specific positions of the top 1,000 trainers who can advance. 2 can be detected by the integral recorder. This will arouse the passion of all contestants. If it happened by chance, it is very likely to encounter opponents with fewer points. It is not too much to improve their own points. But if they can choose a target through the score recorder, and thus fight. Once the battle is won, not only will you gain a lot from 2 points, it is very likely to squeeze the opponent out of the previous king. This is directly crowding out competitors. And over time, some rookie trainers may have realized that they would not be able to make the cut. In this case, go for the top 1,000 Takeo. Fight 1. It is undoubtedly a good choice to see what your current strength is. You can gain some combat experience. The opponents that the protagonist encounters in the points competition are of average strength, and most of the skills he masters are ordinary skills, so they are not described in detail. Selected a brief pass. Because in my opinion, unless you pick up 2 or more advanced skills to gain a lot of experience, carefully write down the number of characters you pick up every Z times. Unexpectedly, there are still people who are not satisfied with this. Am I saving you money? The author Jun is really hot. Chapter 89 Challenger 1. Chapter 108, Daily. On this day, Tong Shangyu summoned everyone in the inn in high spirits. Bai Zontang said, "What are you doing, shopkeeper?" Li Taizui said, "That's right, I haven't finished practicing yet." Hear what Li Dazui said. Guo Farong couldn't help but want to laugh, thinking that Li Dazui seemed to be fooled by Lao Bai. Lu Shoukai, who was next to him, hurriedly used it. He smacked his hand twice, and then he suppressed his laughter. Tong Shangyu saw that everyone had arrived. Then he said with a smile on his face, "Well, I want to announce a happy news to everyone." News. People don't know why. Said, "What's the high?" Ah. Tong Shangyu patted Guo Farong's shoulder. "I have to thank Xiao Guo for this matter." Guo Farong, faces stunned, pointed to oneself. Tong Shangyu laughed. Said, "Xiaobei was admitted to Beima Academy Lishan." Then he said to Guo Farong, "A dozen or so students, only one passed the test, thanks to the article you wrote." Guo Farong reacted instantly and said, "Oh. It's the one from the thief." Then he said, "Hey, it's just a little bit of effort, so am I." Unintentionally, I came to the road of literature in 01 years. Bai Zontang raised his eyebrows and said, "Mile 1. You're still out of breath when you say you're fat. That's clearly my fault." Tong Shangyu said to Bai Jutang as if comforting, "Don't worry. I'll remember your contribution." Then run behind the counter. Take out stuff. Lu Shoukai asked curiously, the shopkeeper. "What are you taking?" Tong Shangyu smiled mysteriously and said, "Right." Lu Shoukai said, "Li." Tong Shangyu untied the burden and suddenly revealed 4 or 5 exquisite gift boxes. King Tong Shang said, These are given to the Academy's first cattle." Lu Shoukai pointed at the gift boxes and said, "There are so many. They are all gifts for Mr. Tong Shangyu laughed. "That's right, it's called Li Duduo, not to blame." Xiao Guo held the broom. Shaking his head, "You are too much." Bai Zontang said, "Xiao Guo is right, a bit too much." Tong Shangyu said, "You two know what to do. There are so many students in the academy, no matter how good the husband is, it is impossible to cover everything. We sent the courtesy to the husband, even if we wanted to be biased, we would be too embarrassed to be biased." 1. Xiaobei looked at the things on the table and said with some distress, "I'd rather he be partial to so many things, how good we keep it for ourselves." Li Dazui held his arms beside him. He followed suit, "Not so good." Tong Shangyu leaned back. Looking at Li Zui, Li Dazui suddenly shuddered. Immediately changed his mouth and said, "You have to send it, you have to send it, no matter how poor you are, you can't study education. No matter how hard you are, you must send it." Only then did Tong Shangyu smile, "It's good to know." Xiao Guo smiled nonchalantly when he looked at Li Dazui's face that admitted his counsel. Tong Shangyu said, "Come on, Shoukai, click." Lu Shoukai sighed and took out his abacus, the 4 treasures of the study, a set worth 450 women. Li Dazui said enviously from the back, "Oh my god, it would be great to have this spare money to buy 2 new kitchen knives for me." Lu Shoukai continued, a pair of white marble paperweights worth 120 cents. Bai Zontang took 2 paperweights, looked around and sighed, "It would be great to have this spare money to buy 2 outfits for me." Red sandalwood paperweight, pair worth 800 whole. Xiao Guo said, "Hey wait, there was no paperweight just now." "Is it?" Tong Shangyu said with a smile, "That's Hanbai drop, this is rosewood drops." Xiao Guo said, he was thinking about buying 2 pieces of gold. Tong Shangyu said, "Equal amount of money. I will buy it." Xiao Guo patted Xiaobei's shoulder and said, "Oh, these good things, let's put them back together, add AY_Xiaobei and you can get married." This sentence reminded Tong Shangyu, looked at Xiao Guo and murmured, "Why Huan? Why didn't I think about it for a long time?" Xiao Guo instantly felt a chill on his back, and a cold breath rushed up, "Look at me." "Well, what do you mean?" Tong Shangyu said, When I was studying, there was Wai Huan, so why didn't Xiaobei not have it?" Xiao Guo said, "Don't look at me. Whoever likes to be this yoke, I don't want it. I still have a lot of work to do." Mo Xiaobei also said, what do I want Wai Huan to do? Tong Shangyu said as it should be, bring a cup of tea and water, squeeze a shoulder and hammer a leg. Guo Farong said, whoever likes to pinch who will pinch my pile of work is not over yet. Saying to go. Tong Shangyu said, come back. Guo Farong said, why? Don't force me. Tong Shangyu said with a smile, dip in sugar. Bai Zantang coughed lightly and walked forward. Xiao Guo, I advise you to give up. Xiao Guo looked at Bai Zantang and Tong Shangyu, and finally had to succumb to Tong Shangyu's lewd power. That's fine, but let's talk about it first. It's okay to be a maid, I don't have time to do the work in the store. Tong Shangyu said with a smile, no hurry, deal with Xiaobei's affairs first. Bai Zantang can see that Tong Shangyu really loves Xiaobei. But some doted on. It's hard to say these words, you can only let her feel it. Afterwards, Tong Shangyu successfully made Lu Shoukai a book boy. Formed a pair of golden boy jade with Guo Farong. After fan dressing, the two were completely different. Look at the funny dress and appearance of the two. Li Teizui's sadness about Yang Hilan's departure also dissipated a lot. But Cao Xiaobei seemed very reluctant. She was used to it from Ono. How can I stand the feeling of being surrounded by people like this? To Tong Shangyu, sister-in-law. I don't need them to serve you. Tong Shangyu didn't care and said, oh, it's an adult's business. You just need to read the book well. Mo Xiaobei said, but they are always like this I don't have the heart to study. Bai Zantang said from the side, it's true that the shopkeeper has gone too far. Bai Zantang didn't speak. Tong Shangyu anal fucked him as soon as he spoke. Bai Zantang only felt a rush of coolness and said, look at what I'm doing. Tong Shangyu said, I am pondering. This Wai Huan has it, and the book boy has it too. Should there be a bodyguard? Bai Zantang said, don't look for me s. Tong Shangyu stepped forward. Oops 867 dipped in sugar. Bai Zantang said, why don't you go to Shaho and take Shahu's physique? Who would dare to bully Xiaobei at that stop? Tong Shangyu was reluctant, saying, Shaho knows how to practice martial arts all day long. Besides, he looks like a big stupid man. You know that too. I'm afraid that if he accidentally kills and wounds others, what should he do? Yeah. And, Bai Zantang became Xiao Jian's bodyguard. Zantang, Lu Shoukai and Guo Farong laughing at each other's dress. This joyous atmosphere made Bai Zantang feel in his heart very relaxing. Elle also stopped thinking about those headaches before. Tong Shangyu looked at Bai Zantang and the three of them merged. Chapter 90_High Score Challenger 2. Evil Wave. The terrifying aura full of maliciousness spreads away Elle. Then, blatantly bombarded the body of the long-tailed monster. The power of the aura explodes. There was a look of pain on the face of the long-tailed monster. In the hands of the long-tail monster. Song Fu's nervous voice sounded up. But too. Immediately, he was aware of his voice. The long-tailed monster didn't react at all. Zhang Jing is also keenly aware of this attack. After being hit by the wave of evil, there was a flash of fear in the light of the long-tailed monster, and his body could not help shrinking. Cringe state. The additional effect of the wave of evil, the shrinking state has been triggered. I always feel that my recent luck is a little bit better, but could it be that after using Lucky Charms many times, because I often incarnate as a political emperor, my own luck is also famous 2 inches? Thoughts flashed across Zhang Jing's heart. He didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and shouted. Shakira, bump. As the most basic elf skill. Zhang Jing. It also picks up the most impact skill fragments. In the past few days, Shakira's collision skills have also been given by him many times. Power up. S of the rock and ground system, Shakira's own defense ability is quite amazing, and the body is very strong, which makes it even more ferocious when it uses the impact skills. In Zhongjing dialect, the moment the sound fell, Behind Shakira, compressed gas spewed out of his body. A sonic boom suddenly sounded in the clearing. Shakira's body rushed towards the long-tailed monster, and the attack was fierce. Song Fu's tone was a little anxious. He opened his mouth and shouted, "The long-tail monster. Hurry up and dodge, _." He wants to use the flexible body of the long-tail monster to avoid Shakira's attack again. Bai Yi 1. Shakira's impact. It looks impressive. But his order was issued, but the long-tailed monster did not respond. This is exactly the effect of the cringe state. For a moment, Shakira is already close to the long-tail monster. Then, its head slammed into belly of the long-tailed monster. Bang L. The two clashed, making a slightly dull sound. The body of the long-tailed monster was like being hit by a heavy hammer. The body suddenly flew upside down and went out. Bang L. Its body fell weakly to the ground, completely silent. The battle is over. Riverview wins. Integral data changes. This sand trainer named Song Fu was ranked at the top of the middle. He provided Zhang Jing with over 1,000 points. At once. At this time. Next to him, there was a sudden applause. Zhang Jing followed the reputation. I saw a man in a trench coat walking slowly over. And on his side, followed, only a physique, a sturdy elf. That is. 2 electric shock monsters. This electric shock monster looks quite spiritual and has been cultivated quite well. Zhang Jing's mind moved slightly. The wisdom eye skill has been quietly activated. Name, electric shock monster. Property, electricity. Trait, electric engine, motivation. Level, LV35__. Qualification, top grade, elite plus. The current skill, flame fist, flashes of electric light. Staring, electric shock, over the shoulder fall, electromagnetic waves. Electric ball, thunder fist, swan bolt. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Top grade, elite level plus. This means, this electric shock monster has the potential to grow into an elite earth spirit. It's already close to the king level. For civilian trainers, this is already beyond expectation. Exclamation mark. Just then, man's voice sounded as expected of the standings, Zhang Jing fought quite neatly. The other party's Moonlight looked directly at Zhang Jing and continued, "How about it, do you want to face the battlefield?" That's right. He seemed to have thought of something, and then said, "My name is Cheng Zili, currently ranked 12th. Zhang Jing's brows picked up. Looking at him opened the mouth and said, "Are you sure 2 inches? There's not much time left until the points race is over. If you are defeated by me, the integral will inevitably be greatly affected." Zhang Jing said calmly. He didn't think so. There will be such a high-ranked trainer who will take the initiative to challenge him. 0. Ask for flowers. Scoring competition is getting closer and closer, every point counts. Trainers who have never made it to the top 1,000. It is quite normal to find a trainer within the top 1,000 to challenge. And the trainers in the top 1,000, and even the top 2 soils are fighting each other. But it's a bit unnecessary. It doesn't matter. Heard. Cheng Zili shook his head, his eyes flashed with anticipation. Being able to play against a trainer like you, even if I lose, I will definitely gain something. In the past 2 days, I have heard many people mention you. What's more, there are still a few hours until the end. I have enough time to collect points. Zhang Jing glanced at each other. Obviously, Cheng Zili is the kind of trainer who is very obsessed with elves. Even if he doesn't need points, he has to challenge Zhang Jing. This made Zhang Jing feel better about him. After nodding slightly, Zhang Jing said, "In that case, I satisfy you." Then, his eyes turned to Song Fu on the side. He shouted, "If you don't mind, how about acting as a referee for the time being?" Song Fu was a little stunned. But then he reacted, "Of course I can go." Zhang Jing and Cheng Zili are separated from each other. Song Fu stood on the side of the field. Looking at the two left and right, he was still a little confused. His long-tailed monster was easily defeated, which made him deeply aware of the gap between himself and Zhang Jing. And now, 12th place in the current standings in Chapter 91-worse yet 3. Kie Guang, who shocked the demon beast, stared at Zhang Jing. At the same time, Cheng Zili's eyes also fell on Zhang Jing, eager to try. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jing's eyes couldn't help blinking. To know. Cheng Zili just saw the battle between him and Song Fu. I also clearly know that Zhang Jing has a Shakira on it. In this case, he directly dispatched the electric shock demon. You must know that the electric properties of the electric shock monster itself can be said to have been eliminated by Shakira. Before the river scene crosses, the elves. In the game, the ground-type elves are even completely immune to electricity-type skills. After arriving at Blue Star, where there are real elves, Zhang Jing has Paikajin from the electricity system and Shakira from the ground system. Did test. Under the strong current attack, the ground elves cannot be completely immune like the game, but the damage they receive is also slightly, 5 or 6, equal to L. Basic and not attacked, Z-like. Under these circumstances, even if the strength of the other side's electric monsters is not bad, but if you fight against Shakira, it will be the ultimate waste. Zhang Jing didn't know either. This Cheng Zili, is this pure or pure stupid? However, for a trainer like Cheng Zili, who has such a straightforward personality, Zhang Jing's look and feel is not bad. He wasn't prepared, and he didn't bother to take advantage of the other party. For the 5 trainers, 2 commanding the elves to fight, equals Z is always equals between schools. Elite trainer. Even if the elf attribute is inferior, it can command the elf to exert its powerful strength. Thus forming equals a wonderful battle L. Shakira for Shock Warcraft. The attribute restraint is too severe. Cheng Zili was able to reach the 12th place in the ranking list. There must be something unique, but Zhang Jing was not prepared to deal with him at will. Flashed in his eyes. Then his eyes turned, looking to his side. Shakira, who had just finished the battle, stayed where she was. On Shakira's side, there's another spirit. Charizard L. You know, before meeting Song Fu, Zhang Jing was ready to leave here on a fire-breathing dragon. This elf, who has been with Zhang Jing for a long time, is also Zhang Jing's well-deserved main force. One of the spirits. Fire-breathing dragon. It's up to you. Roar. Breathing dragon let out a low growl and then stepped forward. Its dragon wings fluttered slightly. Sharp eyes stared at the electric shock monster on the opposite side. After realizing that his opponent was a fire-breathing dragon, the electric shock warcraft immediately locked his eyes tightly on the fire-breathing dragon, and the fighting intent continued to rise in the light. Haven't fought yet. The 2 elves are already fighting each other. On the side of the battlefield. Song Fu watched equals eyes are ready. The ready fire-breathing dragon and electric shock beast, then said, Warrior. Start. After his voice fell, Zhang Jing's eyes equals congeal, and he shouted. Qinghualong, spewing flames. With the sound of the dragon's roar, the dragon mouth of the fire-breathing dragon opened. Crimson flames burst out up-tack. The hot flames slashed a line of fire in midair. The air trembled slightly in the scorching heat. And the mark points directly to the electric shock monster L. On the other side. After the battle started, Cheng Zili's eyes were serious. Stand up. 12th place at the end of the distance points race, which naturally has its own uniqueness. And thinking in the light, flashed by, Cheng Zili immediately opened the mouth and said, Electric shock monster. Dodge it. The flames are coming. A step on the right leg, the whole body the duo of electric shock warcraft. Sound cyst. Spit out Shizhong's most effective, Jing Yui Hudang, one of the ugly and the ugly appears. High tacit understanding. It immediately. I understood what Zhang Jing meant. Fire whip. Tight. Behind the electric shock beast, Chang Zili said, "Electric has a decisive look. If you drink it, you won't be able to hide fighting monsters, since you can't escape. Uptack, get close to the other party. Bo." The moment when the flame hits its body and stops, the bombardment hits the electric shock demon. The beast showed an expression of pain. The breath of the beast swept away the right leg dances, the whole body instantly. "Go out, for a fire-breathing dragon. Electric light, approaching Gongdonquan in an instant. Raise your fists," said solemnly. Fire-breathing dragon, dragon's claw, flames stop shocking beasts, watching quickly approaching their own. "I'm ready." Mang flashed in a flash and exploded. Together. Instant, L fires again. The beast stunned for a moment. Thunder and lightning fisted together. Sichuan. Release. The chant of the fire-breathing dragon sounded. Spit out of the air. It is also a monster in itself, standing stalemate with the fire-breathing dragon. The electric shock was scorching hot, any dodge space. The flames hit the front of the monsters. "Take full damage, L. Drink immediately." Road. "Put the distance first. Ju is undoubtedly a direct hit inside, nice, not in this." Defeated. In the rear. Jumped out. Chang Zili. Can clearly see. The situation of the field insects is high and the fighting spirit is even more prosperous. With its absolute advantage, it is undoubtedly angry and has obvious burn marks. The result. On the body. There are obvious burns. L burns. Is triggered. Thing equals. Chapter 92 _ the point race is over. 4. Burn state. Then. Burn damage bursts suddenly. The pain on the face of the electric shock monster was even worse, and the body couldn't help but twitch. Zhang Jing's eyes too narrowed. Fire Jet and Thunder Fist are both skills with additional effects and the chance, too. Zhang Jing didn't expect it. His fire-breathing dragon didn't trigger the paralysis effect, that's all. The other party's electric shock monster even triggers the burn state. It seems that his luck is indeed much better now. The thoughts in his mind turned. Zhang Jing immediately opened his mouth and said, "Fire-breathing dragon. Dragon's Wrath 1. In front of the fire-breathing dragon. The shock wave condenses in an instant. Then, 1. Blatantly bombarded the electric monster. After being hit one after another, the action of the electric shock monster has been seriously hindered. It can only watch the shock wave created by the dragon's fury skill getting closer and closer. Next second. The dragon's anger slammed into the body of the electric shock beast. The body of the electric shock beast flew upside down. The battle is over. The points in the upper right corner of Zhangjing are beating. A high-scoring player ranked 12th. His defeat directly brought 2,100 points to Zhangjing. This made Zhang Jing's points skyrocket again. The lead is growing. Another side. After being defeated and losing a lot of points, Chang Zili's face did not see any loss, but was a little excited. Before Zhang Jing could speak, Chang Zili took the initiative to speak. "You are really strong." He raised his wrist and glanced at the time on the watch above. "Follow." Then he said to Zhang Jing, "If there is a chance in the future, I will come to challenge you." After finishing speaking, Chang Zili turned and left quite simply. The time remaining in the points race is getting more and more. And Zhangjing battle, he directly lost half of the points, and fell out of the top 1,000 list. If you naturally want to take the time to find an opponent, earn points. Zhang Jing's eyes watched him go away. For a trainer like Chang Zili who threw himself in the elf battle, he had a good impression. After all, the other party didn't have so many hearts. Zhang Jing was never there. Staying in place too much. Jump. Zhang Jing came to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. The power of Vibrant not only gave him special power, but also enhanced his physique to a certain extent. Take Shakira back into the Pokeball, and under the command of Zhang Jing, the fire-breathing dragon spreads its wings and rises into the sky. Time lapse. The end of the points race flies by quickly from the hour, 2. Day is gradually falling. There are only 10 minutes left until the high point competition ends. During this period, the Phoenix Mountain exam room was completely in chaos. The rookie trainers who participated in the competition launched a crazy battle in the last time. And this. It's just one scene. Throughout China, there are 516 divisions L. All regions have the same rules. This leads to, in the end, within an hour, every point competition examination room has become a frequent place for battles, and battles are frequent. Quite intense. Just as Zhang Jing expected. In the last few hours, the list of the top 1,000 people changes dramatically. Every short time someone drops. List, someone rushed up. Alternate quickly. Even the second place below Zhang Jing has changed. By comparison. At the very beginning, Zhang Jing was challenged many times. In addition to Cheng Zili, there are also about 4 or 5 trainers who are ranked in the top 100. They took the initiative to find him and challenge him. As time goes by, as the time to end gets closer and closer, no high-scoring trainers dare to challenge Zhang Jing. Through the points leaderboard point 2, each participant can clearly know the top 1,000 points. They were naturally able to notice that in the last 8 hours, Zhang Jing's several points were violent. Every time the points skyrocket, it means that Zhang Jing has defeated a high-ranked trainer. In this case, no one dared to laugh with the points from 2, and the challenges naturally decreased. Of course, there are still many trainers who have completely lost hope of promotion. They come to challenge with a knowledgeable attitude. This has allowed Zhang Jing's points to steadily increase L. Only the last 10 minutes left. Zhang Jing maintained his absolute advantage over the second place and remained silent. Wait up. Time lapse. It is now approaching 8 o'clock, and Banyu has faintly risen to midair. Inside the Phoenix Mountain examination room, the lighting fixtures arranged everywhere have been turned on. Just when it's 8 o'clock. All of a sudden, the points recorders of all contestants flickered, and the projection screen suddenly enlarged. On the top of the projection screen, there are 6 Thai characters. Points competition ends L. Then, projection screen flip. Lines of information appeared at the top of the screen. First place, Riverview, 22,420 points. Second place, Helian Mountain, 14,204 points. 1,000th, ____. On the projection screen, line by line of integral data flashed quickly. From first place to the 1,000th. This is exactly what is on the final qualifying list for the Phoenix Mountain division. After Zhang Jing glanced briefly, he saw a few familiar names. He has met before. 470 _ I like Lin Dong. And Cheng Zili, who makes him look good, is on the list. The screen disappears. Just then. The entire Phoenix Mountain examination room is equipped with advanced sound reinforcement equipment. A female voice sounded. Everyone, I'm Dai Yuxin. The point competition in Division 127 is over. Trainers please leave in an orderly manner. After the broadcast sounded 3 times. Slowly disappear. The point race is over. Thinking of his own experience in these 3 days, Zhang Jing couldn't help but grow. 0 breaths out. Undoubtedly, too. Zhang Jing has gained quite a lot in the points competition. It doesn't just mean he finished first in the division. In a venue like the Phoenix Mountain examination room, where a large number of trainers compete, too, he can gain experience by picking up skill fragments. However, the overall strength of his elves has undergone a wave of transformation. And, equals. In the Phoenix Mountain cave, he even subdued Kokodora. And the flashy round land shark, 2 elves with high training value. Lot of harvest. I remembered in my mind _. After 3 days of experience, Zhang Jing's palm covered the pokeball around his waist. Just then. The sound of the system sounded in his ears. Ding. It is detected that the host finally won the first place in the points competition, and won the championship gift package L. Chapter 93_Tournament Champion Gift Pack 5. Tournament Champion Gift Pack L. Zhang Jing's attention focused on Big. You must know that he has won the ranking package in front of him, and the system prompts are all Event Champion Package. But this time, with the point race completely over, he will have a different harvest. Zhang Jing's hand held the pokeball and moved up the mountain. The fire-breathing dragon has already appeared in his body. Riding on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, directing the fire-breathing dragon towards the exit of Phoenix Mountain, flying. After the trip, Zhang Jing's thoughts sank. 5 Kai Championship Spree. He silently said in his heart. Then, Dao Dao system prompts keep ringing in Zhang Jing's ears. You get a chance to draw random skill fragments x2_. 2. You get a chance to extract special power fragments x2. You got lucky recharge agent x2. You got lucky charm controller 11_. You get the experience pack x1L. Lasted a while. After the system beep finally quiets down, Zhang Jing Chengye let out a sigh of relief. As expected of a gift package 1_. Drawing chance and lucky recharge, all x21. At the same time, he even got 2 new rewards L with unknown effects. There was no hesitation. Zhang Jing's thoughts, Shen_ was solved. The solution played the role of a new reward. Lucky Amulet Controller. This is an item that matches the lucky charm. Grow up to the present. The help provided by the lucky charm to Zhang Jing is no suspect quite too. The effect of incarnation of Emperor O. It also made Zhang Jing unable to stop. Moreover, as he has opened the event package many times, the duration of the lucky charm has now reached 22 minutes. He still has 2 lucky recharges he just got that he hasn't used yet. But lucky charms have a big drawback. That is, once turned on, time elapses automatically. The effect disappears automatically only after the duration of the lucky charm expires. This undoubtedly made Zhang Jing hesitant when using the Lucky Guardian. And now, the role of the Lucky Charm Controller. It is the one. With the presence of the controller, Zhang Jing can freely choose the switch of the Lucky Charm 1. He turned on the Lucky Charm and locked it in an instant. After understanding the function of the Lucky Charm Controller, Zhang Jing's eyes brightened. He has a profound experience of the effects of Lucky Charms. And now, the controller. He immediately thought of _Hiroshima Gold can play some saucy operations be up tack heart. Like, in the face of a strong enemy, when the spirit uses a skill with an additional effect, the opening name, Wave Lucky Charm L. Taking the side of the avatar of the European Emperor. New desires, I can be sure that the probability of triggering in the additional effect will be greatly increased. After all, for Wu Huang, a 1 in 10 chance can become close to 1%. This is simply a magic weapon L. After learning about the controller, Zhang Jing turned his attention to another new reward. Experience Pack. Compared to the controller, the Experience Pack is much cleaner. After opening the Experience Pack, you will get a certain amount of combat experience. Can be given to sprites. Thinking about it, Zhang Jing did not choose the first time to start. His mind, use the skill Shatter Gun to extract the opportunity first. Lock to start. The first time you draw, you will get 15 pieces of Spirit. Spirit-skill fragments. Second draw. Acquired 20 pieces of _Spirit selection skill shards. So far, in addition to the skill fragments obtained earlier, he already had 55 spiritual breakthrough fragments. But skills will be automatically synthesized after the synthesis requirements are met. But now, spiritual advancement skills have not yet had the trend of synthesis. This has already been encountered by Zhang Jing, the most famous skill of the required fragments uptack. But Zhang Jing didn't care. Spiritual leap is an exclusive skill that can only be mastered by the god, beast elf Deoxys. The skill Weiju is terrifying. And, compared to its power, Zhang Jing felt it was more important. Spiritual breakthrough potential. The exclusive skill of the beast spirit. I want an ordinary elf to master the exclusive skills of divine beasts. Difficulty is higher, not surprisingly. And, in the points competition made Zhang Jing clearly aware of it. The system's judgment on gift packages is uncertain. Since it is the first part of the examination, in the points competition, he can get the event package. Then the second part, the third ring gram. It is also equivalent to a number of well-known trainer competitions. Naturally, you can also get gifts. Then, Zhang Jing used special power to draw opportunities up tack. Lock the power of the dragon. Zhang Jing thought, after moving. The turntable turns quickly. After a while, the system beep sounds. You got the dragon power fragment X01 _. After a while, the system prompts sounded again. Detected that the host has acquired the dragon power fragment X30, and automatically synthesized dragon power _power 1. Dragon power, crafting L. Zhang Jing originally thought that it would take 2 chances to collect the pieces that were formed by the power of the dragon. Requirements have been met. This surprised Zhang Jing a little. He thought for a while, and directly used the second chance. You have obtained Vibrant Power Fragments X. Get the Vibrant Power Fragment again. Seeing this, Zhang Jing nodded in satisfaction. Although the power of Vibrant is only an auxiliary special power, its effect is undoubtedly very important for trainers. Obtaining the fragments of the power of Vibrant has the opportunity to improve the effect of the power of Vibrant. Zhang Jing is quite satisfied. Next. Zhang Jingdong. Used 2 lucky rechargers. The duration of the lucky charm has come to 37 minutes. Afterwards, he wears the lucky charm on his chest. With the controller, the opening requirements for the lucky charm have changed to 2. The first is to wear it, and the second is to actively activate it. Shan Nian moved slightly. Zhang Jing activates the lucky charm L. Tan pale light flickers on the lucky charm. The duration begins to gradually decrease. Zhang Jing didn't waste any time. He said in a low voice, 2 _ give me the power of the dragon, _ shao uptack. In Zhang Jing's view, granting skills can fail, and so does granting special powers. Now that you have the ability to actively use the lucky charm, naturally it will not be wasted. After the voice fell, Zhang Jing only felt 2 powerful forces pouring into his body, constantly returning to him. Dragon power. This power soon met the warm current of the power of Vibrant. But, after contact, they didn't clash but lived happily ever after. Along different lines, swimming in the river view. After a while, the abnormal feeling in the body slowly disappeared. Zhang Jing suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. To make up, and Chapter 94 _ Best Way to Fight Back 1. Midair. Fire-breathing dragon gallops past. Zhang Jing was riding on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and was now looking at his body. He has successfully mastered the power of the dragon. The power of the royal dragon also has definitely improved my physique. Zhang Ying is in the small middle road. After mastering the power of Vibrant, his perception was much sharper. Naturally, I can clearly feel the changes in my body. Ordinary people naturally cannot master special powers. Able to master special strength trainers _ compared with ordinary people, the physique will naturally change. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on the fire-breathing dragon under him. Unfortunately, the power of the dragon can only work on the dragon-type elves. Although the fire-breathing dragon has a dragon in its name, it does not have the dragon attribute, otherwise, you can try it directly. Now that the points competition has ended, it is not good for him to stay in Phoenix Mountain too much, and immediately make preparations to wait until he leaves here, and then try the effect of the power of the dragon. After all, But he has equals only flashing round land province uptack. Next. Come. Zhang Jing did not hesitate. Silently in my heart. Open the experience pack. Experience pack is opening X11. You have gained 6,320 experience points. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. The reason why he did not open the experience pack at the first time. I just want to borrow the effect of 177_lucky charm uptack. So far, it looks like a great harvest. Such a large amount of experience. Zhang Jing only picked it up in the battle where he happened to meet a near celestial king in the Ku family. Without any hesitation, Zhang Jing immediately turned off the lucky charm to avoid wasting time. A full 6,000 points of experience. Enough level for any low-level elf to equals Wave Soar's uptack. He didn't use it directly. After all, he is not urgent to upgrade the level of dry elves now. After arranging his thoughts, Zhang Jing's eyes turned to blood. Below. The fire-breathing dragon is galloping forward. The howling wind blows over Zhang Jing's body. Zhang Jing saw that in the distance, there were also people passing through the flying elves. Hurry up. Soon. Zhang Ying's. The line of sight was fixed on an open area below. There, at this time, a lot of figures have gathered. It's the participating trainers. And here. It is also the exit of the Phoenix Mountain Arena. Zhang Jing glanced at him and saw a familiar figure. Dai Yuxin. Dragon City Elf League branch and the number 177 division of the Elf exam. Fire-breathing dragon, let's land. Shan Nian, Zhuan. Zhang Jing directs the fire-breathing dragon Yuluo. Fire-breathing dragon body. The temptation quickly descended toward the bottom. Boom, X2. Accompanied by a slightly dull sound. The fire-breathing dragon landed smoothly on the ground. Zhang Jing jumped down from above. As soon as he landed, he noticed that the eyes of many people around him immediately focused on him. The voices of conversations that lowered their voices also rang out. Zhang Jing has now mastered the power of Vivian and the 9 of Yulong, and his physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. The 5 senses naturally also improved. Even if the others around me deliberately lowered their voices, he still listened to their discussions, clear. Chu. Did you see it? He is the number 1 in our division. Zhang Jing uptack. He is that Zhang Jing. _1. Damn it. This is really ruthless. It completely suppressed the second place by nearly, million points. I don't know how he did it. Is he the first to finish the liberal arts exam? I remember the slander of him on the internet, but many L.s are afraid that their faces will be swollen. Of course, the champion of the division, the 10 million rookie trainer in the country. Just the 5th and 16th division champion. Zhang Jing also maintained such a large points lead. This is true. Werewolf. A little more than ruthless. Before the points race started, I thought he was a hype. I didn't expect him to be a real man. Fortunately, I didn't meet him. The voice of the Dao Dao conversation entered Zhang Jing's ears. You know, in order to secure your first place, Zhang Jing started looking for trainers to fight very early. Collect points. AFCG_, which left a deep impression on many people. Not to mention, when the last 8 hours come, the points leaderboard is announced. Zhang Jing's terrifying accumulation. Points, which shocked countless contestants in Division 177. They envy and look up, but few of them are jealous. Because point 1, the gap is too big. In the second exam, someone else took more exams than you -2 points. You might think it's just that he played well. But if it is 10 points more than you, a percentage or even more, you will immediately realize that the other party is not of the same class as you at all. Character. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Zhang Jing's face was calm, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. No one will be completely free from the evaluation of the unexpected world, and the saint is no exception. And for Zhang Jing, too. After the liberal arts exam, in various media channels, but received a lot of slander. At that time, there were even media who wanted to interview Zhang Jing. Wants to know his attitude towards online reviews. But he didn't accept it. In Zhang Jing's view, the best way to fight back is to show your strength and make the toughest fight back. Now it seems he's clearly done fighting back. Put the fire-breathing dragon away. Zhang Jing found a location. Wait quietly. Next, there is a small part to be done. After the end, the trainers who participated in the points competition can go higher. Next, more and more rookie trainers come here. Some are happy and some are sad. In the competition area of 20,000 people, there are only 1,000 qualifying places, which means that most of the people standing here are losers. This year's ELF exam is a knockout system, and they did not enter the list of thousands of players in the competition area. It means that their road to the exam has come to an end. Of course, their trainer journey is not over. Although he could not be admitted to the ELF Academy, he could still try to move forward on the road of trainer with his own efforts. Zhang Jing lowered his head. When I was thinking about something, I suddenly heard footsteps approaching in front of me. Then too, a soft voice rang out. Riverview, hi. Zhang Jing raised his head. I see, a familiar body. L, who had a battle with him in the Phoenix Mountain Cave. Looking at Zhang Yi in Zhongjing. The clock is also looking at Zhang Jing. Looking at Zhang Jing, she unconsciously thought of the Ibrahimovich that day. Afterwards, her face became straight. She recovered and said calmly, Student Zhang Jing, can we exchange a communication method? After a pause, Zhang Yi explained, "You performed very well in the points competition. I think I will have the opportunity to discuss with you in the future." Pipe, quote. And GT. Chapter 95 Division Champion 2. I miss her a glance. The short-haired girl's face is quite calm, and there is no shyness to take the initiative to ask him for contact information. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xing nodded, "Of course you can." The opponent can still be at the top of the standings on the premise of being defeated by him once. There must be merit. Zhang Jing doesn't mind having multiple objects to learn from Tilda. And she herself has never had any conflict with Zhang Jing, so there is no need to refuse. The two exchanged communication. After that, a smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face, then turned and left, here. Soon, someone else took the initiative to come to L. That's a man. He walked quickly towards the position where Zhang Jing was, to see that his purpose was Zhang Jing. Soon, the other party came to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing looked at him. This is a man with a rather mature face. The rookie trainers who participated in the ELF exam are not very old, but this one looks like a young adult. Hello. Facing Zhang Jing's gaze, L opened the door and said, "No, get down, I'm Kilianshan." Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Kilian Mountains. He was impressed by the name. After the end of the points competition, in the list of thousands of people that appeared on the projection screen, Kilianshan was the second place. Zhang Jing looked at him and said, "Is something wrong?" Kilianshan looked at Zhang Jing, and then said solemnly, "I originally wanted to fight with you in the final stage of the points competition. I want to see who can get such a big points lead." In the end, due to individual reasons, there was no Dacheng. But, I'm here to tell you that the elves will be tested in the next two major links. I will never lose to you L_. A hint of confidence flashed in Kilian Shan's tone. "Next time, I will definitely defeat you." Hearing his rather passionate words, Zhang Jing blinked his eyes twice. His eyes were calm. Kilianshan didn't care about his reaction either because after he finished speaking, he turned around and left with a dashing look. Looking at Kilian Mountain's back, Zhang Jing couldn't help shaking his head. Godhe Miao was not achieved due to individual reasons. The Phoenix Mountain exam room is so big, and the score recorder's ranking list allows everyone to find his place. in the last 8 hours. But several top-ranked trainers took the initiative to find Zhang Jing to fight. In Zhang Jing's view, Qilian Mountain may have good strength, but in the heart of the ground, it is not as good as those high-scoring trainers who came to take the initiative to fight Shiwa. Follow the heart, or Bao is afraid that his points will be affected in the final stage. Package. After all, point competition is a competition for the top trainers. There are also rewards. With Qilianshan's points, too, even if he is defeated by Zhang Jing, he will not fall out of the top 2000. Obviously, I didn't want to lose the reward if I didn't choose to come to the battle. I don't know who gave him the courage to fight in the competition. After the competition, the words were harsh. This is just a small episode. Zhang Ying quickly threw it aside. Right. For Zhang Jing, the ELF exam is not only a symbol of the admission qualification of the ELF Academy, but also the most suitable place for him to improve his strength. There is a pickup attribute system, and it is suitable for playing in the environment of the ELF meeting. The gap between him and the other rookie trainers will only get wider and wider. Time lapse. More and more trainers gathered. After about an hour. Division 177. Phoenix Mountain Examination Room. 20,000 candidates have all gathered here. Quote. Most are worried. Sorrowful. Bai Yi, they have been eliminated. The rookie trainers who failed to make it to the 1,000 talents list, except for a very few. Perhaps because of 2 outstanding performances in the points competition, he was discovered by the ELF Academy. The vast majority of people who were not admitted had no hope of entering the ELF Academy. 20,000 people gathered. Noisy. Just then, 2 female voices sounded through amplifiers. Everyone be quiet. The scene quieted down. Dai Yuxin's voice resounded again. After 3 days and 3 nights of points competition, all the candidates in the 1L7 division have all decided to L. She waved her hand. Then, the projection equipment projected a huge picture. Above. Thousands of people are listed. From first to 1,000 up tac. Zhang Jing's name was impressively ranked first. It kept flashing, eye-catching and eye-catching. After seeing this list, Zhang Jing felt that the attention of many trainers around him was focused on him. After all, he was already famous in the liberal arts exam and many people know his face. The scene was a little noisy again. Dai Yuxin stood on the specially built high platform, holding a microphone, coughed twice, and said, "The champion of Division 177. It is one, Zhang Jing from Luzhou City. Riverview trainer." Dai Yuxin seemed to be prepared, and looked towards the direction of Taizhi where Zhang Jing was. He said slowly, "Please come to the stage." Hearing her voice, Zhang Jing was a little confused. Division champion, there are rewards. But Zhang Jing didn't expect it. Still need to be on stage. With a turn of thoughts in his mind, Zhang Jing took a step around. The trainers who were originally gathered at equals subconsciously gave way. This is the power that Zhang Jing has shown in these 3 days and 3 nights of competition, which has already been called a terrifying point, and the invisible power brought by him up tac. Soon, Zhang Jing came to the high platform. Dai Yuxin stood beside him, looked at the river scene with a smile on his face, and then waved his hand. Next to. Immediately, the staff of the ELF Center took the reward of the champion of the competition area. 20,000 ELF coins. And the Jai District Champion trophy specially made by the Blue Star ELF League. Zhang Jing looked at the trophy. It has to be said that the manufacture of this trophy is quite elaborate and looks very luxurious. The first trophy he has won since he came to Blue Star. Quote. The Rising Sun race is just a small race not worth mentioning, only mentioning for reward, not for reward F. Just then, Zhang Jing saw Dai Yu beside him. Shin temporarily turned off the PA equipment. Dai Yuxin's lowered voice sounded in Zhang Jing's ears. Student Zhang Jing, do you want to know about Star City ELF Academy 3? Zhongjing, 2, L_D, and Chapter 96_Hot 3. Star City Elf Academy. The purpose of the Elf exam is to be admitted to the Elf Academy. Long before the Elf exam, Zhongjing had studied various elf colleges in China. Star City Elf Academy is also one of the most famous elves academies located in the coastal city of Star City. In the domestic elf academy, it is probably ranked around a dozen or so, which is quite outstanding. He seemed to sense Zhongjing's doubtful expression. Dai Yuxin didn't turn on the amplifier and then explained, "Me and the stars. The dean of the City Spirit Academy is a little different. After learning that you are located in number 127 Jai District. Contact me. Because of your performance in the points competition, Star City Elf Academy is very optimistic about your future. As long as you promise to choose them after the elf exam, then you will get quite favorable conditions. I just have a message. Next, there will be a special person from the 00 Academy of Elves in Star City to contact you." After listening to her explanation, Zhongjing showed a clear expression. It was only after the elf exam was completed that the major elf colleges selected students. From the beginning of the elf exam, major colleges will start activities to find what they think is excellent trainer, so as not to be preempted by other colleges. After all, for some rookie trainers who took part in the elf exam, the initiative is in the elf academy. One party can get the admission letter from the Z Home Academy, and they are already satisfied. But for talented trainers with excellent performance, Jinping will definitely get admission notices from many elf academies up TAC. This is the usual inter-academy competition, when the initiative naturally falls in the hands of the trainer, and he can choose the best. The relevant information flashed through his mind. Zhongjing already understood everything. His performance in the points competition bug was too good, and the dean of the Star City Elf Academy even took the initiative to ask for a relationship, just to have some impressions in advance. However, Zhongjing would not promise anything at will. He nodded and said, "I will consider Star City Elf Academy." Then, no more words. Seeing this, Dai Yuxin glanced at Zhongjing as if thinking of something, and shook her head involuntarily. As the head of Division 17, her participation in the division competitors know it well. Because of this, she understands even more that Zhongjing has performed so well. It will definitely attract the attention of the top elven academies in China. Although the Star City Elf Academy is not bad, it is compared to them will be slightly inferior. She didn't say much either. After all, the words have been brought. Next, Zhongjing stepped down. The top 10 trainers in the division receive the elf coin reward provided by the Blue Star Elf Alliance. And after the award is given, product sub-competition completely over. For this reason, Order 1 cannot ride a walking elf when leaving Phoenix Mountain for the exam. Zhongjing took a step and left the examination room quickly. Around, Z. Other candidates, either alone or in groups of 3 or 5, opened high. After today, everyone's fate has become completely different. Exit of Phoenix Mountain Examination Center. Now At the exit, there are quite famous people gathered. With camera, machine microphone. Some held up signs with their names on them. 2 lively scenes. What they came here for. Only. That is Riverview. The second person in the 177th Division enters In the past 2 days, on a global scale, the most popular rookie trainer was broadcast live from the third perspective. Zhongjing walked out from the entrance of Phoenix Mountain. 3 days and 3 nights. Leaving Phoenix Mountain, Zhongjing has a feeling of being in a different world. Spirits will test. First link. Perfect ending L. Zhongjing felt a little emotional in his heart. Lambda the crowd gathered outside the mouth was quite large. Jing didn't care. After all, now that the exam is over, The families and relatives of each contestant will greet them too much, and it is not surprising that there are never too many. But right after, equals. The hearing that had been improved through the special 9 quantities allowed Zhongjing to hear a voice clearly. It's a river view. Zhongjing came out up tack. Wow, so handsome, he really deserves to be the champion of the competition. Zhongjing, I am going to give birth to monkeys for you. Zhongjing won. He was rather taken aback. I haven't waited for Zhongjing to make a move. The others around seemed to realize that Zhongjing had walked out of the passage. The dense crowd moved like a wave, quickly approaching the river scene. In just 10 seconds. Around Zhongjing, a dense crowd has gathered. 2 voices sounded. Division 7 champion, how do you feel? Zhongjing, how did you capture your flashing spirit? In the liberal arts exam, you were questioned. Now that you have proven yourself, can you tell me about your mental journey? Zhongjing, I'm your fan, sign me. The scenery of the Zhongjing fan group will never lose. Noisy cries keep e. The lenses of each camera were aimed at the river scene. Microphones were handed over one by one. There is also a forward with notebooks, pens and the like. Before Zhongjing left, he realized that he had won the championship, and with his original reputation, some people might choose to come to pick him up, visit etc. But he had no idea that S would be so popular. Also, what is this, Zhongjing fan group, and Windows, too? And as the light looked around, Zhongjing found that the people gathered were getting more and more famous. 2 questions were asked one after another. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and Zhongjing's palm covered the pokeball. Small thoughts, move 1. The festival of light flashed, and a graceful one appeared beside Zhongjing. Shinado up tack. There was too much noise around, so Zhongjing communicated with Shinado directly through telepathy. Xanaduo, let the people around you step back. Okay, master. Shinado responded. Around. People who were closest to Zhongjing. After Shaduo came on stage, he couldn't help being surprised. It's glitter on Shinado. It's so beautiful. This is one of Zhongjing's main elves. They haven't seen Shinado's appearance carefully. I felt a gentle force, and my body couldn't help but move backward. That is the role of Shinado's mind power. Under the action of the power of mind, the gas that will explode. Then, under Zhongjing's hand, the scene finally quieted down. Collection, recommendation, Dan 6005b. Falu, calm, and Chapter 97 become famous all over the world. 4. Around, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhongjing, and the scene gradually quieted down. Zhongjing's Qiaguang swept the audience. Then, he said, can someone tell me why there are so many people here? Zhongjing's tone was a little suspicious. In his prediction, although this time he won the championship, someone should come to interview. But it shouldn't be so hot. This scene is better than he imagined. Don't know how much bigger. The crowd of reporters and photographers around is too dumb. B. The entire country has 516 championships. It shouldn't be shared. Hear Zhongjing's compulsion. Several reporters who were closest to Zhongjing glanced at each other with a hint of caution in their eyes. Almost simultaneously, they recalled the videos they had seen on the internet. Old days. After the liberal arts exam, Zhongjing was interviewed, and after a few simple answers, he chose to leave. This is a master who will leave after a disagreement. You can't be as casual as you used to interview candidates. Among them, one reporter coughed twice. He explained in a serious tone, Zhongjing, trainer, when you are in the points competition, there is a second one about you, the live broadcast of your perspective. It has been ranked first in popularity for a long time. Too many people have seen your first point of view. Your outstanding performance in the points competition is deeply remembered by many people. As he spoke, his tone was somewhat emotional. Then he said with some envy, "You are also considered one now." Chao became famous all over the world. Listen to his answer. Zhang Jing frowned slightly. He actually remembers the live broadcast from the first point of view. Because of this, when he is doing some more private things, he always chooses to turn off the integral recorder. Did not think of my own first-person perspective live broadcast. It will even become popular. Zhang Jing's eyes turn to the other side. Into the eyes, is a good face. A girl in an eye shirt and a skirt. The white two long legs are exposed. Now, the girl's expression was quite excited, and after Zhang Jing's gaze came over, her expression became even more excited. But, for the reason that Zhang Jing kept them quiet just now, she didn't open her mouth, but just kept her eyes on Zhang Jing's body tightly for fear that he would run away. You are just wood. Silent, sound, Zhang Jing opened his mouth to talk. The Zhang Jing fan group mentioned, and what is the scenery? Seeing Zhang Jing taking the initiative to inquire about herself, the girl was even more excited. With his palm on his chest, the Long Kei took a few breaths to calm down. Subsequently, she stared at Zhang Jing and said softly, "Zhang Jing, I'm your fan." Zhang Jing Fan Group is a fan organization that we independently set up on the Newcomer Trainer Forum. Scenery is the fan name we give ourselves. All your fans, too, will call themselves landscapes. She seemed to think of something in a more excited tone. Your performance in the points competition in the past few days has been amazing. L has attracted the attention of countless people. There are quite famous posts on the new trainer forum. After discussion, everyone decided to set up a Zhangjing fan group. This time, we have met dozens of fans who are close to Longcheng. After discussion, we came to the exit of the examination room to meet you. Speaking of which, the girl seemed to have thought of something and lowered her tone, and looked at Zhang Jing cautiously. Hesitated, Zhang, you don't like these very much. Fan 1. Zhang Jing's face was calm, and he thought silently in his heart. He didn't think so. After a point competition, he even has such a thing as fans. But, reminiscent of what the reporter said just now, his first, perspective live broadcast has become the most popular. Then everything is not surprising. The ELF exam, but one of the annual events of the entire Blue Star Uptack. Every year, countless people follow. Not to mention, this year's Genie exam has been reformed. It attracted more people's attention. Under these circumstances, it's easy to understand. It's the number 177 race_championship, even ahead of the second place white. Nearly 10,000 points. Although Zhang Jing just left Kong Zhecheng, he still doesn't know the situation in other divisions. If you think about it, there should be no other. This terrifying leader has a few elves. Exist. She is an attractive girl in her own right. With a hearty look, Zhang Jing shook his head, and Zhang Jing immediately reacted. Han said, "No," the girl immediately. With a bright smile, "Remember the surrounding. Those who, as much as possible I would like to take advantage of the 5 questions in the second session. Raise the real 9, only answer. You ask. After that, there is immediately." The voice of dissatisfaction rang out. Naturally neither is stupid. King, fear. Horror watch because in the points competition, Zhang. Now it is almost a representative. Admission to the college Zhang Jing has been seduced in advance. Uptack the elf of Zhangjing, a lineup of worms, with double flashes. Qualifications of the elf on the gods. It is destined not to be bad. It is almost Zhangjing. Future security, not a 2 but a enrolled in the passers-by college who participated in the elf exam. It has been confirmed by Jinping that it is very likely to become a strong elf trainer in the future. Potential rising stars, is even more promising. Can keep pulling too. Dare to say no to Zhang Jing. Full. Back. All records. No one dared to complain anymore. A lot of slandering you in the liberal arts exam after the end. How did you feel when it appeared on the internet? The comment of, "Don't know when you are. What about you?" Zhang Jing's attention. Force. The skill of asking questions jades slander, and then said solemnly, "Yes. I don't really care about the cut. Now. The scriptures have been overturned by me _" Chapter 98 Fans and Idols 5. After Zhang Jing's voice fell, everyone was silent for a moment. But then they reacted. After the interview in the liberal arts exam, Zhang Jing was detained by the media as the first person in this exam, which attracted a lot of slander. Most of them are, grandfather, real strength is mediocre, actually a jerk, and so on. Simply put, it's just that he is not optimistic about his performance in the next martial arts exam. I think that Zhang Jing's strength is just like that. And now. Martial arts exam, the end of the session. Zhang Jing won the division championship. Among the tens of millions of candidates across the country, there are only 516 division champions uptack. Plus Zhang Jing's terrifying performance in the points competition. Where is the first person in the liberal arts exam 3? Even if it is said that Zhang Jing is qualified to compete for the first person in the martial arts exam, no one will deny it. This is the toughest answer. Indistinctly, the reporters present felt an invisible momentum in Zhang Jing. Next. During the reporter's question, Zhang Jing chose 4 questions again. 1 equals to answer. Then. Zhang Jing asked, the girl's name. Her name is Zhou Ya. Met with dozens of fans who came here on purpose. I took a photo with them and left a wave of autographs. Zhang Jing felt a little weird about this, but he didn't mind. After all, these are their own supporters. After all, the ecological environment of Blue Star itself is the same as pure essence. The spiritual world is different. In the Blue Star, before the advent of the elves, there were star idols in the entertainment industry in various countries. And after the arrival of the elves, trainer becomes a real mainstream profession. A powerful trainer has become a popular national idol. Like Zhang Jing, it is not a special case. In the past few years of the elf exam, there were also many newcomer trainers who performed well and had fans. Choosing a rookie trainer who has performed well as an idol is quite a wonderful thing. Kind of like creating a game. Watching my idol Z grow step by step _progress, I will be happy for him. After doing all this, Zhang Jing got off the crowd and left slowly. The attention of many people around was focused on Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing was used to it and didn't care. After he just walked out not far. Someone took the initiative to welcome _up. That was sent to him by the Ku family. The secretary who guarantees logistical services during his elf exam, Ku Yuyu. Ku Yuyu. Wearing a spit uniform, step on short high heels. Before and after arriving at Zhang Jing's body. With a kind smile, he said, "Mr. Zhang Jing, please come with me." Zhang Jing nodded towards her and greeted her equals next. Then one. Following behind Ku Yuyu, Zhang Jing came to his special car. Get on the car and take a seat. Ku Yuyu sat in the co-pilot. Zan started and walked towards the hotel where they were staying. On the way, Ku Yuyu turned her head and said softly towards Zhang Jing, "Mr. Zhang Jing. When you get back to the hotel, you can't rest right away." Huh? Zhang Jing revealed a puzzled look. Seeing this, Ku Yuyu smiled even more, and explained 1 your performance in the points competition was too shocking. It attracted the attention of many elf academies. As far as we know from the Ku family, representatives from 3 elf academies have come to Longcheng. Their goal is exactly you. Besides that, there are also many elf colleges that are in a wait-and-see state and may act at any time. She paused. He continued, "When you return to your residence, it is estimated that someone will come to the door on your own initiative." Zhang Jing nodded thoughtfully. As early as before leaving the examination room, he learned about the Star City Elf Academy, from Dai Yuxin. The other party valued him so much. It is estimated that it is one of the 3 elf academies that Kuyuyu mentioned. I just don't know, the other 2 will. Thoughts flashed in his eyes. Zhang Jing looked at Kuyuyu and asked. Does the Ku family have any suggestions for me to choose which elf academy? Heard. Kuyuyu smiled and said, of course our Ku family hopes that you can choose magic. Metropolis Spirit Academy. She looked at Zhang Jing and explained, there are elders in the Ku family who serve as the director of the Magic City Elf Academy, and in itself, the Magic City Elf Academy is also one of the top elf academies in China. Is a good choice. Quote. Of course, we only suggest specific choices. It's up to you to decide for yourself. After all, this also involves the conditions put forward by the various elf colleges for you. Zhang Attractions _nod. Soon. The vehicle returned to the hotel. Riverview walked into the room. After the time, I went to take a shower. Then I lay down on the soft bed in a tazy shape. He lived in the tent for 3 days, and now he is back in the warm modern city, back in the soft bed. He can't help but indulge in it. After resting for a while, Zhang Jing got up. After thinking about it, he took out the poke ball from his dimensional pocket. Super ball. A super ball carrying a shining round land. Xiao Nian move. The flashing round land shark, Wang Zhao, appeared in front of him. Zhang Jing's eyes turned to it. He undoubtedly attaches great importance to this flashing round land shark uptack. After all, once you cultivate it, combined with its own dragon power, the strength it can exert will be far beyond the imagination. Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. Just then, an unexpected scene happened to Zhang Jing. After being released by Zhang Jing, the flash round land shark first looked around curiously. Since it was born, it has lived in the cave of Phoenix Mountain, and the room L in which it is now is quite unfamiliar to it. After looking around, the moonlight of the flashing round land shark finally fell on Zhang Jing. There is an inexplicable hint of kindness in its eyes. 2 sturdy legs stepped on, the whole body jumped up, and rushed towards Zhang Jing's arms. L_I, of /b.fa1u.com, uptack. Chapter 99_evolution 1. The flashing round land shark jumped up, and then rushed directly towards Zhang Jing's arms. It falls in Zhang Jing's arms. Although the force is not too strong, it matches its own body shape. Zhang Jing is due to the inertia of the impact. Straight back to bed again. Zhang Jing stood up helplessly. His eyes looked at the flashing round land shark unexpectedly. There was a kind of light festival in the eyes of the flashing round land shark. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. To know. This flash. The light round land shark itself has a more violent temper. When he just encountered the flashing round land shark next to the underground hot spring in the Phoenix Mountain Cave, the other party directly launched an attack on him. Although after being subdued, Zhang Jing used the power of Vibrant to make it much less vigilant to himself. But the flash round land shark is not so intimate, Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed in his mind. Some doubts. Granger. His eyes lit up. It's not because of 1. The power of the dragon. The 9 dragons can improve the various abilities of elves in battle, which undoubtedly has considerable benefits for dragon elves. There are even rumors. The trainers who master the power of the dragon are all natural dragon elf trainers. 232. Zhang Jing said silently in his heart, it seems that this is not only because the power of the imperial dragon can improve the abilities of the dragon-type elves, but also because the dragon-type elves are very kind to the trainers who master the power of the dragon. The 9 of royal dragons not only plays an extraordinary role in battle, but can also provide a great help when conquering the dragon-type elves. Because of Vivian 9, Zhangjing could clearly perceive the current mood of the round land shark. The round land shark felt very kind to himself, so he couldn't help but take the initiative to approach. Okay, round land shark, be nice. Zhang Jing spoke for 10 days. Hear his voice. The flashing round land shark paused for a while, and then stood upright beside the bed. Seeing this, Zhang Jing couldn't help but smile. You know, the relationship and tacit understanding between the trainer and the elves. But it affects a lot of things. The most important point is none other than IEGA. Evolve. Only the tacit understanding between the trainer and the elves has reached a certain level. In order to carry out MEGI evolution. And the final evolution of the round land shark, the fierce bite land shark. It is the one of the spirits that can evolve Mega. The power of Vibrant can make Zhangjing perceive the emotions of the round land shark, AFDD, and the power of the royal dragon makes the round land shark feel more cordial to Zhangjing. These two special forces complement each other, and the tacit understanding between Zhangjing and round land shark is improved. The speed will undoubtedly surge Jing's mind, movement. Then he took out a few pokeballs again. Light flashes. Two Dao Dao figure appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Dora. Shakira on. And equals Ibrahimovic L. Of Xing only elves, Zhang Jing temporarily collected the pokeballs of the fire-breathing dragon and the tyrannical carp dragon into the dimension pocket. Addition, there are a total of 4 elves in the flashing circle land released at the beginning 19. The size of the 4 elves is not a wife, and there is no support in the spacious hotel bedroom. After appearing, Ibrahimovic called out softly, then jumped. Came to Zhang Jing's arms. It rubbed against Zhang Jing's chest. Zhang Jing reached out and scratched the brown hair on its back. The touch is quite soft. After Zhang Jing has the power of Vibrant, he can perceive the emotions of the elf CGN. Undoubtedly, they get along more harmoniously with the elves, and the relationship develops by leaps and bounds. With his hands helping Ibrahimovic to follow Mao, Zhang Jing's thoughts moved slightly. He is thinking. A full 6,000 points of experience from the experience pack. Which elf to give to? Without a doubt. This is a huge amount of experience that can instantly increase the level of the spirit. Experience provided by the system. There are also no side effects. You can use it with confidence. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over a few elves. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the body of the flashing round land shark. Squinting his eyes, Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. From the perspective of training value, the one with the highest training value a month ago is undoubtedly the flashy round land shark. Although Shakira, who is also a quasi-god elf, is not ashamed, but Shakira wants to evolve, but to reach L55, this large amount of experience can't make it evolve and transform. Cordora has just evolved. Not long after. There is also a lot of experience required for the next evolution. Only the flash round land shark. It's on the brink of evolution. Now it can't exert the power of a quasi-god elf. But it has completed its evolution step by step. After finally evolving into a fierce bite land shark, the transformation produced is quite amazing. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Jing had already made a decision. He silently said in his heart, L, experience is given to the round land shark. Then underscore. The system beep sounds L. Ding L round land. The level of the shark has been increased. Ding. The level of the round land shark has increased. Dot opening square bracket. L. Continuous system beeps. Just after a few beeps, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the body of the round land shark. That's evolution ray 1. Zhang Jing's qiguang fell above. Around. Several other elves also realized what it was, and couldn't help looking at it curiously. Under the shroud of light, the body of the round land shark increases in size. Increased by 5, huge changes are taking place. Lasted. After half a minute, the festival of light gradually disappears. The elf that appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Great changes have taken place. Round land shark evolution. Dust-tooth land shark. If the round land shark is a short, fat man, then, in contrast, the fangtooth land shark's stature was already tall and thin. It looks like a standing shark because of the flash mutation. The whole body is dark blue. Now it has already had a future and evolved into a fierce bite land shark. Prototype. Zhang Ying's thoughts, move, wisdom skill. Name, Fangtooth Land Shark 6 Flash. Attribute, Dragon, Ground. Ability, Sand Hidden, Rough Skin. Level, LV35 _. Qualification, Excellent Championship. Current skills, Erlianby, Crash, Sand Pulling, Dragon Fury, Sandstorm, Rampage. Quicksand Hell, Split, Dragon Claw. Directly up to 1x35. Zhang Jing's self-light condensed. But immediately, he reacted. It's a question of qualifications. Elves with higher qualifications will not only gain experience faster, but also need less experience to upgrade. This Flash quasi-god, however, it has the qualifications of the Best Plus Champion. The large amount of experience combined with its aptitude makes its level, and a wave of skyrocketing comes directly. Just then one. In the arms. Ibrahimovich's soft cry rang out. EV. Just found out it's a new month. If you have a monthly ticket, vote for a flower evaluation ticket and give, and it's best to click on your own. Fei Lu. Remind you, 3 things in reading equals possession, recommendation, and sharing. Chapter 100 Fairy Elf 2. EV. Ibrahimovich's soft cry sounded s. Zhang Jing lowered his head. Look, I saw that Ibrahimovich in his arms showed an affectionate gaze. After Zhang Jing Qiaguang looked over, he took the initiative to rub his head against Zhang Jing's chest. Through the power of victory, Zhang Jing can clearly feel the kindness of Ibrahimovich. What's the matter? Ibrahimovich. Zhang Zemin asked. Bosom, 1. Ibrahimovich struggled slightly, jumped out of Zhang Jing's arms, and stepped on the floor. The body is dexterous and Zhang Dijinping did not make any sound. Then. Ibrahimovich's gaze turned to the flashing fangs equals shark. At this time. Because it just evolved, the Fangtooth Land shark is also looking at its body. Zhang Jing looked at this scene with some doubts. Zhang Jing sensed his affection for him from Ibrahimovich's thoughts. Perceiving that Ibrahimovich's emotions were also mixed with desire, there was also a hint of hesitation. Craving. Longing for what? What are you hesitating about? ? Just when Zhang Jing was puzzled. CL. On the floor. Ibrahimovich looked at the Fangtooth Land shark and the light gradually became firmer. Then. In Zhang Jing's slightly stunned eyes, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed. Guangyi enveloped Ibrahimovich's body. It was not the first time Zhang Jing had seen this scene. Even. Just a minute ago, he had just seen this familiar light L. That is the evolutionary light of elves. Ibrahimovich is evolving. Under the shroud of the Festival of Light, the body shape of Ibrahimovich inside is changing rapidly. Zhang Jing's Qiaguang stared closely at the top. His heart was a little excited. As his own initial elf, the relationship between Zhang Jing and Ibrahimovich is undoubtedly quite deep. And now. It finally began to evolve. This made Zhang Jing feel quite happy for it. After about half a minute. The evolutionary light that enveloped Ibrahimovich gradually dimmed. A totally different. The same figure. Appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Its body is predominantly white, with pink on the neck, ears, tail, and lower parts of the legs. The inside of the ear is blue. It has pale blue eyes. It looks rather mysterious. There is a bow on its left ear and neck. Adds a lovely color to it. The tricolor ribbon at the end of the butterfly floats slightly. Zhang Jing looked at it. Eevee's evolution. Fairy type elf. Fairy elf. After evolution. The fairy elf didn't even look at his appearance. Instead, he jumped all the way. He jumped directly into Zhang Jing's arms. Although its size is much larger than that of Ibrahimovich, it is still slightly petite. After jumping into Zhang Jing's arms, the fairy elf gently rubbed Zhang Jing's chest. It seems to have become more cordial to Zhang Jing, and Zhang Jing's power of vibrant can clearly perceive the intimacy of the fairy elf. Zhang Jing mouth corners, wings. With a smile on his face, he reached out his hand and gently stroked the fairy's back. Under his touch, the fairy elf narrowed her eyes comfortably. I didn't expect _11. Ibrahimovic to complete the evolution at this time. Zhang Jing sighed in his heart. As early as he got the initial elf and identified his initial elf as Ibrahimovic, he has already determined the evolution direction of Ibrahimovic. Fairy type L. Fairy elf. Because of this, after earning the first pot of gold through the Rising Sun contest, he bought it directly. The goblin skill, round pupil, is to meet the preconditions for evolution. Past life. As a senior fan of elves, Zhang Jing clearly remembers the evolutionary conditions of all elves in Jinping. In the elf game of the earth, Ibrahimovic wants to evolve into a fairy elf plus needs to meet two conditions. Master fairy skills and reach 2L in friendship. After coming to the real world of Bluestar, Zhang Jing had never heard the term, friendship. But, in his opinion, cultivating a good relationship with Ibrahimovic is undoubtedly a must. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on the cute fairy elf. In his predictions, I didn't expect Ibrahimovic to complete the evolution so quickly. But, after thinking about it, Zhang Jing didn't have too many surprises. After all, he has the power of Vibrant. He has the power of Vivian, able to perceive the thoughts and emotions of spirits. Through this ability, after knowing the elf's thoughts in real time, the relationship between him and the elf rose rapidly, and the wife accelerated the speed of Ibrahimovic's evolution. And, recalling the scene just now in his mind, Zhang Jing said silently in his heart, it seems that he is seeing Yuan Lu. After the shark evolved into the fangtooth shark, Ibrahimovic itself has also been stimulated a little bit. Under the combined effect, it will directly complete the evolution. Zhang Jing thought of something deeper in his mind. In his memory, there was more than one famous scene about evolution in the original work on Earth. Xiaoji's fire dinosaur, because of being ridiculed by the fossilized pterosaur, was directly, to evolve. Kojira, one of the Rocket's trio, even kicked a carp king into a tyrannical carp dragon. Thoughts flashed in my mind. Zhang Jing concluded in his heart. It seems that the evolution of elves is actually, when the influence of multiple factors auto-evolution upon reaching level, just the simplest and most common one. In the arms. The fairy elf rubbed Zhang Jing intimately. Zhang Jing's thoughts, eyesight skills up-tack. The second line information appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Name, fairy elf. Attribute, goblin. Trait, charming body, goblin skin. Level, LV34. Qualification, need Tianyu grade. Current skills, bump, hoot, tail wagging, electric light. Flash, 2 consecutive kicks, plucking sand, biting, high-speed stars, slamming, sacrificing ramming. Helping, destroying the dead light. The voice of the fairy's charm, round pupil. Swap the characteristics of the kiss of sucking, and thin the field. Light wall. After all, the reality is not the elf game of the previous life. After the evolution, the skills mastered by the elf before the evolution will not be forgotten. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over, his eyes narrowed. The quality of stealing has increased compared to the period of Ibrahimovic. He clearly remembers the information about each elves since too. Evolution is a kind of transformation for elves. The aptitude of fairy elves is higher than that of Ibrahimovic. Normal. For example, the characteristics of the fairy elf itself are combined with the many skills it has mastered. The combat power is quite amazing. Zhang Jing was a little excited and wished he could fight now. Look at the fairies. Just then, the doorbell of the room rang.